Ladies and gentlemen, happy Easter and welcome to tonight's live Flag to Flag commentary coverage of the Toyota Owners 400 from the Richmond Raceway. It is the next race of the NASCAR Cup Series in the NASCAR 2024 season. It is already the seventh Sunday of NASCAR Cup Series points racing action, and today we have our second short track of the year and our first in back-to-back weeks, as next week we'll be headed to the Paperclip in Martinsville, Virginia. This time on the other side of the state of Virginia, we're in Richmond here tonight as we have yet another race and another Easter Sunday race for the third consecutive season. Be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more NASCAR content. We have live NASCAR commentary streams every NASCAR race weekend for the NASCAR Truck Xfinity Cup Series races, as well as Cup practice and qualifying. No Truck Series race this weekend. They were off for Easter. And the Xfinity Series took place yesterday afternoon. Congratulations to Chandler Smith getting his second win of the season, as we are now in our third and final stream of the weekend. We have Cup practice and qualifying yesterday morning, so I appreciate everybody that is tuned in for the streams throughout the course of this weekend. As usual, you can vote for who you think is going to win today's race in the chat poll. That will close at the end of stage 2. 8 votes have been casted already here in the early going of this stream. Your voting options are between Martin Truex Jr., Kyle Larson, Chris Buescher, and if you don't think any one of those three will win, you can vote for other and comment in the chat as to who you think will win. I will be looking at that periodically throughout the course of the night. Any caution, any commercial break we get, and obviously here during the pre-race as well. Before we get into predictions for the night, actually, we'll go through the standings, I think, after I get through the predictions. I'll keep them up on the screen for you guys as of right now, but I do want to get through these predictions here as quick as we can, give you guys some last-minute fantasy advice, maybe some advice for, otherwise who you may think can potentially win this race here tonight and go from there. Based off the predictions so far this season for the NASCAR Cup Series, I got to say I'm doing pretty good. Last week I ended up predicting the winner, William Byron, based off of practice and qualifying alone. He was top of the charts in both. And the execution that 24 team has compared to some of the other counterparts that I thought could have contended for the win with them last week, like a Reddick or a Gibbs, the confidence for myself was to pick the guy that's been there, done that on more than just one occasion. And I chose William Byron to get the win. So he ended up getting the win. That was the third time I predicted a race winner this season. We've only had 6 points races. So obviously doing very good there. The must-have picks so far this season, I have a 14-8 record, so 6 above 500. Just picking drivers essentially that I think can compete for the win, and will they get a good finish out of it or not? Good finishes indicate a top 10 for the good points day. The sleeper picks is where I'm kind of 50-50 this year. I'm 8-8 with picking potential drivers who don't always finish in the top 10 on any given week or compete for wins every given week, and spotlighting those drivers that could potentially slip in, have a good finish. So again, 50-50 there. Last week I actually went 3 for 3 in the sleeper picks, so that really helped me in that category. And they don't have picks. The drivers who I peg not to finish in the top 10 at the end of the night, not have a good day, and not have any speed for the race weekend. 13-3 record with those. Definitely the best statistical category of the three so far this season, giving me an overall record of 36-19 through the first 6 races. And I think these predictions actually took place with the exhibition races as well, so that's why there's so many of them. So I counted them for those. So 6 points races, the 3 exhibitions, obviously with the 2 dual races at Daytona, and the Busch Light Clash at the LA Coliseum. Now, headed into tonight, got a plethora of different drivers who I think are going to run well, not run well. We'll blow through them real quickly, starting off with the drivers who I don't think are going to contend for the race win tonight or be anywhere close to it, as this is, again, my best statistical category this season. Got a former champion in this list. We'll start off with him, Kyle Busch. RCR as a whole has not been good in the short tracks with the next-gen era, and so far this season that has not changed at all. Of course, Chevy, the only manufacturer that didn't switch bodies from last season to this season, and you can tell that definitely has not helped RCR on the short tracks. We've had 2 racetracks so far this season, 1 mile or less in length racetracks, Phoenix, Bristol. Kyle Busch's finishes on those racetracks, 22nd and 25th. Not good. Didn't contend very well, and he also didn't do well on the short tracks in his first year with RCR last season either. Qualified 15th today, so a lot better than what he was in practice, but he's going to be flirting with the top 10. I still don't think he's going to get it at the end of the race. 34th overall in practice. His long run speed was not there either. That's going to factor in a lot tonight. I don't think we're going to see that many cautions, and we're going to see a lot of tire fallout, so if the long run speed isn't there, you're going to fade to the back quickly or have troubles moving forward quickly throughout the course of it. So I have Kyle Busch on my don't have list tonight. The other two drivers who I have on my don't have list have never scored a top 10 finish in their short, young NASCAR Cup Series careers at Richmond. We'll start off with Tyler Reddick. Yes, Tyler Reddick has not had a top 10 both with RCR and 2311 racing at Richmond. He's had 7 career starts at the racetrack, a zilch in the top 10 category. I don't think that changes tonight. He hasn't unloaded with great speed. The Toyotas have been very good at short tracks this year. And overall, through qualifying and practice, they look pretty good. Not as dominant in the Legacy Motor Club cars. Qualified 19th, better than what he practiced, similar to Kyle Busch, mid-pack there, but 31st overall in practice. Long run speed of 20, 25, 30 lap averages and beyond. He was outside the top 20. I don't expect Tyler Reddick to have a great run here tonight. This is definitely one of his worst racetracks. Liners, I'd take him out and put somebody else in who we'll get to in a little bit. Maybe some other drivers that you may not have in your lineup that you probably should. Chase Briscoe is the other driver who has not scored a top 10 in his career at Richmond. He has had one less start than Reddick's 6 career starts, all with Stuart Haas racing in the 14 car, and he doesn't look good this weekend. Now, one thing I will say with SHR, they have ran good at this style of racetrack, shorter tracks in the next-gen era. I mean, you look at Kevin Harvick, he had a win at this racetrack. Even Chase Briscoe's got a win at Phoenix, which is a track similar to this, but for whatever reason here at Richmond, Chase Briscoe doesn't have the same success he does at some of the other short tracks on the schedule. Martinsville, too, he's really good at, but for whatever reason here at Richmond, not a good track for Chase Briscoe. Again, 0 for 6 in trying to get top 10 finishes. He qualified 32nd, very deep in the field. He starts and 25th overall in practice, and much like Tyler Reddick, he was outside the top 20 in the longer run averages. For lap averages, the 20, 25, 30 lap and beyond. So stay away from those 3 drivers at the very least here today. Kyle Busch, Chase Briscoe, Tyler Reddick are all on my don't have list. 3 drivers who are sleeper picks to go for the race win here today. Now, 2 of them I would say aren't traditionally sleepers, and I probably should have put them in my sleeper category. And the only reason I did is because they haven't won in 2 or more years for both of them. We'll start off with those 2 drivers here first. Brad Keselowski. It has been 3 years since his last NASCAR Cup Series win, so for that reason only, I'm putting him in the sleeper pick. I don't think he's necessarily a must-have like some of these other names on this list, so another reason why I kind of had him in the sleeper category. I think he'll get a top 10 finish today, but he was lacking behind this weekend at speed compared to some of the other Fords, including his teammate Chris Buescher. But Keselowski has had a good track record in his career at Phoenix, and even with RFK Racing last season, he had 2 top 10 finishes at Richmond Raceway, including 10th in the spring race and 6th in the summer race. Led a bunch of laps in that summer race as well, including winning a stage. Qualified 23rd today, mid-pack, 16th fastest in practice. The long run speed was pretty good. He was back half of the top 10 and 25 and 30 lap averages, so I think the long run speed is going to be there for Keselowski. I don't expect him to be anywhere near contention for the win in this race, but I do expect him to get into the top 10 when it's all said and done. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets there before the end of stage 1 if we get a long green flag run to start things off today. Again, that long run speed seems to be there. That was what credited Chris Buescher and Keselowski to having good runs in the summer races. We only had 1 caution per incident in the summer race last year, and they both ended up finishing in the top 6, and of course Buescher got the win. So I do like Keselowski. And one note, also with him being 16th fastest in practice, he was 2nd fastest in Group B. The Group B cars were noticeably slower than Group A, who had a faster racetrack when they went out. So being one of the fastest, at least of the 18 in his group, it is promising for Keselowski. And Ford's looking like they actually have speed this weekend. I'm going to pump the brakes on putting too many in my fantasy lineup until I see the production on an actual race day. But by way of practice and qualifying, they look a lot better than they did at Phoenix and Bristol by way of the short tracks. The other sleeper pick I have, another driver who hasn't won in now just more than 2 years, is going to be Alex Bowman. He's got a lot of speed this weekend. He's carrying a lot of momentum. 3 top 5 finishes already this season for Alex Bowman in the first 6 races, and including back-to-back 4th place finishes at Bristol 2 weeks ago and last week at COTA. Same package, of course, that we're using here today at Richmond with the short track and road course package. It is not the same tire we're using for either of those 2 races. This is the same tire that we used at Phoenix, and he didn't have that great of a run there, but Hendrick Motorsports as a whole has a better track record at Richmond than what they had at Phoenix and some of the other flatter ovals on the circuit the last few years in the next gen era. Alex Bowman's a former winner at Richmond. He won the spring race in 2021. He's got 3 straight top 10 finishes in the spring Richmond event. Qualified 4th this weekend, so great short run speed, and his long run speed's pretty good because he was fastest in the 15 and 20 lap averages, and he was still top 5 in the 20 and 30 lap averages. So maybe somewhere in the middle of the run you'll see Bowman be pretty quick, but there might be some other cars that are faster than him in the very late run. Well, after all that being said, I still think Bowman is my number 2 pick to potentially win the race tonight at 18-1 odds. I'm surprised that he's that low. I think the main reason he is because he hasn't won in 2 years, but I do like his chances to potentially break through and end that winless streak tonight. Again, I don't think he's going to do it. He's not my win pick, but I'd say he's my number 2 pick, and he's a strong candidate for anybody's fantasy team if you don't have Alex Bowman in there. 5th overall in practice as well, so again, the short run speed's there. He qualified well. Top 5 overall in practice, and to be in the top 5 in those long lap categories, lap average categories, is very good and very promising as well. Josh Berry is the other driver I have on the sleeper list. Not as notable of a name as, say, Brad Keselowski, Alex Bowman, but remember Berry filling in for Chase Elliott last season had his career best finish in that short 6-race stretch. He was in the 9 car right here at Richmond. He finished in 2nd place in that race, and although it was pit strategy in the late race restart that led him to that 2nd place finish, he still ran back half of the top 10 for most of that race. 2nd place finish, as I mentioned, in the 4 car in general. Like I mentioned also with Chase Briscoe, at least in in SHR's case, Stewart Haas Racing's case, they have had great runs here. Eric Almirola, this was one of his better racetracks, not only in the next gen era, but even in the later Gen 6 years on his NASCAR Cup Series career. Chase Briscoe hasn't had good runs here, but again, we saw Almirola do good here. And all 4 races Kevin Harvick had with the next gen car at Richmond, he finished top 10 in all 4. He finished top 5 in 3 of them, and he won one, which was the summer race in 2022. So I don't think Berry's going to compete for the win necessarily because he didn't qualify particularly well. 30th is where he qualified. He had a hiccup on his qualifying lap that definitely cost him there. But he was 8th overall in practice, and he had top 10 speed in the 25 and 30 lap averages. So longer runs, he was averaging top 10 speed in practice yesterday morning. So I do have Josh Berry having a good run here today, and at the very least getting a top 10. As far as we look at the must-have picks for this weekend, these are 3 drivers you should absolutely have in your fantasy lineups. No ifs, ands, or buts. These are going to be some of the favorites to compete for the race win as well. Kyle Larson qualified on the pole for this race today. He was fastest overall in practice. That has been pretty good for a lot of drivers this season. I mentioned earlier in the prediction side of things when we first opened the stream, I predicted the winner in 3 cup races this year. All those winners I predicted, they were pretty much fastest in qualified on the pole or like in the top 2 or 3, and they were fastest in practice in a lot of the statistical categories and the lap averages they were fast in. Now, Larson was lacking quite a bit in the long run, not quite a bit in the long run speed, but he was lacking more in the long run speed than the short run, and I think that could not bode well for him necessarily today. That is one thing that bailed him out when he won the spring race last year. He was not good in the long run speed. You look at where he finished in stage 1 and stage 2, and it was in the back half of the top 10. But a fast pit crew and the fact that we had 3 cautions in the spring race in the final 70 laps led for Kyle Larson to get restart after restart after restart on short runs, where he ended up getting the race win on. If this race ends in a short run tonight and Kyle Larson's in the top 5, I think Larson's going to be the favorite to win at that point. But going into this race, I'm not expecting that to happen. I'm expecting this to be more like the summer race last year, or most of the races we've seen at Richmond, really, even with the next gen era where we don't see a lot of cautions. I am going to peg Larson to have a good run today. I think he should be your fantasy pick, but I don't have him necessarily winning the race. 2 wins for him in his career at Richmond, again, last season, the most notable. And then he also won with Chip Ganassi Racing back in 2017 as well. 3 top 5 finishes, 7 top 10s in his last 11 Richmond starts. So he's very consistent at this racetrack. Not necessarily with the top 5s again and competing for wins. A lot of that is because we have a lot of long runs at Richmond, and he hasn't been great on the long runs here. In particular, and Hendrick Motorsports as a whole hasn't been good on the long runs at Richmond, except for Alex Bowman for some reason. But Larson on the short runs, I think, can definitely be there. If we have a 20-lap dash at the end of this race, again, Larson's in contention. I think he can get it done. Martin Truex Jr. has been very good on the long runs at Richmond, and we saw that even at Bristol a couple weeks ago with major tire wear we had on the short track just 2 weeks before this last weekend. As far as his Richmond stats go, last 10 starts at Richmond for Truex, he scored top 10s in 9 of those 10 races. He scored top 5s in 7 of those 10 races, and he has 3 wins to show for. Most notably for those 3 wins, all in night races, if that matters to anybody, with this being a night race at Richmond. We have not seen a night race at Richmond since 2021 in the fall playoff race there. And as far as his last 4 Richmond night race starts, first, second, and first. So that is boding well for Truex. Now, I wouldn't necessarily bank solely off the night race finishes, and the reason why I say that is because none of those were in the next-gen era, and although he's ran well in the next-gen era, getting top 10s, he's only had 1 top 5 in the 4 next-gen starts, which was 4th in the spring race in 2022. So Truex isn't necessarily competing for wins at Richmond in the next-gen. Gen 6 he was winning races. So I would say that Truex is going to have a good day, but I don't have him necessarily going for the win. So you should have him in your fantasy lineups for sure, but I'm not taking Truex to win the race. Last driver in the must-haves, and this is my pick to win here today, locking in Chris Buescher to win today at Richmond. He was the most recent winner at this racetrack, winning the summer race last season. He led 88 laps in that race, also won a stage. And as far as Chris Buescher's races at Richmond with the next-gen car, not only has that win, but he also has a third-place finish in 2022. Qualified 14th today, so not quite as good as some of these other drivers who I also have pegged to potentially contend for the win, but the long run speed is there. He had the 3rd best lap overall in practice, so there is short run speed there. He just kind of messed up, I guess, a bit on his qualifying lap for whatever reason. He qualified 14th, but the short run speed is there. Again, he was 3rd overall in practice, and he was the 3rd fastest in the 15, 20, 25, and 30 lap averages. The only 2 that were better than him were Ryan Blaney on the longer runs and Alex Bowman. Those were the only 2 that were ahead of him in the 25, 30 lap averages, and then Larson was up there in the 15 and 20, but then after that, Larson faded. So I will say that Buescher is going to be there in contention for the win. This is about where he started last season when he did win. He started 16th in the summer race last year when he won, and he started outside the top 10 when he finished 3rd in 2022. So he's not somebody that necessarily qualifies well at Richmond, but he does run well in the races. And again, if we have a bunch of long runs today, which I think we'll have, I think Chris Buescher is going to be the guy to beat. He's not necessarily a Vegas odds favorite, but he's my personal favorite for the win. There's a lot of drivers who I could see winning this race today based off of practice and qualifying speeds. But just much like last week with William Byron, and much like a lot of the picks I tend to stay with on the channel between the second half of last season and they're really going to this year, why I predict the winner on pretty much an every 3 to 4 week average basis is because I'm taking guys that have been there and done that. It's hard for me to go out on the limb and say like an Alex Bowman is going to win, even though I think he's got a very good chance today because he hasn't won in 2 years. Chase Elliott hasn't won since 2022, and he looks strong this weekend too. Ty Gibbs has been on a hot streak, but he still has not yet won in his career. The same reason I didn't pick Gibbs last week, even though going into the weekend I had a good feeling for him winning the race. After practice qualifying, seen Byron up there. It was a more notable driver, a guy who's won a bunch of races in the last couple of years. I got to go with the hot hand by way of wins. Chris Buescher's won 3 races last season. They were all in the second half of the year, and one of them was at Richmond, the most recent time we were here. So I got to go with Chris Buescher. And Truex, although he has won here a bunch again in the next-gen era, he's only had 1 top 5 finish in those 4 races. So I do have Chris Buescher getting the race win here today. So that is my pick. Also, a notable stat with that, the drivers who have won at Richmond in the last 11 Cup races, only 2 of them actually started in the top 5 in those last 11 races. So you look at guys that start in the top 5 today, like a Larson, like an Elliott, Chastain, Bowman, some of those Chevys that were fast in qualifying. The long run speed is what tends to be the case of the winner here, and that's why we see guys that start outside the top 10 at Richmond win these things. So another reason I got Chris Buescher, because again, the long run speed I think is going to be there. So yeah, I got Chris Buescher. That's all my fantasy advice. Now I'm going to roll into the chat and see what you guys think, not only of my predictions, but who you think is going to win individually as well. Santiago Kid, Terry Lewis, Leonardo, Sorry I keep saying Leonardo and not saying your last name every week. I just don't want to butcher it. So I apologize for that. But I see you every week, though. I appreciate you tuning in. Regine Huddleston, Melinda Leverett, thanks for tuning in as well. A lot of people in the chat here on an Easter Sunday night. Appreciate it, everybody. Phoenix, thanks for tuning into the stream. Tracy Lindsay Sign, thanks for tuning in. Who will stream the race? I will. I'm not going to be able to actually show a picture of it for copyright reasons, but I'll have the raw feed leaderboard up, and you'll get to listen to audio of the race as well as me commentating throughout the course of the night. Joseph C3, thanks for tuning in. Happy birthday to Patrick. Oh, well, yeah, Patrick Chatterley, happy birthday and happy Easter to you. 38 years, 38 years old, Patrick Chatterley. It was my Darrell Waltrip talk about Trevor Bayne, 21 years old. Yeah, it didn't have the same ring to it. Dave Martz, thanks for tuning in. Should have been prepared for rain. I hope not. Hope we don't get any rain here tonight. Michael Johnston, thanks for tuning into the stream. Bond 1771, Jeffrey Giordano, Dan Bowers, thanks for tuning in. Jeffrey says Truex for the win. Dan Bowers says Larson. Yeah, definitely a couple that can easily contend for it. Raymond Toohey, thanks for tuning into the stream. It is raining at Richmond now. Well, that's not good. I don't have the broadcast up on my phone yet. I should get on that. I'm going to get right on that and realize it was raining. Alrighty. Yeah, I'll definitely get some of that pre-race coverage up for you guys. Brett Whitesides, thanks for tuning in. One and Rowdy, thinking Larson. Yeah, the Busch and RCR has not been great on short tracks, so it's going to be tough. Larson's definitely not a bad pick, though, for the reasons I stated not that long ago. We'll take a look at the point standings then while we're waiting for this thing to get underway. Martin Truex Jr. currently leads the driver's standings by 5 points over his teammate Ty Gibbs at Joe Gibbs Racing. No stage wins for Truex, but 4 top 10 finishes, only the 1 top 5 at Bristol, which was a runner-up 2 weeks ago. Should have a strong run tonight. We'll see if he can keep that narrow points lead. Not only Gibbs is behind 5 points, but Ryan Blaney's only 9 points out of first. Easily the best Ford this season. Look at this. And Blaney's the only Ford in the top 11 in points. But he's third. He's only 9 points back, and that's even after back-to-back finishes outside the top 10. He has 3 top 5s this year. They were all in a row from Atlanta, Las Vegas, Phoenix. So those last 2 races haven't done well for him. He was actually leading in points after the West Coast swing, but he's dropped back a couple spots. Scored a lot of stage points at COTA last week, but didn't go necessarily for the race win. Finished just outside the top 10, so not a bad points day for him, all things considered. He's got 1 stage win on the season as well. The drivers who are locked into the playoffs with wins, William Byron, the only driver with 2 wins this season, won last week at COTA, won the Daytona 500 to start the year. And then there's 4 drivers with 1 win. Denny Hamlin has a win at Bristol, Kyle Larson has a win at Las Vegas, Christopher Bell has a win at Phoenix, and Daniel Suarez has a win at Atlanta. Busch was close that day. He got within 7 thousandths of a second and still finished third. But yeah, Suarez with the win at Atlanta. So 5 drivers locked in. There's still 11 spots open. And even after the race tonight, we are still going to have 19 races before the playoffs. So we'll see how that goes for them. As far as the rest of the point standings, we'll look at some drivers on the bubble early in the season. John Hunter Nemechek right now is 15th overall in the standings. He's 13 points above the cutoff line. And Brad Keselowski is the last driver in on points. He is 3 points above the cutoff line on a fellow Ford driver, Chase Briscoe. Briscoe, the highest of the SHR cars in the standings. Again, he's 3 points below the cutoff line. Bubba Wallace, who had a great start. The super speedways has faded just a bit after those 2 top 5s to start the season. He is now not that far below the cutoff line. He's only 5 points back, so no danger there. Michael McDowell, Austin Cindric tied for 19th in points. They're within 15 points of the cutoff line. Still very early in the season, as you can see. That's why the points are tight, really, from top to bottom. Once we get to about that 10 race mark, we'll see that definitely narrow up a bit more. Joey Logano, who we were highlighting the last couple of weeks in the point standings, off to an abysmal start, has gained 4 positions in points 2 consecutive weeks in a row. So he's moved himself from 30th in points 2 weeks ago now to 22nd in points here, headed into Richmond this weekend. And as far as Logano goes, by way of points on the cutoff line. He is only 34 points behind Keselowski, so he's cut that deficit down quite a bit. Even though he's still not getting great finishes, he has scored quite a bit of stage points between Bristol and Coda. Again, Coda, he stayed out of the pits during the pit sequence to get the stages because the Fords didn't really have speed last weekend. Similar to Ryan Blaney, which kept him in the hunt for the regular season championship here in the early going as well. So as of right now, we will take a, it looks like we got the raw feed potentially available. So we'll go to here next. We'll see if this is actually working. And if it is, then oh boy. Wait on this a little bit. Yeah, the raw feed's not working. Should have known better. Very rarely works for the cup races. I got to get the Richmond stuff on here. Jeez, what did I do? What did I do? Still on Xfinity. Yeah, click on it. It says Xfinity race results. Obviously, that race was yesterday. Man, over 24 hours, man. Oh, here we go. Hang on. Click this raw feed arrow. That might work. Oh, now it says pulled qualifying. That's a little off. There we go. Wow, raw feed's working. Even on a slight rain delay. So Kyle Larson on the pole here for tonight's race. We will head through the, let's see here. Yeah, Kyle Larson on the pole for the race tonight. We'll go through the full starting lineup then while we're waiting. So with Larson on the front row, he's a two-time winner at the Richmond Raceway, trying to go for 3 and back-to-back spring races. Chase Elliott's never won at Richmond before and hasn't won since 2022. We'll see if he can get his first win in a couple seasons tonight. Ross Chastain and Alex Bowman will line up in row number 2. Chastain last overall in practice, but jumped up to 3rd in qualifying. And Alex Bowman, former Richmond winner of spring race in 2021. Bubba Wallace, Todd Gillen, a couple of younger drivers there in row number 3. Row number 4 is made up of Martin Truex Jr. and Ty Gibbs, the Joe Gibbs Toyotas. Gibbs with 4 straight top 10 finishes coming into this race tonight, and Martin Truex Jr. with 3 Richmond wins under his career. Austin Cindric and Joey Logano, the Penske Fords, will line up in row number 5. Logano still searching for that second top 10 finish of the season. Cindric trying to have a bounce back week as well. Denny Hamlin and Ryan Blaney lining up in row 6. Multiple-time winners Hamlin at Richmond, including one with the next-gen era. And Ryan Blaney still searching for his first Richmond win. William Byron, Chris Buescher will line up in row number 7. Buescher, the most recent winner at Richmond, winning the summer race last season. Kyle Busch and Ryan Preece will line up behind them in row number 3. Busch looking for his first top 10 on a short track this season. Noah Gragson and John Hunter Nemechek in row number 9. Nemechek top 10 in practice. Lacked a little bit in qualifying. We'll see if he can get up there with the other Toyotas by the end of the race in the finishing order. Tyler Reddick and Daniel Suarez will line up in row number 10. Reddick still looking for his first top 10 in his career at Richmond. He is 0 for 7 as of right now. Corey LaJoie and Austin Dillon will be in row number 11. Row 12 will be Brad Keselowski and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Keselowski with 2 top 10s in his Richmond starts a season ago. Carson Hocevar making his first Cup Richmond start today, and to his outside in row 13 is Harrison Burton. Eric Jones and Zane Smith will line up in row 14. Row 15, Christopher Bell and Josh Berry. Berry a runner-up in the spring Richmond race with Hendrick Motorsports last season. Michael McDowell and Chase Briscoe starting deep in the field in row 16 tonight. Briscoe 0 for 6 in trying to get top 10 finishes in his Richmond career. And as far as Ty Dillon and Daniel Hemrick go, they'll line up behind him in row 17. Dillon making the start in the Kaulig Racing number 16 car, his first Cup start of the year. Kaz Grala and Justin Haley will round out the field, both the Rick Ware Racing Ford starting in row 18. That'll round out the 36 car field here today. No non-chartered entries for this weekend. So we will turn it to the Fox broadcast now for some more pre-race coverage. And you'll get to listen into that here before we get into the start of the race here tonight.
Just a really classic, dry Richmond under the lights short track race. That's what I want.
Well, continue your journey. Yeah. We're going to go trackside here in a bit and get the party started. It's so much fun, so much energy down here. We just talked to Joey Logano. Joey, I'm throwing it trackside, and we're getting ready to go to the ceremonies and have some fun.
Okay, you do it. Good job.
Okay. Trackside, it's all yours.
Please rise as you are able and remove your hats, and veterans render a hand salute as Goochland High School Marine Corps Junior ROTC Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to offer tonight's invocation, please welcome wife of NASCAR Hall of Famer Bobby Labonte, Kristen Labonte.
Father, thank you for bringing us together here at Richmond Raceway on this amazing Easter Sunday. Help us live every day in your grace and your glory, and let you guide our journeys here at the track and beyond. May we all believe in the happiness and the hope of Christ. Today, Lord, we pray for a good day for the drivers and the teams, the officials, and the glorious fans. Let the truth of your word show us the way, and let your joy fill all our hearts. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome four-time Grammy Award-winning artist Michael Tate.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Counting it out of the start of the Toyota Owners 400. The sky's clearing. They're hoping to start the race soon. Just delayed a bit, but we're live here. Denny Hamlin will join us in a moment.
Yeah, we've pretty much gone over everything that I need to go through in this pre-race, so I'll let you listen into the broadcast when we can here as we're getting ready to get started for tonight's Toyota Owners 400 at Richmond. Thanks for tuning into the stream. Drive for Diabetes Awareness Incorporated. Mark Witkowski, thanks for tuning in. Jim Troyer, welcome back. Hopeful, welcome into the stream. Yeah, it's raining, unfortunately. Karina Corona, thanks for tuning in. Wade Solinsky, welcome back for another live commentary stream. Dale Oplinger, also welcome to the stream. Your pick is very questionable. Good picking outside the box. I don't usually pick outside the box, and it's hard for me to say that I'm picking outside the box, taking a guy like Chris Buescher. I will say, last time I took Chris Buescher to win a race was Daytona last year, and he did win. So, in the summer race. So, I took Keselowski, I want to say, to win at Richmond last season, and it was Buescher that won. So, the last couple times I picked an RFK car to actually win a race, an RFK car has won. So, I've got that going for me. I picked the wrong one at Richmond last year, but the Summer Daytona event, though, I was proud of myself for that one. I do it from time to time, but it's still a driver in my mind that I know can get it done at the very least. John Draper, thanks for tuning in. He's saying Joey Logano. Yeah, I mean, at least with the rain delay, it gives me a good chance to look at the chat consistently. Everybody on pit road. And the cars didn't look like they were covered either. I think they're just in track drying efforts right now. Which, with the damp conditions, rain tires are applicable. They don't even have to get the track completely dry to start the race. And if I sound a little weird again today, it's because my lip is still swollen from yesterday. On the inside of my mouth. So if it sounds like I'm like slurring my speech at all, that would be why. Apologize for that. The pain is where it was yesterday, but I'll say I'm, I guess, more used to it today than what I was yesterday. That makes sense. Mike G, thanks for tuning in. I saw something about your daughter racing what, legend cars? It's pretty cool. Definitely wish her the best in her luck and driving abilities. I just realized I turned the race off there for a second. Give me a second. I guess the pre-race. Here's more of it.
There's some moisture on the track, and they're drying it out. Remember when I said they were going to go up to the booth to call the race? They decided to hang around when they knew Denny Hamlin was going to show up, so we could chat a bit. Can you give us an update on what they're telling drivers at this moment?
Sure. Hold.
Okay.
I believe, we don't have any wipers on the car, so I don't think that they want rain happening. I think that they don't mind it being damp. I think Kevin we were off camera, he's like, yeah, I think they're probably looking at a Wilkesboro thing where it's somewhat wet, somewhat dry. That'd be probably the ideal condition.
So, did your windshield wiper actually work good enough to wipe the window?
I couldn't tell you. I never turned it on.
I never turned mine on either. So I don't know why they're worried about the windshield wiper. But what do you think the biggest thing that will happen if they drop the green flag right now? Do you think you're going to run in the groove, out of the groove? What's your plan?
I see these stripes on the track. You certainly don't want to be anywhere near paint.
Right.
So you're going to want to run like a slot car in one lane.
Yeah.
Not want to cross over multiple lanes. You certainly aren't going to want to be near the yellow line on the bottom. I think you probably have 70% of the field that knows they have no shot of winning in the dry.
Yes.
Like, fire these things up. Let's go right now.
Opportunity.
Right. It's a huge opportunity for them. And then you have others where it's like, okay, let's just not tear my stuff up here in the wet. That way, when it gets to finally dry, we can actually see what we really
Where do you ride in that?
I think I'm in the 30 percentile.
Well, apparently we just got it up. You saw the covers. You have to go to your car.
Hey, good luck out there, bud.
Thank you for stopping by. We appreciate it.
Giddy up. Let's go.
Welcome to the 70% category.
Have a good race today, Denny. Always good seeing you, especially here in Richmond. All right, we'll continue live, updating the race as we continue for the Toyota Owners 400. We are going to race, and it's real soon, sooner than we thought.
All right, so there we go. Calling the drivers to their cars. A very slight rain delay at Richmond, to say the least. Nothing too major. Good to see. It looks like they're going to be racing in damp conditions here shortly. And obviously when that begins, we'll continue and begin the flag-to-flag portion of this live commentary stream from the Richmond Raceway. But appreciate, again, everybody for tuning in here tonight. Easter. Hopefully you guys are having a happy holiday with your family and friends, and appreciate you guys still tuning in here tonight after all of that. Sarah India, thanks for tuning in. I don't think they want drivers to burn fuel necessarily. I think they wouldn't like that as much, but I will say it is a short first stage that they wouldn't have to pit for fuel anyway, but yeah, I don't think they're going to do that. Especially with the jet dryers. I think the jet dryers are going to dry the track out more than, race tires would around the track. I like the thinking outside the box, though. Kind of like my pick, I guess, for that some of you thought for the race win tonight. Taking Chris Buescher. Don't forget to vote for who you think is going to win today's race in the poll. 80 votes have been casted already. 39% of you, make that 38 now. 38% of you say that Kyle Larson's going to win. 33% say somebody other than Larson, Truex, and Buescher. 22% say Martin Truex Jr. And only 6% have my pick, Chris Buescher, to win the race here tonight.
Precipitation out there in Richmond. Shannon, Larry, and Jamie. Denny talked about some of the challenges that you guys will face, the drivers will face when they get out there, right? Not being on the paint, watching out for where the rubber is. Walk me through what you think we're going to see when this goes green.
Well, your number one goal for all of them is survive until it dries out, because we know that it is going to dry out in the next 30 minutes or so. It'll be interesting. He mentioned the paint of the hash marks, the stripes in the middle of the track. You want to stay off those. You're going to try to stay off the rubber. But when this will get really interesting, Shannon, is when it starts to dry out. The drier line will be quicker, but how long can you run in the dry line before the wet weather tire wears completely out? So there'll be this kind of cat and mouse game of, do I want to move up and run in like the wet area where the tires will last a little longer, or do I go down a little bit lower where it's starting to dry out and I can run a quicker lap time? So those drivers are going to have to balance that.
We have just under 2 minutes before we do fire engines out there at Richmond. As a crew chief, what are some of your priorities before this race starts?
Well, my concern, though, is exactly what he said, because the wet weather tire is a softer, grippier tire. It's going to wear quicker. And because it's a treaded tire, you don't have as much rubber on the track, so that enhances the wear. So that's a big concern right there. One thing that NASCAR did allow these teams to do, because you do want to make adjustments based on the wet weather tire, is they let them make adjustments. And if and when we do go back to the dry slicks, they will let them undo those adjustments. This is something we talked about. North Wilkesboro, North Wilkesboro. This, I'm positive in saying this will be the first time we have run the wet weather tires in a Cup Series race at a points event, when you've got stages and stage points and all these other things that are so valuable to these drivers and these teams.
I feel like everyone's been really calm when we talk to the drivers. We've asked them about this, and they don't seem to have a lot of issues with jumping in. We did hear the word unknown, so do you believe them?
Yeah, and a lot of the guys ran them last year at North Wilkesboro. They also have done a lot of testing that we don't talk about a lot in here, so there's a lot of experience, and the tire has more grip than everyone expected. I think most guys have experienced the slicks when it starts to rain and it's undrivable, but these actually have pretty good grip. I think it's going to be a lot of fun for all these guys.
I think Kevin Harvick, Joey Logano hit the nail on the head. My concern would be making sure my driver has good vision, because once again, no wipers on these cars. The spray could be an issue.
Could be good for Kyle Larson and Chase Elliott, who are starting right up front.
Amen.
Because you don't have those cars in front of you. We're getting closer. We're going to go down right now trackside for command to start engines. First night race of the season.
Oh!
Ladies and gentlemen.
Richmond Raceway, this is the moment you have all been waiting for. Are you ready to get this NASCAR Cup Series Toyota Owners 400 started? Here to give the command to fire engines, please welcome tonight's Toyota Owners 400 Community Heroes representing Special Olympics Virginia. The proud owner of a 2022 Toyota RAV4, Izzy Nelson, and her uncle, Special Olympics athlete Brian Beck. Drivers, start your magic!
Yeah, we got 400 laps around this 3/4-mile track. After the break, Mike Joy, Kevin Harvick, Clint Boyer on the call. Happy Easter, everyone.
Introducing the most powerful Tacoma.
Alrighty, so engines are fired, and we are not that far away from the drop of the green flag of tonight's Toyota Owners 400 from the Richmond Raceway. Again, appreciate everybody sticking out this short rain delay and on an Easter Sunday night. Up to 51 likes on the stream. Our goal is still to get to 150 likes, even with the sooner rather than later. Again, 150 likes is our goal. We're at 52 right now, so over a third of the way there, and the race hasn't started yet. Appreciate that. Frank Powers, thanks for tuning in. Yep, happy Easter to you too. Nathan Powers, thanks for tuning into the stream. High-speed racing at night in the rain. Yeah, no active rain right now, but the track is still a little damp. So again, these teams going to start off with the rain tires, it looks like, for this race. Should be very interesting to see how things go from the start. I'm excited to see it, though. I haven't seen this in a points race for the Cup Series on an oval, at least. Seen it on road courses, but not on an oval. Mike G. You've been in the chat. Almost shouted you out again, though. Peter Fitzgerald, thanks for tuning in. Is SVG racing? No, he is not. He's in the Xfinity Series full-time, part-time in the Cup Series. He raced last week at COTA, but no for this weekend. Again, Ty Dillon piloting the 16 car for Colleague Racing tonight, which was the same car that SVG was in last week. Smash the like. Or your favorite driver crashes. Yeah. Well, hopefully that doesn't happen, but yeah, definitely hit that like button. Had a few more people hit it since then. Up to 57 now.
It's been said, Virginia is for lovers. But here in Richmond, there is no love lost. Lead them to green at Richmond. Respect is earned at this raceway. Crash every time. And nothing is given. It's Cup Series racing right here on Fox. Welcome back to the Toyota Owners 400 from Richmond on Fox. There's about a 40-minute hole in the clouds here, so taking advantage of a little bit of sunshine, what's left of it, and a track that is almost dry and ready to go. Let's dial up our pole sitter. All right. Hey, Cal Larson, it's Boyer and the boys up in the booth. You got us?
Yeah, I got you.
Well, man, they call these tires wet weather. This is wet weather conditions. You're on the pole. You're going to be the first one to the corner. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I don't really know. You know, I'm trying to have enough confidence where I don't get swarmed into one, but then I'm also trying to manage the confidence and not go in there and blast it in and crash. So I don't really know what to expect. I don't think any of us do, but everybody will be judging off of my entry, I feel like. So we'll see. Hopefully I just can do it right. I'm just going to try and go off a feel, so we'll see here.
Is this exciting for you? I mean, we watch you race sprint cars, late models, everything. Indy cars coming in May. Is this exciting?
Yeah, this is exciting. I hope it stays wet for a while, as long as my car's good. Just because it would be similar to like Bristol, you know, where we're all trying to like learn at the same time. That's fun as a driver to see who can adapt the quickest, and you know, I feel like our team does a good job of that. So we'll see here. It seems as the sky's getting clearer, so I don't know how long it'll stay wet, but either way, it's gonna be fun here for a little while.
Well, nobody finds a grit better than you, man. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
Nighttime on the way here at...
Sorry for that. Second time I've done that now.
So here's a look at tonight's Toyota Owners 400 starting grid. Kyle Larson on the pole for the second year in a row. His Hendrick Chevy teammate Chase Elliott alongside with his best start in over a year.
Row 2 is Ross Chastain, who finished third in this race last year, and 2021 Richmond winner Alex Bowman.
Row 3, Bubba Wallace led 80 laps at Richmond last July, and Todd Gilliland on his outside. Best career start position at a short track. Row number 4, Martin Truex Jr., a 3-time Richmond winner, all those wins coming since 2019. And Ty Gibbs, currently on a 5-race top 10 streak. They're both in Joe Gibbs Toyotas.
Row 5 is Austin Cindric for the second week, is the best qualifying Ford, and Joey Logano, 2-time Richmond winner.
Here's Jamie Little.
And Joey Logano is making his 550th career start tonight, and oh, how he hopes it is a memorable one. It has been a tough start to this season for Joey Logano. Only one top 10 finish. I talked to him earlier today, and he said he feels like this race here at Richmond tonight is his best opportunity for a win so far this year. He loves short track racing. As Kevin mentioned, he's a 2-time winner here. And by the way, they had a good qualifying effort. He will roll off 10. Joey Logano looking for a good night tonight, Regan.
Well, Jamie, if there's such a thing as home field advantage in NASCAR, that is exactly what Denny Hamlin, who's from nearby Chesterfield, Virginia, has at Richmond. 4 wins, 18 top 5s, and over 2,200 laps led at this racetrack. Success is expected when the 11 car comes to Richmond. That is no different tonight, no matter what the conditions are. Crew Chief Chris Gabehart told me practice went well yesterday, and if it does get into a situation where strategies come into play, that is where this team excels. Look for Denny, who starts 11th, to be very good tonight.
Thanks, Regan. Just finishing up a bit of track drying at the entrance to pit road, and they've released the field behind the safety car, and they're on their way. So we're going night racing, and that means glowing rotors and flaming exhaust. Here's a closer look with our crew chief, Larry McReynolds.
And Mike, it is so fun when we're under the lights, especially at a short track, when the driver jumps out of that throttle and we see those flames come out the exhaust pipe. Let's go to our Toyota Camry virtual car and let's show you exactly what's happening. First, we're going to go inside the cockpit of the car. You'll see the pedals there, the throttle pedal. The driver does the best job he can to keep that throttle down on the straightaway, but he has to roll completely out in the corners, sometimes jumping off the throttle. Let's go under the hood, the throttle body. That's what feeds the air to the engine. Watch the butterflies. Butterflies open, throttle full open. Butterflies closed, the fuel injectors are feeding no fuel to the intake when the butterflies are closed. But even though there's no fuel being fed, there's still residual fuel in that manifold. It starts hunting heat and oxygen. That in turn is what causes those flames out the exhaust pipe, guys.
Thanks for a show.
Well, I want to see flames quick, Clint. I'm really excited for this because I'm not driving. But I love what Kyle Larson said in his pre-race interview with the unknown. And I think a guy like Kyle Larson, and there's a lot of guys like that in this field, love that thrill.
There's the Toyota Camry XSE that leads the field. All new for 2025. And in showrooms soon. 400 laps here on the 3/4 mile Richmond Raceway tonight. 3 stages, of course. 70, 160, and 170 laps to finish it off. The fuel window, well, that may not be of much consequence. Everybody's talking tires. They have 9 sets of new Goodyear slicks, or 8 sets new, plus the 1 set of scuffed carryovers for qualifying. But here they also have 4 sets of the Goodyear treaded, don't call them rain, call them wet weather tires. NASCAR says they won't have these cars racing in a full rainstorm, but if the track is wet, they will mandate putting those tires on. All the cars will come down in a non-competitive pit stop, put on the wet weather tires, and they will run them under the green flag.
Kevin, let's peel back some layers on these tires. All right, wet weather tires. We saw this one other time on a circle track at Wilkesboro last year. You were in that car. We ran the heat races in wet weather conditions almost identical to here. What are some of the challenges, not only as a driver finding the grip level, but the teams? Only 4 sets of these things.
Well, that's the unknown. We don't really know what they're going to wear like when the track starts to dry out. That's going to be when the tires start to get eaten up. And as a driver, you got to take care of those tires. But the stagger, there's no stagger in these tires. So these drivers and crew chiefs all had the option to make what they would call qualifying impound adjustments on their car before they were able to go out on these wet weather tires to loosen the car up. Basically, you got to free the car up a certain amount in order to make that less staggered turn through the corners. So when this track starts to dry out, you have to be able to say, okay,
how tight do I need to be, because you have to go, because these rain tires will actually run faster than the slick tires when the track starts to dry out.
Yeah, I think everybody's going to be very surprised on the speed, the grip level that these cars have. We saw it in Wilkesboro. The wear is going to be there, but you're talking, when you say less stagger, it's 1 inch and 1/8, Larry told us, less stagger. That is a bunch. That's going to make all these cars extremely tighter, and they're made the adjustments. You said that, but I think some wear issues are going to come into play right here. You might see cars falling back and cars being able to drive up through the field that maybe couldn't have done that under normal conditions.
Well, now let's talk about track surface. This track, the asphalt, has been here for a number of years, and down at the bottom of the corners, it's fairly well polished from all these cars running across it, where if you get up toward the wall in the corners where nobody runs when it's dry, the asphalt has a lot of tooth in it, and when the track's wet up there, it may have more grip.
It may, and you're going to see these drivers move all around. But the one thing I will warn you of, all those paint stripes on the racetrack, stay off of those, Mike. They're slick when they're wet.
Danny Hamlin told us that just a minute ago.
And the other thing is, there's this big ground patch going into turn 1 that I don't think any of us know how slick it's going to be. If you need to drive straight over, can you turn down into the corner, how slick the start-finish line is going to be. And these paint stripes all the way around the track. So these drivers are going to be hunting for grip. They're going to be feeling things out. How fast can they go?
Now, here's why we have not started the race. They are still using the jet dryers to dry pit road. The NASCAR track drying system, blowing air at the bottom of the track to just move that water up and away. Those vehicles have stopped and parked. All that's left are these 5 jet dryers that it looks like they're going to leave pit road here and head for home.
Well, that's the tricky part of this whole scenario. As the track dries, pit road is still going to be wet. We have to protect our pit crew members on pit road, because if we do have to come in and get into the pit boxes, we don't want the drivers being competitive, trying to gain an advantage and slide through the pit box and wipe a bunch of pit crew guys out and hurt them. So non-competitive pit stops while we're in the wet conditions, and when NASCAR deems that pit road is ready to be competitive, they will let everybody know.
Larry Mack?
Yeah, remember, pit road speed is 40 miles per hour, and the way they factor that is the size of the tire, the gearing, the miles per hour. These tires are a different size to a small degree than the slick tires. They just told Ross Chastain on your digital dash, go to page 9, because the stagger, the rollout on the wet tires is a little bit different, so page 9 will correct for the speeds on pit road for you.
Page 9, Larry? Boy, when I was racing, we only had one page. Track recall.
All right, here's what Ty Gibbs has to say about the condition of the racetrack.
NASCAR is curious what you think about the track. Wet and snow. Yeah, let's go racing.
Yes! I agree, Ty Gibbs.
I love young drivers.
What did you tell me a little bit ago about this scenario? You didn't really like it, did you?
Well, I'd love to watch it, but I was really nervous about everything that was happening at North Wilkesboro when we went through this condition, but it was really fun. And I had a lot more confidence in the wet weather tires after we got done at North Wilkesboro. I think every driver here saw that and wants to see what's going to happen here with a full damp racetrack.
So at Wilkesboro, in that heat race, when the track was quite wet, they ran these wet weather tires. Daniel Suarez won it. The race was very competitive, and the lap times were faster than in the second heat when the track was drier.
There's going to be one group that drives really quick, but when that group drives really quick and gains speed with those tires, the tires are going to wear out really quick. So we got to take care of those tires. We only have 4 sets.
Here's a look at what happened on All-Star Weekend at North Wilkesboro last year.
Yeah, North Wilkesboro had a very worn-out surface, and we were all nervous going into the race. But this is why we're here right now with this condition to say, okay, we can do this, because we had that heat race where the track started damp. Nobody really knew what the wet weather tires were going to do in race conditions. We've tested it a few times with some sprinklers and things like that. They had a wet weather test a few months ago at Bristol in case it rained there, and here we are. So I think everybody's in a good position to go out and try this.
Very important that this works. I mean, think of the time. This literally could make the difference in this event happening tonight here for us on Fox and not. This is a big moment in our sport, something we haven't seen yet. under points conditions.
Now, NASCAR has the option to start this race under a green-yellow condition. That means we're counting laps, but we're not racing, and that is an option. They have chosen not to do that. They want to get the track as dry and as ready as possible. They've done that, and they're going to get one to go when they come around.
Oh, man.
I think these things are going to wear it. When I look at this condition, you see it right there in Keselowski's onboard. The track is somewhat dry. Obviously, you don't see any kind of dry surface bleeding through yet, but I think this is going to be hard on these tires.
It's
and
wet.
I feel like it's going to wear them, and that's going to play in somebody's hand,
Yes.
not another.
But I like what Kevin said. You're going to need to try to find grip when it's wet, and when the track, that groove starts to dry, you're going to need to get away from there and try to preserve those tires. Boy, that's two different.
I think you're going to see what you haven't seen at Richmond. I think you're going to see the start of this thing 3, maybe 4 wide.
It's going to be wild.
All right, it's the Toyota Owners 400. So the honorary starter is Brandon Cheatham. There he is, proud owner of a 2008 Toyota FJ Cruiser. Here's Bubba Wallace's radio.
All right, team. Let's get to this first part like we talked about. Let's settle in, lock in, and execute all night. Yeah, mate. We're with you.
Damp track, wet weather, tires.
Here we go. Pace cars in. Happy Easter, everybody. We're about to get ready for racing at Richmond. Green flag is in the air, and we are underway. Kyle Larson easily leads the field down into turns 1 and 2. A creeping pace for a lot of them, 2, and not really 3 wide for the most part. A couple cars 3 wide in the middle to the back of the pack as they funnel off of turn 2. Chase Elliott trying to attack on Kyle Larson to the outside for the race lead as he's going to be more aggressive into turns 3 and 4. And it'll be Chase Elliott leading the first lap of the race from the second place starting position. So Larson was clear there for a little bit, but then Chase Elliott decided to take over. Larson still down on the bottom groove of the racetrack. Elliott in that middle groove as he tries to pull away in the early laps. Not a lot of mist in the cars in the middle of the pack. Good to see, as there should be pretty good visibility. Half a second lead already for Chase Elliott. Still 3 wide, middle of the pack. Right around Josh Berry, Harrison Burton, and Brad Keselowski. 1, 2, 3 for Hendrick Motorsports to the very front of the field. Todd Gilliland jumps up to the outside of Alex Bowman for third. 3 positions gained for Todd already as he goes from 6th to 3rd in the early laps, taking advantage of the wet weather. Chastain has fallen from 3rd to at least 6th, maybe 7th if Wallace can get around him. Gillen easily the highest running Ford in the running order. Logano in 8th, Blaney in 10th, the only other Fords in the top 10. Elliott now has led the first 4 laps of this race. Creeping pace, by the way. 24.5 second lap time for our race leader Chase Elliott. That last lap, fastest laps in practice yesterday, were right around 22 1s to 21 3. 22 1s to 22 3s. So about 2 seconds slower a lap here with these rain tires, even just a few laps in. We'll see how they end up falling off on this very old surface at Richmond, because it's going to be a while for the track starts to really dry up. It's under the lights, so the sun's not going to dry the track out as much as what we would see in the daytime under these track conditions. Larson to the outside of Elliott. Elliott gives him just enough room. Same spot that Elliott got around Larson in the opening laps of the race. Elliott slides off that yellow line just a little bit too much. No rear grip, and it'll be Larson taking the lead for the first time. So the bull sitter leads on lap 7. His first lap led of the race. 2 lead changes in the first 7 laps. Martin Truex Jr., who fell out of the top 10 there a couple laps ago, now back into the top 10 in 7th. And Bowman charging back after Todd Gilliland for 3rd place again. Elliott quickly losing sight of the 5 of Larson. Bowman clear as he slides up off turn 4 in front of the 38 of Gilliland. Takes away his line to the outside. Gilliland cuts to the bottom through 1 and 2. Couldn't get the crossover move made and get back underneath the 48 of Bowman. Joey Logano working the middle groove. He's side by side with Truex. Truex is down to the bottom. Ty Gibbs right behind both of them. About a 2 to 3 car battle for 7th. And side by side in front of Truex and Bowman with Chastain and Wallace side by side again. Nobody majorly pulling away at the very front of the field. Things still getting situated middle of the pack for sure. A lot of changing of positions going on there. Lap after lap, corner after corner. Top 5 on lap 10. Kyle Larson leads. Chase Elliott second. Alex Bowman third. Todd Gilliland fourth. And Bubba Wallace is fifth. Against 70 laps in stage 1. They will not have to pit for fuel in this first stage. And we have to get to the end of stage 2 or halfway to make this race official, which halfway would happen before the end of stage 2 tonight. So if there is more rain coming, could be racing to just lap 200. Elliott under duress from Bowman. Bowman to the inside for second place. Larson slowly getting away. Bowman clear off turn 4. Elliott with the crossover move. A little under over. He's going to be back to the inside of Bowman as they head for turns 1 and 2. Wallace now to the inside of Gilliland after passing Chastain a few corners ago. Truex is going to get by the one car now. Wallace failed pass attempt to get by Gilliland for 4th, so he slides in line in 5th with Wallace now under duress from Truex from behind. Truex goes up a groove. Gilliland almost into the back of Chase Elliott as Elliott is starting to fade here just a little bit after taking the lead a couple laps in. 38-23 back to side-by-side racing again, though. This could allow Elliott to hold on for that third place position a little bit longer. Wallace going to slam the door shut. Nope, not quite. Gilliland stays to the outside. Not going to be too aggressive here with these wet conditions and the early going to this race. Under commercial for the first time today in the Toyota Owners 400 at Richmond. We'll go through the full field running order on lap 13. Kyle Larson, again, your race leader by 1.2 seconds now over Alex Bowman in second. Chase Elliott is third. Bubba Wallace fourth. Martin Truex Jr. in fifth. Sixth place is Todd Gilliland. Ross Chastain 7th. Joey Logano 8th. Ryan Blaney 9th. And Ty Gibbs rounds out the top 10. At 11th place is Chris Buescher. Daniel Suarez 12th. Ryan Preece 13th. Denny Hamlin 14th. William Byron 15th. 16th is Tyler Reddick. 17th for Josh Berry. Noah Gragson 18th. John Hunter Nemechek 19th. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 20th. 21st for Justin Haley. Austin Cindric 22nd. 23rd for Chase Briscoe. Austin Dillon is 24th. And 25th is Christopher Bell. Corey LaJoie in 26th. Brad Keselowski has fallen to 27th. 28th for Kyle Busch after starting 15th. Zane Smith is 29th. Kaz Gralla 30th. Eric Jones 31st. Harrison Burton 32nd. 33rd for Carson Hocevar. Daniel Hemrick 34th. Ty Dillon 35th. And Michael McDowell rounds out the 36-car field. Again, 2 lead changes in the early laps. Chase Elliott led the first 5 after starting second. Pole sitter Kyle Larson then took the lead and has led the last 13 as we are now circuiting around a lap 17. Alex Bowman 0.2 quicker than our race leader that last lap and is charging down on Larson in the early going. We'll take our first ad break of this one. You're listening live on KRC to the Toyota Owners 400 at Richmond. Once again, be sure to hit that like button if you guys have not done so yet on the stream. 67 likes is where we're at right now. Our goal is 150. Hopefully this race doesn't get rain shortened and we can get there before we know it. Darius Housing, thanks for tuning into the stream, as well as some of the other people. Kyle Lance, also welcome into the stream as well. TRG Tornado, welcome in. A little bit of a wet weather racing here on an oval at Richmond. JFB _48, thanks for tuning in. Stage Labs fuel window. Fuel window is 125 to 135. We shouldn't have to worry about that because of the amount of tire wear at Richmond, but that is the fuel window. Tire window, I'd probably guess, is going to be half that, if not less than that, depending on, what dry conditions we may see today. I don't know what the tire wear is going to be with the wet weather tires that the teams have right now. They only have 4 sets of them, by the way, as well. So if we have these conditions all night, I don't know what's going to happen there, but hopefully we don't. Track's going to continue to dry. More laps being ran by these cars, but for right now, obviously still in the wet weather conditions. And the lap times have actually increased lap over lap. A lot of the fastest laps of the race were ran by the top 11 on either lap 19 or lap 20, and we're currently on lap 21. So yeah, that's very interesting. And then it tells me that the track is slowly drying out too then. That the drivers are becoming more comfortable with these wet weather conditions now than what they were 20 laps ago at the start of the race. Bowman got to within 0.4 of a second under the commercial break. Larson's pulled back to 0.7 of a second ahead in the race lead. So the top 10 as of right now, Kyle Larson out in front, Alex Bowman second, Bubba Wallace is up to third, Martin Truex Jr. fourth, Chase Elliott has fallen to fifth, Todd Gilliland sixth, Ross Chastain seventh, Joey Logano eighth, Chris Buescher to ninth, and Denny Hamlin rounds out the top 10. Wallace now to second as he gets by Alex Bowman. Bubba Wallace looking to charge after Kyle Larson for the lead as we come on lap 23.
Pit crew members are out in their pit stall with squeegees and leaf blowers trying to get those stalls dried out.
Business is picking up. It's getting faster. You're saying it's drying out. That's exactly what the lap times are showing. Fastest lap early in the race was 23:87. Now 22 laps in, we're in the 90s, right close to that, Kevin.
Well, now is when it's going to start getting interesting because the lap times are really fast. We knew the rain tires would have a lot of grip, but as we see that track starting to lighten up on the bottom of the racetrack and get drier, that's when it starts to become really hard on those tires, and you're going to start seeing a lot of people start to wear that right front tire out.
Bubba Wallace has the Xfinity fastest lap of the race so far over leader Kyle Larson. Denny Hamlin, who's currently 10th after starting 11th, and Ryan Preece. Regan.
Mike, you see Bubba Wallace up to the second position right now. The talk through the garage earlier today was how much to adjust for the wet weather tires if that happens. Crew Chief Rudy Barker, one of the guys that told me, I'm not going to adjust very much at all. They were very good in practice. He said, I don't want to mess up a good car. I'm going to leave my car alone. It's working right now. Jamie?
And Regan, his teammate Tyler Reddick back in 14th, up 5 spots at the start of the race. Talked to him before he got in. He said he had a brake issue in practice and qualifying, and that's why he qualified so poorly. He said every time he races here with this car, there's brake shake, and there's nothing they can do about it. So he's working his way forward. It's not like if he can get through the pack, he's going to have a fast car, and we're seeing it.
25 laps complete. NASCAR has told the teams that there will be a competition caution at lap 30.
Well, that's just because of the lack of experience that we all have on the wet weather tires, and I think that's a good call by NASCAR just to give everybody a chance to look at the tires and say, okay, we think we can go this far. And at North Wilkesboro, it was very, very dry when we were in these conditions before, and we didn't really know what to do to the car. So they just need to look at the tires and understand what we're dealing with.
And NASCAR has told the teams that they will be putting slick tires on at the competition caution, that this will be declared a dry race. You don't have the option of running one or the other. NASCAR either mandates it's wet weather conditions or it's dry conditions, and we're going to move from wet to dry on this caution coming up.
Well, it's certainly dry and fast. There's no question about that. You can see it right there in the preferred groove on the bottom. Actually, the bottom 2 grooves right there, you can see light gray coming through pretty good.
Now, because pit road is still wet, these will be non-competitive pit stops, meaning that if teams make their normal stop and adjustments and exit pit road with the rest of the group, they will retake the positions they had when they came onto pit road, and that's all done for the safety of the pit crews.
Yeah, and this is going to be where it gets really interesting, Clint, because it's kind of dry, and we're going to put slick tires on. It's dry at the bottom, but it's kind of dry in that second groove, so this will get interesting.
Chastain coming up, knocking on the door. Those Hendrick drivers running side by side, looking to pounce on both of them.
Battle for third. And there's the caution. Take a breath and we'll take a break. We got 30 laps in to the Toyota Owners 400 in Richmond on wet weather tires, and now we will switch to dries.
Wet weather action at Richmond continues here on KRC. Our first caution of the day is a Campiel at lap 30 due to the wet weather conditions in this race, and NASCAR is going to mandate that these teams put on slick tires now that the track is drying. Again, non-competitive pit stops, so similar to what you'd see in standalone truck or Xfinity races here, where the running order at the time of the caution is going to dictate where everybody race starts. There will be no race off pit road, and that is because pit road is still wet, so it would be too dangerous for these teams to go to work full speed here. So non-competitive pit stops, this means that Kyle Larson will still be the race leader, and really the entire running order that you see on our screen right now will remain the same when we get to the restart. Now it's going to be interesting to see these drivers who got to the top 10 on these wet tires or holding on to their positions in the top 10, how they will fare on slick tires. And I would imagine we're going to see a lot of movement through the field here on this next restart, with drivers going backwards, drivers going forward. Some of the biggest movers of this race: Josh Berry off 15 positions from 30th to 15th. I noticed he gained quite a few. Brad Keselowski's back up to 19th. He was as low as 27th in the order at one point. Kyle Busch, one of the bigger losers, started 15th and has fallen to 24th, so he probably doesn't like the wet weather tires right now. Chris Buescher has gained about 5 positions to 9th place inside the top 10. Chastain fell to about 7th or 8th place there for a minute after qualifying in the 3rd place position. He's now back to 5th, though, and Gilliland, who got up to 3rd, is now back to where he started in 6th. Ryan Preece started outside the top 10. He is now up to 10th place. So that's some of the movement through the field. Ty Gibbs qualified top 10. He's now back to 16th. So he's lost some ground. Reddick up 5 positions from 19th to 14th as well. Denny Hamlin staying put right around 13th, similar to where he started. And I don't think it's going to close at the end of stage 2, and that poll I'm talking about is in the chat. 111 of you have voted so far. 41% say Kyle Larson's going to win. 32% of you say somebody other than Buescher, Larson, or Truex will win. 21% says Truex is going to go to victory lane today. And only 6% taking my pick, Chris Buescher. Blaney was the happiest with that caution. Where's he at? Oh, he fell way behind, didn't he? Yeah, he wasn't even on the screen. 27th. Yeah, he did go backwards. Qualified just outside the top 10. Now he's back at 27th. Cindric fell behind quite a bit, too. Cindric qualified 9th. And he's back at 29th. Lost 20 positions. Logano stayed in the top 10. So some of the Penske Fords went backwards. And some of them, well, at least for Logano's case, stayed put right where he was.
That flew at lap 30. Here's your aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Powering the race from green to checkered flag and every mile in between. Goodyear. More driven. Down to pit road, Jamie Little.
Well, Mike, Denny Hamlin has been singing the praises of his pit crew this season, and for great reason, especially a couple weeks ago when they won on the last short track race at Bristol. So let's meet team number 11.
I'm AJ Rosini. I'm the front tire changer. Formerly an IndyCar tire changer for 2.5 years. Now I'm in the Cup Series with 7 wins.
Devin Euchre, rear tire changer. I started pitting cars at 18, and now I pit for the best driver in NASCAR.
Happy Easter. My name is Dylan Dowell. I'm the tire carrier. I'm a former Cup champion, Xfinity champion, and Daytona 500 champion.
Joël Alexandre, Balou-Boignon, Jackman, former Green Bay Packer running back. My first language was French.
Go Pack, go.
Bueller, 20 years on pit road with over 50 wins and 4-time consecutive champion with Jimmy Johnson.
They'll do. They'll be just fine.
Yeah, how about French?
Very qualified.
You know French? Terrible French, but how about a Green Bay linebacker? That is awesome. Shows you the men that those guys are.
A proud bunch, and rightfully so. Chris Gabehart, of course, the crew chief up on the box, running things for Denny Hamlin. And here's a look at his career. 20 wins as crew chief. He's been with Denny since 2017. Won the 2019 Daytona 500. Now, pit road is not yet open because NASCAR has elected to bring the jet dryers down pit road to try to dry that area of the track a little more. And while the cars are circulating, we listened in to race leader Kyle Larson.
Did a great job.
Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, that was fun. I think it's ready for slick, though, for sure.
You know, I'm debating how far we go back to what a normal slick car setup would be. So I'm going to make the best educated guess. We'll see how it goes.
I think that's a decision.
It really is, and when you have to free the car up, it's tough to get back to where you need to be.
All right, drying pit road at lap 34 in Richmond.
In Major League Baseball, you could dream.
All right, still waiting pit stops here. Again, they will be non-competitive. Still having some extra track drying efforts on pit road before they open it up for these teams to go to work. But again, non-competitive pit stops. You do still have to beat the pace car off of pit road, so otherwise you'll go a lap down there. But as far as changing of the positions for the drivers that are going to hit pit road, That will not change, and all the teams do have to come down on the pit road to change to slicks. That is not an option. Again, everybody will be coming down, getting slick tires, and getting those wet weather / rain tires off of their vehicles. Again, sorry if I sound a little weird here today. I'm trying to monitor my my lip, my upper lip, kind of swollen for the last couple of days on the inside of my mouth. So if I sound a little funky here and there, that'd be why. I will say I think I'm, by way of enunciation, doing better today than what I did during the 2 streams we had yesterday. Not that the swelling is going down necessarily, but just getting used to it. Nope, Chase Elliott has not crashed. Chris Buescher 300 start. I did not realize that. Yeah, he's been in the Cup Series longer than people tend to think. He's only 30 years old though, too, so he's not that old. Maybe he hasn't even quite hit in the prime of his career yet, but got 5 Cup wins now, 4 with RFK Racing in the last season and a half, so definitely on the ascension. He's my pick tonight. I think he gets his 6th. This first 2024. We'll see if he can get it done. So again, the top 5 for this next restart then technically. Once they all get the slick tires on, because that will not change once they come down pit road. Kyle Larson is your race leader. Bubba Wallace is 2nd. Chase Elliott 3rd. Alex Bowman 4th. And Ross Chastain is in 5th. Highest running Ford is Gillen in 6th place. Next Toyota behind Wallace is Truex in 8th.
As they finish up drying pit road, which should open here in the next lap or 2. 39 complete, 31 to go in stage 1.
But I think that opens up a lot of doors for us as we go forward in the future. Great job by NASCAR getting this race started. Spray was a perfect amount when we started this race. It got our track to a racing condition a lot faster. And I think the next time we have these rain situations, we know that we can go in exactly what we did, probably a little wetter.
Now we're going to have non-competitive pit stops for this first round of stops. Cars will line up when they come back on track in the order in which they entered pit road, unless they have an abnormally long stop. But pit road is going to be key to this race, as it turned out to be key last Sunday at Circuit of the Americas. First, you have to get on pit road. That's not easy here.
Well, this is a tough racetrack. You see that orange box right there, and Tyler Reddick was practicing.
You have to have all 4 underneath that. That is a foul. You're going to come back and serve a pass-through for that.
And once you're on it, you have some hot spots on this pit road.
Well, you have the curve corners, and coming out of the curves and going into the curves. And in section 9 there, you have the start-finish line, or a section that's a little bit shorter that reads a little bit different on the speed. So
which means speed up, slow down, speed up, slow down. Which one is it? Very challenging.
It gets very, very confusing as a driver, and you have to have very good markers to know where you need to go up in speed and where you need to go down in speed.
Pit penalties last year, 11 in this race, 7 in the summer race, as pit road is now open. Larry, in addition to changing to the slick tires, what kind of adjustments can they make in this changeover?
Yeah, it'll be some of the same adjustments they made to go with the wet weather tires. They can adjust the blades on the front rear sway bar, how stiff or soft they are. They can adjust each of the shocks. You've got adjustments on the 2 rear shocks, the front shocks. That's probably the 2 biggest things, Mike, that they'll be adjusting, which is what they adjusted when they put those wet weather tires on.
We saw some of those right sides coming off there. It looked like Truex right front was chewed up a little bit more than your race leader, Kyle Larson, but I think they still had plenty of life in them. That one looks good.
Here's Bubba Wallace's radio.
And when we use it like Wilkesboro on the when we go through the slicks, it's a massive change. you're going to think something is broke until it settles back in. Yep, good reminder there.
Absolutely. Rudy Barker of his crew chief with a bit of advice there. All right, we'll get everybody lined up in the same positions they were in when pit road was open and get back to green. 40 laps complete in the Toyota Owners 400 at Richmond.
We're going to have a little less than 30 laps to go in stage 1 by the time we get back to racing here, as the slick tires are now on for the first time. Kyle Larson, again, is your race leader, and Bubba Wallace is second. That is the front row, basically, for this next restart, unless Wallace chooses to restart behind Larson. I doubt that that will be the case. Chase Elliott actually led the first lap. Granted, it was in the wet conditions on the racetrack, but he started second outside of the front row and did lead the first lap of the race. And that was despite the fact Larson was the leader off turn 2 and was all clear. Elliott got back to his outside, didn't waste any time getting around him. Why are we on red? Again, just to get the order back to the way it should be. We're under caution again there quickly. They were just stopping the field on the backstretch so they can get everybody realigned because those were not competitive pit stops again. Pit road was still damp. NASCAR didn't want the teams to have to deal with that in safety procedure-wise for those pit crew members. They were driving pit road the best they could, but we didn't want to run 20 to 30 laps of caution there, so non-competitive pit stops was the way to go. And they'll continue to dry those off as soon as they leave, and then we'll get back to green, and hopefully sometime before the end of the night we should get back to competitive pit stops. Bill H., thanks for tuning in. It will be a long night. Slightly late start, but obviously a slow pace here at the rain tires on at the very beginning as well. Not that long of a rain delay, though, in the grand scheme of things. I think we ended up getting things started about a half hour, maybe a little less than that, after what we were originally supposed to get started. I'm not sure when the actual drop of the green flag time was scheduled for. I'd imagine it was probably going to be somewhere between 7:15 and 7:20 local time. And we're 42 laps in, and it's just shy of 8 o'clock local time now. So, you know, it was probably less than 20-minute delay, honestly, from when we were originally supposed to get started. Wasn't that much of a delay. But yeah, still more than likely going to be a late night. Monster segment, thanks for tuning in. One for Bubba. P2, nearly going. Got 82 likes on the stream already. Appreciate that, everyone. We're over halfway to our goal of 150, and we're not even 100 out of 400 laps in, so I appreciate that. Keep hitting that like button so we can get to that goal sooner rather than later.
All right, ready to try this again. 43 laps complete, but now Goodyear slick tires on these cars for the first time tonight, and they have doubled everybody up, but we're going to run at least one more lap of caution here. Let's check it with Jamie Little.
Paul Wolf, the crew chief for Joey Logano, just came off the pit box. What's your impression of those wet weather tires and how they looked when you took them off?
Yeah, I mean, ours didn't look terrible. I mean, you saw a few guys, our teammates there got really tight and fell off, so I wasn't sure what they were going to look like. We just don't have a lot of experience, right, doing this. And, you know, we made some adjustments to start the race, kind of anticipating what it would drive like with those tires. Seemed like we were reasonable. We're able to kind of hold our track position, gain a few, and now we'll see what we're like when we get back on the slicks here.
All right, good luck.
Thanks.
Paul Wolf, a former driver in the Busch North Series, then came to Team Penske as crew chief for Joey Logano since 2020. 2 Cup championships and an Xfinity Series championship. Regan on tires.
Well, Mike, just for a reference, you look at the right front tire that just came off of Denny Hamlin's car. This tire looks pretty good. The outer edge just a little bit worn on the front edges of this tire. As a comparison, this is what the new tires look like. Not too bad for the first go of it here at Richmond.
Not bad at all. Now, NASCAR under caution. They're going to pick up the pace here, run a couple of laps just to make sure everybody is up to speed on running on slick tires here with the track still, I'd say not 100% dry, but nearly there. Next Sunday on Fox, week 2 of the United Football League. The Houston Roughnecks take on the DC Defenders. Spring just got stronger when the hard-hitting action continues. Next Sunday at 4 Eastern on Fox.
Yeah, for me, guys, this was always the part that I was never comfortable with on slick tires, when you have the light gray color on the bottom of the racetrack and you have the somewhat still looks wet from the second groove up.
And if you look right there on the inside groove, it's the light gray where it's dry. That outside, like you said, not so much. I think I want to start on the bottom, Kevin.
Well, I would agree with you on that. And really down the front straightaway, it's only dry up next to the wall, and on the back straightaway up next to the wall. Really, everything else still looks wet to me. But that was never the case, Clint. Once the slick tires got the heat in them, it always seemed like it gripped okay, even if it looked like it was still somewhat darker.
Larry Mack?
Yeah, we saw all these adjustments, and a lot of them had to do with wedge adjustments. Paul Wolf talked to Jamie Little about adjustments, and with that zero stagger, with the left and right side tires being the same size, the car didn't want to turn. So they know now they've got an 1 1/8 inch difference. The car's going to want to turn on its own. Everybody I saw, including Paul Wolf, they put wedge in the car, which is that will tighten that car up. They've adjusted for this additional stagger.
Thanks, Larry. The Toyota Camry XSE leads the field out of turn number 2. Lights are out on the roof. We'll get the green flag next time by. Want to brag on Josh Berry, who started back in 30th and gained 15 positions, up to 15th at the time of the caution. And Justin Haley started 36th, took the caution flag 16 spots higher in 20th. Great run in the first green flag run here tonight.
All right, pace cars in, 22 laps to go in stage 1. Green flag back in the air. Larson on the inside of row 1. Walls to his outside and quickly trying to side draft him down the front stretch and headed into turn 1. Walls with a half a car length up ahead of Larson, still door to door. Bowman clear for 3rd place off the exit of turn 2 as Chase Elliott's now side by side for position. For 4th with, it looks like the 38 of Gilliland's, like contact between Wallace and Larson. Larson moved up off that yellow line just a little bit. Wall's still going to lead his first lap of the race at the line. Larson side drafts down the front stretch as they continue side by side into turns 1 and 2 again. Door-to-door racing. Wall's really holding that 5 car very tightly to the bottom. And still side by side for the lead. Up off the exit of the corner, it looked like Wallace's rear tire sliding out from underneath him just a bit. He leads that lap at the line, not by much, less than what he did the lap before. Larson up off the yellow line just a little bit more. Very close to clearing and very close to making more contact down the backstretch. Door to door for the lead for 3 whole laps after the restart between Larson and Wallace. That time Larson leads the lap on the inside lane at the line. Wallace still continues on the outside. Bowman right behind both of them, waiting for him to make a mistake. If not, use their tires up and then he can maybe pounce for the stage win. Chastain looks to be side by side. Rather, that's Truex side by side with Gilliland. Elliott lost another spot or 2 on the restart. Larson leads the 2nd consecutive lap, but again, he's not clear of the 23. Truex is all clear for 4th, meanwhile, as Gilliland continues on in 5th, looking for much needed stage points here late in stage 1. And Larson finally clear for the lead into turn 3 over 4.5 laps of side by side racing for the lead, and now it's nose to tail with Larson out in front, Wallace in 2nd. 48 of Bowman, followed by Truex and the rest of the field behind him. Still a couple cars side by side for position. Back half of the top 10. Daniel Suarez on the inside of Chris Buescher, looking to make a pass as they battle for 9th. Both the Trackhouse cars in the top 10 lacked speed in qualifying, but good starts for them after a better qualifying effort. And good so far through the wet weather conditions and now into the early slick tire conditions. Josh Berry, man on a move. 17 positions gained in the first 55 laps here at Richmond Raceway around this 3/4 mile short track. Berry's gone from 30th to 13th. He was one of the sleeper picks on today's pre-race show, I guess. Pre-race on this live stream. Had him pegged to get a top 10 finish. Showed great race pace in practice on the long runs. Seems to be panning out well for him here. Passes Denny Hamlin now for 12th. So he's in 12th. The other sleepers, Keselowski's at 18th now, and then the other one would have been Bowman, who is up to 3rd. So one of those three in the top 10, and then the must-have picks, Kyle Larson in the race lead, Martin Truex Jr. 4th, and Chris Buescher in 10th. All three in the top 10 in the early going. And the three don't have picks to not get top 10 finishes tonight. Tyler Reddick, not off to a hot start. He is in 16th, right around where he qualified. Kyle Busch has lost 11 positions from the start of the race. He's back in 26th, right behind his teammate Dillon. And the last of the don't have picks would have been Chase Briscoe in the 14. He is still back in 29th, right where around where he started. 12 to go yet, stage 1 for Larson. He's 0.3 of a second yet ahead of Bubba Wallace. Once the 23 and the 5 guy nosed the tail, they started to both pull away from the rest of the field behind him. Just trying to run time trial laps to the end of the stage, knowing it was only an 18-lap green flag stint. Martin Truex Jr. is almost 2 seconds off the lead. Bowman about 1.5 seconds off the lead. Logano going after Elliott for position. Claire for 6th. Logano's best finish in the first 6 races this year, 8th. That's his only top 10 of the season. That was at Las Vegas in the 3rd race of the year. So we'll see how this goes. Josh Berry up another spot and into 10th. Getting by Ryan Preece. Buescher's fallen to 12th. Ty Gibbs right around 15th after starting in the top 10. Average finish of 23rd for Logano this season, 22nd in points. Yeah, definitely a tough start, but he's slowly on the incline, at least by the way the point standings. Again, he gained 4 positions in points in each of the last 2 weeks. 30th to 22nd. He's got his deficit nearly half. He was 58 points back before. Now he's only 35 points out of first. So slowly chipping away at it here, still early in the season. I shouldn't say out of first, out of the cutoff line for 16th. He's 35 points back. He was 58 back 2 weeks ago. Ryan Blaney still back around where he restarted, battling Kyle Busch for 26th on the racetrack. And we are under caution. Daniel Suarez with a slide. He's drifting in the middle of the corner. Caution flag is out. Looked like he got tagged by Josh Berry, who was rumbling through the field. 7 to go in stage 1. We should get another restart here late in the stage, but caution flag is out.
Man, Berry, obviously not ideal here, but he is on fire, on a roll. You can see him lift out of the gas. He's pretty high up on the corner. Unfortunately got in the back of him.
Battling for 9th and so close to a save there for Suarez.
He fought that thing all the way through turns 1 and 2. Yeah, and that's a really vulnerable spot right there. As you turn in the corner, you're just so light on your feet, and you see the 4 car get into the back of the 99. Spin him out.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Suarez, he was another car that had been marching up through the field pretty well. He's starting from the back. He won't be happy with that.
Well, the thing he will be happy with, Clint, is he doesn't have a crashed race car.
No,
Right.
He's very frustrated right now.
Here's what's going to happen. NASCAR says we're going to ride this caution to the end of the stage, Clint, as you said.
Yeah.
And then the end of stage pit stops will be non-competitive stops again because pit road is still wet. Josh Berry finished second here, subbing for Chase Elliott last year, and here's some audio from the 4.
I don't know. He just kept on coming down the track. He makes the decision to cut me off. That's all good.
Started 30th, folks, all the way up to 9th.
All right, we're going to run out these caution laps to the end of stage 1, which will be won by Kyle Larson. So we'll step aside. Josh Berry, Daniel Suarez, contact, bringing out the second caution flag of the night.
So again, we're going to run this caution to the end of the stage. So Kyle Larson will be your stage 1 winner tonight. Bubba Wallace second in stage 1. Alex Bowman third. Martin Truex Jr. fourth. Joey Logano fifth. Todd Gilliland sixth. Chase Elliott seventh. Ross Chastain eighth. Josh Berry ninth. And Ryan Preece rounds out the top 10. All those drivers, again, receiving stage points, 1 point per position inside the top 10 in the running order. And as for Kyle Larson getting the stage win, I do believe it's his 3rd stage win of the season. Yep, 3rd stage win of the year. His other 2 came at Las Vegas, where he had swept both stages and won the race. So we'll see if he can do that here today. First driver to 3 stage wins this year is Larson. His teammate William Byron was the first to 2 wins. We'll see if he joins him. And so far, by way of the fan vote in the chat, you guys still think Kyle Larson is going to win the race. 41% of you say he's going to win out of 120 votes. 30% say somebody other than Larson, Truex, and Buescher will win. Buescher only 8% of the votes, and Truex at 22%. So far, so good for you guys in the chat that voted for Larson. There was about a 20-minute, give or take, rain delay off the start of the stream. Started the race with wet weather tires, damp conditions for about 30 laps. Got to the comp yellow, threw the slicks on, and now we're back to caution for a spin for Daniel Suarez, which will bleed into the end of stage 1. We will have non-competitive pit stops once again here. Well, I think it's just a safety thing. You know, I get fans want competitive pit stops, but at the same time, pit road is still wet, still damp. They don't want, you know, cars going 35 miles an hour having to come to a stop and sliding through their boxes into, you know, pit crew members that are jumping over the wall trying to time it out perfect. It's already dangerous enough as it is, but get wet conditions down there, especially now that they're on the slick tires, you know, on the racetrack, with pit road being a lot more wet than the actual racetrack is. They'll continue to try to dry it out as much as they can. We'll get to competitive pit stops at some point, but they're not wanting to pull that trigger right now. Makes it easier to maintain track position, I will say, for the drivers at the front of the field. I'm looking at Bubba Wallace because his pit crew at 2311 Racing notoriously bad, so you got a better chance of not making a mistake, getting all the time they need here. And it has at least allowed him to stay up in the 2nd place position. Yep, leaderboard on a roll tonight. No issues. 2 weeks in a row. No issues with the raw feed on the Cup Series races. Hopefully it stays that way through the rest of the year.
Witness one of the greatest lineups of all time. Powered by 3 MVPs, Ohtani, Betts, and Freeman. The Dodgers take on Cody Bellinger and the Cubs. Saturday, 3:30 Eastern on FS1. So NASCAR's called an audible. They are running the track drying equipment, the jet dryers, down pit road once again. When they are complete with that task, they will make a decision whether or not this round of pit stops will be competitive, and they'll make that call and let all the teams know before they open pit road, of course.
Well, I know one thing, Mike. We need to get this pit road dry because we need the competitive pit stop. NASCAR's done a great job at managing all this, but the longer the breaks get for all these things happening, the worse the arguments get up here in the booth. And I apologize to you. But Clint and I have spent the last 5 minutes arguing about our fantasy teams.
Well, I think you're in trouble.
Here we go. Stage in. Just hold on.
Kyle Larson gets his third stage win of 2024 and his first at Richmond. Well, let's check out some of the drivers who've been hot this season. William Byron, first driver to win 2. Christopher Bell, 3 top 3 finishes. Best average finish, Ty Gibbs tops that list once again. And Denny Hamlin is the only driver to lead in every race. All right, fellas, how many of those, including Martin Truex Jr., the point racer, point leader, are on your fantasy team this week?
Go ahead.
Well, I want to go to the one that's not on there, on the list or my fantasy team, and that's Bubba Wallace in his 23 car. That car is fast. Didn't see that yesterday. Didn't have him on my list, and it was a mistake, folks. Bubba Wallace, extremely good.
Yeah, he's not on mine either. And last week William Byron caught us off guard, right? We were sold on the Toyotas and what they were doing on the road courses, and Bubba Wallace is just out there doing what he does.
And I heard you say William Byron. I look up, I'm like, heck, he's still not even in the top 10. This is a car that is on everybody's list, has to be. Last week's winner, only multiple winner of this season so far, still yet to crack the top 10.
Well, this is a finicky racetrack, and with the conditions that we talked about it earlier. We've been here before. You come to the first race, and you're like, oh man, we ran really good. You come back to second race, let's just put the same setup back in that car. You get lapped, and so this is just a really finicky racetrack from temperature, from tires, from whatever those conditions are. It can change quickly.
And that's exactly what happened to Kyle Larson here last year. He won the spring race, won it going away, came back in the fall. Couldn't find his way around the track. Why? What happened? What changed?
I mean, that takes me clear back to Brian Patty. 2012 came here, extremely fast. Come back the next time, terrible. Brian, what did you do? Listen to me real quick. It is the same car in the same setup, so I don't want to hear it, Clint. Just track changes, man, conditions. And this night race, by the way, is a big part of that. They practiced and qualified yesterday. We've already seen laps that were faster than what they ran yesterday. Very challenging to pinpoint the grip level in this racetrack for the teams.
All right, waiting on NASCAR to make a call here, whether or not these will be competitive pit stops, which would be everybody's preference if pit road is dry enough. And we will have competitive pit stops, and let's introduce you to Chase Elliott's crew before they go to work.
Nick Odell, front tire changer. I've been in the sport for 22 years as a tire changer, and I have over 150 wins in NASCAR's top 3 series. Chad Averett, rear tire changer. 18 years in the sport, 2020 champion, father to the 2 coolest little dudes I know, Connor and Colton.
Jared Erzpalmer, carrier. From Omaha, Nebraska. Been with Chase since he's at Junior Motorsports.
TJ Simke, Jackman. 2020 Cup Series champion, 2021 Mechanics Wear, most valuable pit crew.
John Giannotto, gas man, been with Chase Elliott since his rookie campaign. Guinness World Book record fueler for most vehicles refueled in an hour.
Alan Gustafson from Ormond Beach, Florida, is the crew chief. 38 wins, championship with Chase Elliott. Began as crew chief with Kyle Busch back in 2005. Let's have a look at pit crew rankings this year. Average 4-tire stop time, dominated by the top teams, and no Chase Briscoe's team up there in third spot amongst all of the Penske, Hendrick, and Gibbs teams.
Well, we make a big deal out of this because it is a big deal. You got to have good pit stops. You got to do everything right on pit road if you're going to win these races.
All right, competitive pit stops for the first time tonight. Kyle Larson leads them onto pit road. Here's Jamie.
And Joey Logano has made up 5 positions since the start of the race. Just a little bit tight center. He wants some help with that as his team goes to work. The 19 of Martin Truex Jr. Pretty happy overall. Has a little bit of brake shake, but overall he's happy with the balance of the 19, Regan.
Chase Elliott, we just met his team a moment ago. His car right now is surprisingly lazy with the front. That means the front tires aren't working as good as he wants to through the middle. And the 5-car leader, Kyle Larson, the entry is okay for him. The middle is too tight.
Larson leads them off pit road. Chase Elliott up 2 positions. Chastain, Barry, Priest each gained a spot. Tough stop for Todd Gilliland, -4. Getting ready for stage 2.
Remember to make this race official in case we have more rain coming. We got to get to lap 200 or halfway. Today we will get to lap 200, which is halfway before we get to the end of stage 2. I meant to say before we get to the end of stage 2 or halfway. But again, tonight halfway will be the distance marker that we would get to first in order to make this race official. Kyle Larson is your race leader, won the race off pit road, won stage 1, led the most laps in the first stage. Wallace led a couple on that last restart. He has led for, it says 1 lap. I thought he led 2, but I guess he only led 1. Larson for 70 now, and Chase Elliott led the first 5 laps of the day from the second starting position. So, see how this is all going to go down, as we will have another restart upcoming again, the beginning of stage 2, and we had 2 cautions in the first stage, caught yellow, lap 30, and then at the 7 to go mark in stage 1 saw a spin as Daniel Suarez went for a slide off the front bumper of Josh Berry. Trying to look up the weather forecast for the Richmond, Virginia area, see what they have for the rest of the night, because I'm honestly not sure. Let's go Richmond, Virginia. This is according to the Weather Channel. I mean, it looks fairly good, I will say. It looks like a 22% chance of rain the rest of the night. So more likely not to rain than to rain. There is rain in the area, but it looks to be south of the racetrack. And according to the radar on the Weather Channel app, it doesn't look like it's going to hit the speedway. So looks like we're going to be clear the rest of the night. Shouldn't have to worry about any more rain. Not warm enough to have any pop-up showers coming along the way either with what there is in the area. So it looks to be south of the Richmond Raceway. So yeah, we'll get all 400 laps in here tonight, it looks like. Luckily, we were able to get things started a little bit earlier than originally expected with the rain that we had pre-race, with having the wet weather tires available for this short track. VP Stallat, thanks for tuning in. Troy the Great, thanks for tuning in as well. Tuning in from Ohio. Welcome back into Ohio. Glad you've made it in safely. JoJo, thanks for tuning in. Track still has wet spots. Yeah, in the areas that the cars aren't in, like up against the wall and stuff, but that's not in the corners. That's not a line that these guys are going to be driving anyway. And we did get competitive pit stops back that time for the first time tonight. First pit stops of the day were not competitive, but those ones were, and we will see competitive pit stops the rest of the night going forward.
Wallace, Bowman, Truex, Logano, Gilliland, Elliott, Chastain, Berry, and Priest. Way to go.
One to go. I look at that and I see Kyle Larson and Cliff Daniels and his team have done a great job with rain tires and slick tires and keeping that car up front and qualifying on the pole. And Kyle Larson, yeah, he's him.
Everybody wants to be him.
Yeah, you're right. I wish I could go that fast all the time in anything I drove.
You were pretty good at it, Kev.
Well, come on. They asked him the other day about his reaction to having the new short track package under the car. He goes, "Oh, I forgot about that." Yeah.
He doesn't even
get in the car, drive.
And by the way, have you ever seen me drive dirt?
Actually, it was pretty bad. I was your owner.
Yeah, it was terrible.
All right, stage 2. Larson.
Green flag back in the air. Larson gets a good jump on the inside lane. Wants to make sure he clears Wallace. Throws a big block. Wallace will stay to the outside of the 5 car. And 3 wide for about 5th. Logano getting up in there as he gets by Chase Elliott and Chris Buescher. Make that Ross Chastain and Chase Elliott were to his outside. Man, Wallace and Larson have been really going at it on these restarts. Larson slides clear. Wallace to the back bumper of the 5. He stayed with him, but he hasn't been able to actually clear him for the race lead, and that's the same thing here In this case, where only he could stay side by side for a couple laps like he did in the last restart, Larson was able to pull clear a little quicker as Logano gets loose off turn 2, and he is now under pressure from Josh Berry in the 4. What a quick charge through the field for Berry. Again, he qualified in 30th and is already up to 6th, and we're only on lap 82. We've had a lot of caution laps, too, with the rain situation driving pit road for a lengthy period of time during the yellows, so not a lot of green flag laps tonight, about 60 or so, give or take, and Josh Berry is ripping his way through the field. Again, Harvick won in that car at Richmond in 2022 summer race. Had 3 top 5 finishes in his 4 races at Richmond in the next-gen era, and obviously Rodney Childress and this 4 team are picking up where they left off, and here is Berry now in contention for his first top 10 run of the season. Up to 5th, clearing Logano off turn 2, 4 cars ahead of him, 3 Chevys and a Toyota. Berry now the highest running Ford in the running order.
Over my shoulder a little bit when I see a car this fast this early into a run.
Well, yesterday in practice, the long run was actually where he stuck out, and the short run was not. They didn't qualify well and had to go out early in qualifying, but the long run was their strength, so we'll just have to see how this plays out.
Byron and Reddick, this is for 15th.
Well, we know that Reddick has struggled a little bit at this particular racetrack, and we expect Byron to be in the front all the time. But this is one of those nights that William Byron looks like they're going to have to, he and Rudy Fugle are going to have to work on making that car better in order to get it to the front of the pack.
Well, certainly clean up the mistakes. See Berry picking off another one, Bowman to 4th place. But another one I saw back there as well was Christopher Bell. He's finally gotten pointed in the right direction, liking what he sees out of his race car, making some moves.
Bell with the Toyota owners.
Cam needing these 2 teammates in front of him, Priest, Gregson, to get it sorted out. Get it sorted out, boys. Get back single file so I can try to make a move on you.
Bell restarted 15th. He's up to 12th.
And this is exactly what we thought we were going to see when we started this race with the damp conditions, and knowing that we were going to go through some damp conditions into drying conditions into dry conditions, and we were going to see a lot of movers and goers as we went through the first part of this race. And the other thing that's going to happen is that groove moves up. It's going to be clean, Clint, and that outside that racetrack is going to have some grip, but it's also going to tear up the tires.
Logano going after Bowman for 5th place in the running order. Kyle Larson slipped up to a 9/10 of a second lead over Bubba Wallace. In P2, Mark Truex Jr. is 1.3 seconds back in 3rd. Josh Berry 1.7 seconds off the lead in 4th. And then again, this battle for 5th going on. Bowman currently in 5th, 2.5 seconds off the lead. Also 2.5 seconds back is Logano in 6th. Elliott is 3 seconds off the lead in 7th. Chastain in 8th, 3.7 seconds off the lead. 4 seconds off the lead is Todd Gilliland in 9th. And 4 seconds off the lead also is Noah Gragson in 10th. Shout out to SHR having 3 Fords in the top 12 in the running order right now. Again, just like I mentioned in the pre-race, that SHR has had good cars at Richmond the last several years, and you're seeing Berry shine, and even Gragson, after starting 19th, is up to 10th as well. One guy who has not shined here today is Ryan Blaney in the 12, still back in 28, fell back in the wet weather conditions and has failed to get himself going in the right direction. For that 12 team, they've fallen off. 2 weeks in a row, they finished outside the top 10, and here they are, 28th. Still a long ways to go, though, in this one, only lap 91 of 400. Oh, Byron had a slow pit stop. Looked like he had to back up, and he pointed back in the right direction. Of the top 15, currently Willie B is in 18th. Brad Keselowski moving forward, trying to at least. Started 23rd. He's battling Hamlin for 16th, and I'm surprised Hamlin is back where he is right now. Considering there are 2 Toyotas in the top 3, we've seen the Toyotas run really well in short tracks this season. They didn't look as strong and dominant like they did at Phoenix and Bristol a couple weeks ago in practice and qualifying, but there were still a few at the top, like you see the 23 and the 19 right now. But Denny Hamlin lacking behind those guys a little bit. Christopher Bell's slowly moving forward after qualifying deep in the field. He's up to 11, so you might expect to see Bell up in contention as well at some point here today. We'll have to wait and see if that will exactly be true or not. And now that we do have competitive pit stops, I think it was valiant effort by NASCAR to make sure that they were going to drive pit road up because they were going to need to have competitive pit stops, knowing that the tire fall off here at Richmond is very great. If we go green all the way through stage 2, we could see anywhere between a 2 to 3 pit stop strategy for these teams by way of tire wear. Definitely going to see everybody pit twice, I'd have to imagine, if we go green the whole stage. Maybe somebody will try 3, but yeah, we'll definitely see some fall off, which as of right now, though, we haven't seen a whole lot this early into the green flag run. Full screen commercial break right now on Fox. Again, if you are watching, wondering where you can watch the race live by way of picture, your local Fox affiliate is carrying tonight's NASCAR Cup Series Richmond coverage. We'll go through the full field running order in lap 96 here. Kyle Larson, 1.6 seconds ahead of Bubba Wallace in second. Martin Truex Jr. in third, Josh Berry fourth, Joey Logano in fifth, Alex Bowman sixth, Chase Elliott seventh, Ross Chastain eighth, Todd Gilliland ninth, and Noah Gragson is 10th. Christopher Bell in 11th, Chris Buescher 12th, Tyler Reddick 13th, Ryan Preece 14th, Ty Gibbs 15th, 16th is Denny Hamlin, Brad Keselowski 17th, William Byron 18th, Austin Dillon 19th, Kyle Busch is 20th. 21st for Austin Cindric, Eric Jones 22nd, 23rd is Kaz Grala, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 24th, Zane Smith 25th, Carson Hocevar 26th, Ryan Blaney 27th, Justin Haley 28th, John Hunter Nemechek 29th, and Harrison Burton is 30th. Chase Briscoe in 31st, Daniel Suarez 32nd, Michael McDowell 33rd, Ty Dillon 34th, Daniel Hemrick 35th, and Corey LaJoie rounds out the 36-car field. Larson's led 94 laps today and again continues to lead in the early going of this race. You're listening live on KRC. We'll take our second ad break of the Toyota Owners 400 live flag-to-flag coverage. Lincoln Kim Hollingsworth, Hercules Harrigan, Zavidero Racer. Also, thanks for tuning in here tonight. Easter Sunday nights. Appreciate you guys staying up late to watch this NASCAR coverage on a holiday nonetheless. 97 likes on the stream. Our goal is to get to 150. We're almost 2/3 of the way there, and we're still in the first half of this race. So, again, be sure to hit that like button and also vote for who you think is going to win the race here tonight as well in the chat. 42% of you say Larson's going to win of 135 votes. Other at 31%, 20% for Truex to win, and 7% for Chris Buescher to win. Other is somebody other than Buescher, Larson, and Truex, of course, as well. So, Larson leading the way in the race and in the poll. 98 likes on the stream, but 136 votes. So be sure to hit that like button. Appreciate you guys voting, but I will say hitting the like button is more important, at least for my sake on the channel and the channel growth than the poll itself. But appreciate you doing both. Be sure to do both if you have not yet. Also subscribe. We're getting closer to 5,000 subs on the channel. We were only 64 subscribers away from 5,000 coming into the night.
Built for first responders. 101 laps complete. We continue under green. Kyle Larson continuing to lead. He has never lost here after leading at least 50 laps. 2 for 2. He's right out in front for 96 of them so far.
I am so impressed with Josh Berry. This 4-car, just what an impressive run so far. You can almost feel the pressure coming off of that driver inside that car, Rodney Childress and company on the box. Man, they needed this. This is what they longed for.
How about Joey Logano going after Bubba Wallace for 4th?
There we go. We see the rotors glowing on Bubba Wallace's car. Those are always some of the things that I love about Richmond, being able to see those rotors glow and the flames coming out of the pipes.
Tells me that car's not rolling the middle. He's having to drag the brake a little bit longer. Probably he's tight. Starting to march the wrong direction, back to 5th from 2nd.
And you saw that left front tire sidewall as he touched the apron. That tells me he's also tight, trying to use that apron to help him turn in 3 and 4.
Now Martin Truex 2 seconds off the lead. And his lap times within a 10th of Larson's, as are Berry's and Logano's.
Well, who's going to challenge Larson? You said it. His stats are good here, but so are that boys right there. If anybody contend, it can be that Gibbs bunch with Martin Truex Jr. behind the wheel.
Larry Mack.
Yeah, y'all were talking about the rotors glowing on the 23 car. A lot of the Toyotas, when we were on the wet weather tires, were complaining about brake shake, and that means they probably were not getting enough heat in them. They had them cut their fans off. I think the spotter or Booty Barker, the crew chief for Bubba Wallace, just noticed the rotors glowing, said make sure your brake cooling fans are on.
Larry? Yeah, and Richmond is one of the racetracks, especially in this next-gen car, where the brakes would actually be too cold. And when they get too cold and you push on them and then they get hot going into the corners, they cool off too much down this long front straightaway. So always a very tricky balance on what the brake temperature would be. But when the wheel starts shaking here from brake shake, it literally will take the wheel out of your hand. It jerks so hard.
Here's a look at your Toyota top performers. Truex and Wallace in the top 5, Bell in the top 10.
Well, we've got a different tire than what we raced here last year. Goodyear brought a little more tread on the tire, the tire that we ran at Phoenix, and a lot less fall off here at night than what we saw during the day, Clint.
And you're going to see more. You're definitely going to see more. And with that, you're going to see cars starting to fade back, like we touched on with Bubba Wallace, and cars marching to the front. Look down through the list, Bell, Christopher Bell. Byron really hasn't came up very far, but Keselowski, Reddick, Chastain, some of those names, Busher, keep an eye on those guys heading forward.
A couple of the 5 Fords in the top 12 right now. Busher taking the spot. Gilliland had a rough pit stop, dropped 4 spots. That's why he is back in 11th after having a great qualifying effort. Kyle Busch looking back at Brian Preece, just inside the top 20.
Yeah, we heard Kyle talking on the radio earlier. He was not happy with his car. He wanted major adjustments to his car. See the Rebel Bourbon onboard camera there with Kyle Busch.
Stenhouse and Hocevar, this is back at 25th, about 17 seconds off the lead, and Blaney right with them. I'd say half the times I looked up and saw Stenhouse's car in this race so far tonight, it's been on the outside of somebody else, making passes.
Yeah, typically Ricky is one of those cars that usually finds that outside groove to work it before everybody else.
Whoa!
Oh, you see him
contact.
Either he got loose right there or he's not happy with him.
And a little of this, I saw him down there in the pits. He had to back up. It was blocked in, just like Byron. So he lost some spots on pit road. But this is a good racetrack for Ricky Stenhouse. He likes Richmond, and the things that you're talking about, his maneuverability and ability to be able to run that outside and do crossovers and things like that make him pass, a lot of cars here.
114 laps complete. Kyle Larson leading Martin Truex by 1.9 seconds.
All right, we'll go back through the top 10 in the running order again. Kyle Larson, your race leader, 1.8 seconds ahead of Martin Truex Jr. in second. 2.9 seconds back is Josh Berry in third. Joey Logano in fourth, 4.4 seconds off the lead. And Bubba Wallace, 5 seconds off the lead in fifth. Alex Bowman in sixth, 6.7 seconds back. Chase Elliott in seventh, 7.7 seconds back. 8 seconds off the lead is Ross Chastain in ninth. Christopher Bell, 8.3 seconds back in, Chastain in eighth at 8 seconds off the lead. Christopher Bell in ninth place is 8.3 seconds back, and 9.7 seconds off the lead is Chris Buescher in 10th place. The predictions, the must-have drivers, I had Larson, Truex, their P1, P2, Larson first, Truex second, as I mentioned, and Buescher in 10th. So all in the top 10 there, the sleeper picks. Josh Berry up to third place, solid run for him. Alex Bowman in sixth, and Brad Keselowski 15th, so 2 for 3 in the top 10 in the early going yet. And all three don't have picks, are still outside the top 10, with Tyler Reddick back in 13th place, the highest running of those. Kyle Busch is in 19th place, and Chase Briscoe still back at 31st. Larson was catching the back of lap traffic right before they went to commercial break, and we could see our first green flag pit stops of the day at some point during the next bit of TV coverage. So I'll let you guys listen into that when they come back from the full. Try to get to 103. Truex closing in. He stayed in second, and yeah, he is. He was over 2 seconds off the lead there for a bit. I think the lap traffic is holding Larson up, though. And Larson was just about to get into lap traffic, so now he's having to deal with dirty air for really the first time today. LaJoie has just gone a lap down during the commercial break, so yeah. Lap traffic, I think, is starting to hold Larson up, and that is allowing Truex to close in, and maybe Josh Berry, Joey Logano can meet him there as well.
Welcome back to the Toyota Owners 400 on Fox. 121 laps complete. You're watching our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, powering every lap, every mile, and every victory on the road ahead. Goodyear, more driven. Well, time to start thinking about a revised pit stop strategy after starting this race on wet weather tires.
Well, they're pitting. They're definitely coming down to pit road. Denny Hamlin, Brad Keselowski, the first two. Here comes some more. It looks like Freeze.
Well, we had heard him talking on the radio a little
Josh
bit
Berry, your third place car.
Yep. About being scared of that pit road being wet, and sometimes that's the deceiving part that we talk about, being not as slick as what you think it would be looking wet. Regan?
Well, the 4-car Josh Berry getting ready to hit pit road and come to the service of his team, as you see right there. Right now, he's a little bit tight in traffic, good in clean air. They started to get ready about 2 laps ago and then quickly call him down pit road.
Kyle Busch, Freeze, Gallup, and more. Jamie.
See the 54, Mark Truex Jr. just comes to a stop in his box. He just told the team, I fired off good, and guys, I'm still happy. This car is good. They had a good feeling about it, and Mike, all three of us went to Richmond, came under the light.
More takers. Lots more on pit road.
Well, I'll tell you who's not. So we had Truex Jr. on pit road. Your leader, Kyle Larson, is still out there.
Long stop for Austin Dillon. Ross Chastain is in.
I think you're going to see a split strategy here. Some two stop this stage, some one.
Hocevar in.
Well, once one car gets on the pit road, if you're going to go on this strategy to pit in the middle of the stage, you have to come with them, or you just lose too much time and don't gain the benefit of the new tires to take off and gain the lap time.
Larry, what do you do if you're the leader, Kyle Larson?
Yeah, what they may be doing, we'll watch him here for about 3 more laps. They may split this exactly into thirds, which is basically about 50 laps a run. I watched Chris Gabehart with Denny Hamlin in the July race do the same thing. That way he gets a little bit of advantage on the top side with the fresher tires. But if you're going to go it on one stop, he's going to have to go about another 20-something laps.
Christopher Bell is in. Regan.
Like Christopher Bell doing a nice job moving up through the field right now. He's a little bit too tight in traffic, but told his crew chief Adam Stevens, if we get clean air at some point, I think it's going to be right where it needs to be. He's fast right now.
Corey LaJoie comes to pit road along with Chase Elliott. That leaves just 11 cars on the racetrack who have not stopped.
So here's the hardest part about what Kyle Larson has to do right now, guys. He has to get out of the way of all the cars that are going so much faster. So what happens is sometimes it slows down big chunks of lap time. So that's the thing that Kyle Larson doesn't want to do right now, is give up a big chunk of lap time with those faster cars.
Jamie.
Joey Logano in his pit box now, took off tight, building free as they run a 4-tire stop. He is scheduled pit stop for the 22.
Austin Cindric is in. Logano's Penske teammate. And that'll leave 9 drivers on the track who have not been on pit road since lap 74.
Those 9 drivers being Kyle Larson, Bubba Wallace, Alex Bowman, Ty Gillen, Ryan Blaney, Daniel Suarez, Justin Haley, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Ty Dillon. Those are all the drivers that still have yet to hit pit road for green flag pit stops during the course of this stage. Ryan Blaney's now on his way in. So Blaney pitting from about 5th. He was outside the top 20 before the cycling of pit stops started. Interested to see where exactly Kyle Larson's going to cycle off of pit road once he ends up making his way down. Stenhouse on his way in right before he was about to lose a lap to Larson. And all these other cars that are a lap down or 2 laps down trying to race their way by Larson in case a caution comes out before that 5 car comes into pit road. This is also going to give some laps back to some of those drivers that might have pitted that already went a lap down as well. So that could be beneficial. Remember, Truex was only about 0.8 of a second behind Larson when he pitted. He was 2 seconds behind him at one point in the run, but once Larson caught the back of lap traffic, Truex started eating into that lead. Then the green flag pit stop started. It's interesting because Wallace and Bowman were both in the top 5 as well, and they still haven't hit pit road. So looking to be on the same strategy as Larson, trying to go just one stop, split it in half. And here comes Truex in 7th. The first of the drivers on 4 fresh tires is now back on the lead lap. So that will put 7 cars on the lead lap, but still 6 to pit. Josh Berry would be the second car on the racetrack of those that have already made their green flag pit stops during this stage. Ooh, showing some contact on screen moments ago between Carson Hocevar and Harrison Burton. Like Burton was checked up behind Wallace on the older tires. Hocevar came in there hot and sideswiped the 21 on his way by both cars. Oh boy, Kaz Gralla nearly squeezing Josh Berry into the wall as they will try to race their way around Larson, who is on the older tires. Blaney going to try to do the same as he pinches a 15 back another corner. That Gralla will have to wait to get by the 5. So Berry back on the lead lap. Blaney will be back to 1 lap down when he passes the 5 of Larson. So 8 cars now on the lead lap in this race. We'll have many more back on the lead lap once we get the rest of pit stops here. Gralla getting 1 of his 2 laps back as well. They're just limping it around this racetrack. Lap 68 of 116 stage 2, lap 138 of 400 entirely in this race. The top 5, again, 4 of which still have to pit, but Truex in 5th has already pitted. Larson 4.9 seconds ahead of Bubba Wallace in 2nd. Alex Bowman 7.1 seconds off the lead in 3rd. Todd Gillen 13.1 seconds off the lead in 4th. And Mark Truex Jr. 18.5 seconds off the lead in 5th. So again, that is the top 5. Still waiting on Larson, Wallace, Bowman, Gilliland, Suarez, and Haley to hit pit road. Ty Dillon also a lap down, has not yet pitted in 10th. So 7 cars yet have to hit pit road for their first green flag stop of stage 2, which will more than likely be their only one considering how long that they are making this first run, as they've gone well over 60 laps now. 2 stops in this stage, yep, very much going to be the case for a lot of these drivers. Some of them are going to try to go on 1. We'll see how this works out. That's what I love about Richmond. A lot of tire strategy at this racetrack with a huge amount of fall off. Again, 24 years on this surface, this being the 25th now. Last repaved back in 2000. So, yeah, we'll see how this is going to pay off for these drivers that are still out on the racetrack. They're definitely going to fall behind, and then they're going to try to run some time trial laps, essentially get that time back up again, and hope that they can hold on to the end of the stage from there. 107 likes on the stream. Again, our goal is 150, so be sure to hit that like button if you guys have not done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content as well. Quick highlight of those spotlight drivers coming into this race here today, where they're running prediction-wise. Kyle Larson continues to lead a bunch of laps in this race. He was one of the must-haves. Martin Truex Jr. in 5th, another one of the must-haves. And Chris Buescher in 11th. We'll cycle back into the top 10 once we get those cars that haven't pitted yet to pit. He'll cycle ahead of him. But for right now, he's in 11th. So 2 for 3 there. The sleeper picks coming into the night. Josh Berry in 6th, and he is already pitted. So awesome there. He'll end up being in 2nd then when everything cycles through. He's about 4 seconds behind Truex. So lost some time on pit road because he was within about 2 seconds of him before. So between that, racing through traffic, he's lost a couple seconds. Anyway, the other 2 sleeper picks would have been Brad Keselowski, who has not broken into the top 10 yet. He's back at 13th. And then Alex Bowman, who is currently 3rd and has ran top 5 the whole night on a one-stop strategy here for stage 2. Don't have picks, all still outside the top 10 and have not yet gotten their way in the top 10. Tyler Reddick in 20th, Kyle Busch 21st, and Chase Briscoe 24th.
Next Sunday, the NASCAR Cup Series moves over to FS1. It's 2 Eastern. Green flag at 3 on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. 144 laps in the books. And Larson has increased his lead over Bubba Wallace by a second, but he is losing a lot of valuable time to the drivers who stopped back at lap 123, 124.
He is, and Bubba lost a lot the lap before. It all depends on, like we were talking earlier. See, he's getting out of the way. His angle's off getting in the corner. So it's all about minimizing the time lost. Bubba Wallace, I think, has had a couple bigger chunks of time with the way that traffic has cycled out with the cars that he's been around and trying to get out of the way and sometimes get run into.
Absolutely. I mean, the pace is already 1 second difference between tires and not. Then you can get held up to another second. That's 2 seconds gain. Way too much time. Have to be careful. Time those passes.
And for me, I always wanted to be on the Martin Truex Jr. strategy. Put the tires on my car and just let me be on offense, go forward. I hated when they would put me out there and leave me on the other strategy and I'm in the way. I just felt like I lost more time and it definitely wasn't as much fun.
Well, from here, in this vantage point, being a fan, I love it. I love both aspects of that strategy game. See how it plays out.
Fifth place, Josh Berry. On newer tires, Todd Gilliland has not made his green flag stop yet. He's 6th. But Truex made his stop, got back on the lead lap. So did Josh Berry, Logano, Bell, Buscher, Keselowski. 1 lap down. First car 1 lap down is Keselowski. There's your Hunt Brothers Pizza Cam on board Joey Logano. Looking ahead at Todd Gilliland. Chevy in positions 1 and 3, Toyota 2nd and 4th, Fords 4 through 7, with 4 of them in the top 10.
On board with Brad Keselowski and the BuildSubmarines.com in-car camera. Brad's somebody that we thought would be right in the middle of everything that we did here tonight based on how he performed here last year.
And I think he's holding suit to that for sure. Brad Keselowski marched right up through the field.
Yeah, and he started deep in the field, only ran 1 lap in qualifying, and that came back. Here comes Larson, pit road.
Suarez and Larson in for their green flag stop. And Bubba Wallace will take over the lead. Here's Regan.
Like Kyle Larson's been very quiet on the radio. Hasn't said a word this entire run, but has been getting coached up the entire time by Cliff Daniels on where he needed to be lap time-wise. They continue to tell him, you're doing exactly what you need to do. He was managing lap time as he ran. Jamie.
And Todd Gilliland having a great night. Started 6th, his second best of the year. Tight through the center, free up, and he gets into the top 5 for most of this race, Regan.
Bubba Wallace, this run has been too free into the corners, too tight center. We saw him lose a few spots early on, and that was his biggest complaint.
Ty Dillon, Todd Gilliland have made their stop, so only Alex Bowman is on the racetrack, and here he comes to pit road, having not been there since lap 74. He and Justin Haley. Martin Truex Jr. cycles back to the lead. Now, when all this started, he was 0.6 of a second back, Truex was, to Kyle Larson when pit stops began.
Well, now it's going to flop. Now, Martin Truex is going to be running slower, and Larson is going to run this run out, what we believe, all the way to the end. And we see Alex Bowman on pit road with pit crew hopping around. Some trouble.
Regan.
Well, you guys saw right there a little bit of trouble with the right rear. The Jackman actually had to go back to the other side. That'll cost him some time for Alex Bowman.
Justin Haley, the final car to pit in this green flag sequence.
Well, you said it'll flop, Kevin. I heard you were talking about Larson and Truex right there. Will for now. The problem is we've got 75 to go in this stage. It's going to be a while before we figure out which one of these scenarios work the best. And those 2 cars are going to be able to show it. That's where you're going to see it. Who played the cards right?
So Larry tells us it won't be but 15 or 20 laps from now when that group that broke this stage into thirds will be back to pit road. And then we'll see how it cycles out for the run to the end of the stage.
That's one thing I love about Richmond. You have all these different pit strategies, and a lot of it sometimes flops because of how your car is handling the things that happen on the racetrack. Tonight we started in the rain. You can push your slick tires a little bit further with the strategy and have an extra set at the end. So it's all playing out.
Larry, we saw that Chris Gabehart, the 11 car, changed that strategy a couple years ago, won this race, and really kind of changed Richmond from then on.
Yeah, he actually did a one stop in one stage and two stops in the other, and that kind of started the trend going.
So Martin Truex Jr. in front of Josh Berry, Joey Logano, Christopher Bell, and Chris Buescher, all of whom were on pit road between lap 123 and 127. Gilliland with a little bit of a scrape there prior to his pit stop.
6-second lead for Martin Truex Jr. out on the racetrack. Josh Berry is now in second, Joey Logano third, Christopher Bell fourth, and Chris Buescher rounds out the top five. 6 seconds of a difference between Berry and Truex. Logano 6.9 seconds back. 10 seconds off the lead is Christopher Bell in fourth. And Buescher is 13 seconds off the lead. So that is your top five in the Toyota Owners 400 at Richmond. Be sure to hit the like button if you guys still have not yet. And subscribe for more NASCAR content. We'll take another ad break and continue our live flag-to-flag coverage of this NASCAR Cup Series Easter Sunday night race at Richmond. Cody Ledger, thanks for tuning in. As well as many others that are tuned in here tonight. Can appreciate it, especially on a holiday. Appreciate you guys tuning in here. 110 likes too. Appreciate that. Our goal is 150. We'll see if we can get there before the end of this stream. And also remember, at the end of stage 2, we got 2 things at the end of stage. Well, 3 things at the end of stage 2. 1, fantasy lineups lock up. Be sure to have your fantasy lineups up for the end of stage 2. 2. Be sure to vote for who you think is going to win the race today, because that poll in the chat will close at the end of stage 2. 152 of you have voted so far. 41% say Larson is going to win. Other at 31%, that's somebody other than Larson, Truex, or Buescher. Buescher still only at 6% of the votes, and Martin Truex Jr. at 22%. So we'll see how much that changes between now and the last 55 or so laps of the stage. Ace Elshire, thanks for tuning into the stream as well. Lastly, stage 2, we'll have diecast showing again. Getting back into the rhythm of doing that. We've done that for 4 consecutive live commentary streams now, when you count this one, because I do have the diecast at the ready. So show off a 124 scale diecast there at the end of stage 2, just to show off my collection. Some of you guys like to see that. So see the cool paint schemed cars that I got on the collection side of things. 16 cars on the lead lap during this stage 2 run, and we have probably 2/3 of the field that still have to make one more pit stop yet in this stage, trying the 2-tire pit stop strategy. Just coming back from the commercial break right now. Once they get into the next wave of green flag pit stops, I'll let you listen in. But for right now, I'll just continue to take over the coverage. Ty Gibbs into the top 10 for the first time tonight, as well as Denny Hamlin in 9th and 10th place. Kyle Larson is up to 8th place in the running order, about 18 seconds off the lead. I think he's going to want to get to within really close proximity of Truex before Truex pits. Otherwise, I think there's going to be a very good chance that Truex is going to win the stage. I'm liking Truex on the 2-stop strategy right now, beating the 5 by the way things look. But we'll see how that's going to exactly pay out at the end. It's tough to tell for sure until after the 19 pits, and then we'll see the lap time difference after that, and we can do the math. But as of right now, it's kind of a guessing game, because we don't know if he's going to make a mistake on pit road. That could potentially slow that down a little bit as well. But Truex definitely the fastest on the track of those on the 2-stop strategy as of right now. The 1-stop strategy looks like Larson is the one to beat. So it's looking like it's going to be a battle between the 5 and the 19 here for the stage 2 win, and maybe even the race win if things look the way they are now once the final stage begins. Bubba Wallace just getting back on the lead lap. Getting back to 16 cars on the lead lap, as he is on the same strategy as Larson. And I believe he's the next closest in the running order behind Larson. But Larson's up in 7th, and again, Wallace in 16th. Quite a big gap between the two of them. Lap 170. Brad Keselowski in 7th, just got passed by Larson. Forward position. Again, Keselowski on the older tires than what Larson's on. We do have a caution. Caution is out.
Caution at lap 170, and this is the third caution of the night. And Kyle Busch bounced off the wall. We're waiting on word from NASCAR, but that may be the reason for the caution.
Way up out of the groove, you seem heading north, man. It's almost like a brake issue or maybe a right front down, Kevin.
Yeah, the car definitely went straight.
Not a right front.
Oh, it's definitely not down.
Well, it was one thing's for sure. The day wasn't going very good, and the night is getting worse. Kyle Larson, or excuse me, Kyle Busch.
Now, Bubba Wallace had just passed Martin Truex to get back on the lead lap. And we'll see who ends up being the free pass car.
6-time winner here at Richmond. I know he's frustrated.
Eric Jones is the free pass. First car 1 lap down.
Yeah, and that didn't work out well for Kyle Larson with where this caution fell. He's running 6th right now. You see Eric Jones, he'll be your free pass. Kyle Larson running 6th on his strategy, and all those guys who had already pitted before him and run, Kyle was going to keep running, and they were going to have to pit again. Now they've jumped him, and now they're all going to pit together because Kyle's going to have to pit with them.
That's exactly right. Not exactly what Cliff Daniels needed on this one-stop strategy he had going on.
And you just never know. You never know when those cautions are going to fall, and you just have to pick a strategy. And that's crew chief Cliff Daniels right there. And the way that this works with the amount of people that you can bring, the crew chief usually has to do something, or one of the engineers, and Cliff Daniels on it.
Well, I'll tell you, that is how intense he is as a crew chief, but he knows how important his pit stop is. You get him done on pit road, easier than you can do it on the racetrack.
Jamie.
Joey Logano comes in from 3rd, having a great night so far. A little tight center, turns fine on throttle, gets loose off throttle. Air pressure adjustment in 4th. The 19 of Mark Truex Jr., only driver I've heard tonight who has been happy start to finish, Regan.
The 4-car Josh Berry took off way too tight on that green flag after that green flag pit stop, but it got better as he ran. He liked it at the end. The 20-car of Christopher Bell is loose in and loose off of the corners. He wants an adjustment for that.
Yeah, that's not abnormal. That's not abnormal to hear the comments from Josh Berry to talk about taking off tight.
Was there contact with Bubba Wallace right here as Truex tried to leave?
Somebody's got to give.
Yep.
All right, so under caution once again here tonight. First time at stage 2 and the third time total in this race that we are under yellow. Kyle Larson's led 145 laps in this race so far today. So we'll see how he does restarting in traffic. First time he's going to have to deal with dirty air on equal tires in this one. And Mark Truex Jr., who won the race off pit road and was leading at the time of the caution, will lead us to the green on the other side of this commercial break. And you are listening live on KRC. Eric Jones gets the free pass, by the way, to get back on the lead lap with this caution coming out. The caution's for Kyle Busch getting into the wall in turns 1 and 2. They probably didn't need to throw a caution for that. He got into the wall, and it was significant contact, but he kind of bounced off of it, kept going. It didn't really cause anybody else to, have to brake heavy or whatever to miss him. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they should have thrown the caution for that, personally. And that really hurts a lot of drivers, too, because there's quite a few that just trapped the lap down. Those guys that were on the one-stop strategy are going to have to take the wave around now. Like Alex Bowman, he's going to get trapped outside the top 15. He was running top 5 all night, so that is not a caution he needed to see. Bubba Wallace was lucky to just get back on the lead lap right before the caution came out, but, Yeah, Blaney was another one on the one-stop strategy. Granted, he wasn't running well before anyway, but definitely not looking good with that caution back in 25th. And oddly enough, Kyle Busch was at the tail end of the lead lap, so even though he was involved in the yellow, if he doesn't have a lot of damage on the right front or the right side of his car after pancaking the wall, he's going to at least be able to continue on the lead lap. And he was running outside the top 20 most of the night. Now he's in 16, so it might actually better his positioning. Again, it depends how much damage he has, though, because if he's got damage and goes straight backwards, then it's obviously not going to matter. But could end up getting bailed out in actuality. Again, with the caution.
Didn't get to it in the pre-race, but let me tell you, Richmond has always had a great fan base. These people know how to do it. A lot of tailgating on this Easter weekend, a lot of families. That's what I like to see. Kids out here having fun, people of all ages. Richmond, good racetrack to come tailgate. Tailgate Kings, folks. We have the best fans in the business in NASCAR. There's a Chastain fan for you. Do you have one of those watermelon hats, Kevin? I didn't.
I don't.
Do you have a watermelon backpack? I didn't.
Not my color. There we go. That's much better. Bush Light. Did you see any of those Bush Lights out there?
I thought you gave that sport up too. Actually, I did see a lot of Bush Lights.
I bet you did.
Saw a few cold ones, and man, it looked tasty.
All right, so there's the Ford Performance Cam on board Noah Gregson. He's up to 12th place.
SHR's having a good night. They needed one.
Yeah, the four's been good. With Josh Berry, Noah's been just right in there grinding.
Well, can Kyle Larson pass some cars here? Get back up through him and put the pressure on Truex. Logano, man. Talk about that.
Exactly what they needed, Clint. And this is, when you come to a racetrack that you expect to run good and you perform like that, it's instant confidence.
You were talking about Christopher Bell. He's part of the show now. Got back up through him. He's established in the top 5, running 4th.
Yeah, that's the
20 car might have
highest he's been all night. All right, penalties. Ty Gibbs and Ryan Priest, too fast entering pit road, while the 51 of Justin Haley's crew was over the wall too soon, so they will restart.
All right, so Justin Haley, Ty Gibbs with a couple of pit road penalties there. They'll be at the back of the lead lap on the restart. Green flag back in the air. Truex with a great launch in the restart zone. Gets out ahead of Joey Logano. Josh Berry side by side with the 22 of Logano into turns 1 and 2. 4 wide in the middle of the pack in the back half of the top 10. Ryan Blaney going way wide, losing quite a few positions there, and it looked like Chastain lost quite a few as well. He was in the top 10. Now he's back to 12th. He was in the outside of that 4 wide lane and had to get out of Dodge. Truex clear by about 5 or 6 car lengths. 1 lap into the restart as Berry and Logano continue to stay side by side for the lead. And behind them side by side for 4th between Larson and the 20 of Christopher Bell. A couple dirt racers battling for position. Hamlin getting by Buescher for 6th. Larson still side by side with Bell. Bell on the outside, Larson on the bottom. Berry did win the battle for 2nd, clearing Joey Logano off turn 2 the last lap. So Josh Berry back into P2. Logano settles in at 3rd. Kyle Larson is going to nearly clear the 20 of Bell off turn 2, and he does slam the door shut. Near contact. Yep, there was contact, and Bell might have gotten a piece of the wall. Definitely got pinched off. And that allows Hamlin to get underneath his teammate Bell as they battle for 5th. Well, if Larson wasn't clear, he definitely self-cleared on the back straightaway. It was a light scuff into the wall there for Bell. I don't think it's going to hurt him much other than the fact he's probably going to lose position to Hamlin. And he does. Yeah, Hamlin clear. William Byron up into the top 10 for the first time tonight after this pit cycling sequence. And Bubba Wallace off the restart moving up 6 positions from 16th to 10th. Showing a replay of the restart. Chastain went to the outside intentionally 4 wide. Didn't go anywhere but backwards for him. And Cindric got into the back of Blaney. On the restart, getting into turn 1, so a couple teammates collide, and then Hocevar got into the back of Blaney after Blaney got shoved up out of line, so Ryan falling back quite a bit. He was a lap down on the restart. He was going to be battling for the free pass position, if I'm not mistaken, and now he's back to 33rd. Battle for 25th is the battle for the free pass spot to the end of this stage, or the next caution, whatever comes first. 48 laps to go in the stage as of right now.
Some grief about his strategy and it not working out. But you know what? That you just don't know when the cautions are going to fall. You just have no idea. And the crew chief says, okay, this is what looks to be the best from a time standpoint. And when we punch the numbers in, this is how we're going to make the most ground. But
well, history. You go back and look at history, all those guys, that has such a big way in that decision. And we all know, well, 9 times out of 10, you got long green flag runs.
The other history that we don't know about is this night race, right?
Absolutely.
The pace is faster, and there's just things that are happening different. So they're still learning on the fly what the right strategy is with these lap times.
15th place, Ross Chastain against Eric Jones, who just got the free pass. Eric has this Racing to Read program, and out here in the fan zone, he read an Easter Bunny book to the kids this afternoon.
Been doing that for quite a few years. That's a good attaboy for him, making a lot of difference in a lot of children's lives. Pretty cool. Make your old teacher happy, right?
That's right.
Should be proud.
She'd have been proud if you'd read anything.
That's a good dig, Kevin. Did they have books when you were them glasses working? Is that why you have readers?
Well, they just used to. We had typewriters and all kinds of different things.
Typewriters.
Things getting a little feisty here. Austin Dillon up there with Michael McDowell. Ryan Blaney trying to work his way back up through on the low side now.
Man, did you see the right front rotor glowing on that Ryan Blaney car? Wow.
Mired back in traffic.
Look at that, Clint.
And a lap down.
Definitely not the night that we thought we would have out of Ryan Blaney. He's been carrying the banner for Ford with the speed and things on the racetrack, and tonight has definitely not been a great night for him.
188 complete. Mark Truex Jr. up 1 second on Josh Berry as we take you Fox side by side.
1 second lead for Martin Truex Jr. Josh Berry, as you heard there, in second place. Joey Logano third. Kyle Larson in fourth. Denny Hamlin fifth. Christopher Bell sixth. Chris Buescher seventh. William Byron eighth. Bubba Wallace ninth. And Tyler Reddick is 10th. Brad Keselowski in 11th. Noah Gragson 12th. Chase Elliott 13th. Kyle Busch 14th. Eric Jones 15th. 16th is Ross Chastain. Chase Briscoe 17th. 18th for Ty Gibbs. Alex Bowman, in 19th. Todd Gilliland is 20th. Daniel Suarez 21st. Ty Dillon 22nd. 23rd place is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Harrison Burton 24th. Jonathan Nemechek first car 1 lap down in 25th. 26th is Zane Smith. Austin Cindric is 26th. Zane Smith is 27th. Daniel Hemrick 28th. Austin Dillon 29th. Carson Hocevar is 30th. Ryan Blaney 31st. Michael McDowell 32nd. Ryan Preece 33rd. 34th is Corey LaJoie. Kaz Grala 35th. And Justin Haley is 36. So that rounds out the 36 car running order here in tonight's race. Every car still on the racetrack, no DNFs, and we have had 3 cautions so far tonight, 2 for incident. That incident with Suarez and Berry late in stage 1 bled to the end of the first stage. So we had that. Obviously, the Kyle Busch incident there moments ago. He's still on the lead lap at 14th. Again, I probably think that shouldn't have been a yellow, but it was nevertheless. Busch obviously is still running okay. In 14th, he got into the wall, but not too hard apparently. And now the first caution would have been the cop yellow at lap 30 to go from the wet treaded tires to the slick tires as we started in wet weather conditions at the beginning of this race due to a brief storm shower that showed up in the Richmond area prior to the drop of the green flag. Led us to having roughly a 15 to 20 minute delay at the start of the race, but not too bad, and that's where we're at right now. 1 hour, 40 minutes after the drop of the green flag into this one, so still in the midway point. 86.76 miles per hour is the current average race speed. Larson has led the most laps and won stage 1, 145 laps led for him. Truex, your current race leader, has led 2 different times, 43 laps led, and a couple other drivers leading just a few laps like Elliott Wallace and Josh Berry, but that is it as of right now for the laps led category.
The only driver in the top 5 who does not yet have a Richmond win. Berry running right where he was where he finished a year ago, subbing for Chase Elliott. How about an Easter basket full of crank it up for this Sunday night?
Yeah. We haven't gotten too many of these this year. Not during actual green flag racing.
Halfway in the Toyota Owners 400 at Richmond on an Easter Sunday night. Martin Truex 1.4 ahead of Josh Berry. Logano Larson 3.4 seconds back, and as we documented before the pit stops began under green, Truex was 0.6 of a second behind Kyle Larson under green, and of course the caution flag for Kyle Busch negated all of that. 30 laps to go in stage 2. Here's your progressive race summary. Martin Truex, one of 5 leaders so far. Larson out front for 144. Truex now has led for 50 laps, second most. 10 lead changes, 23 cars on the lead lap. Kyle Larson, the stage 1 winner, currently 3 seconds out of the lead in 4th.
Riding with actually the cause of the caution, last caution we had, Kyle Busch, which was exactly what he needed. He probably gained 12 spots. Flip side of that, Alex Bowman, he was one of the good cars running up front of the top 5, got pinned a lap down, clear back in 19th place right now.
Regan?
You guys just showed the 8 of Kyle Busch a moment ago there. A lot of optimism for them coming into the race. Felt like that car was going to be very good. Right now, the report from Kyle, though, he's so tight, he is chattering the right front tire through the corner. Not too happy with it at the moment.
Yeah, we've heard Kyle talk about how tight his car is all night. That is definitely one thing that was challenging for these teams as they practice in the middle of the day, Clint, running their first race at night in this next-gen car. So some guys have hit it better than others, and obviously this car of Kyle Busch, they started off the race way too tight, so they missed it a little bit.
And you hear him say chattering. They literally, you scrub that tire too much. In other words, it's too tight, the car's sliding. When that tire slides too much, it eventually gets into a chatter, and that's exactly what it feels like. Not a good feeling at all, is it?
No. When it's chattering like that, and that's not abnormal for here and Loudon and some of these flatter racetracks for the chatter to happen in the middle of the corner, but it's definitely not the way that you're going to win the race.
23 to go in stage 2. We'll step away for a box side-by-side.
Little past the halfway point down to 192 laps to go in this 400-lap race. A 1.5 second lead nearly for Martin Truex Jr. over Josh Berry in second. Joey Logano's 2.5 seconds back in third. Fourth place is Kyle Larson, 3.2 seconds off the lead, and Denny Hamlin, 4.3 seconds back in fifth. That rounds out your top 5 in tonight's Toyota Owners 400 at Richmond. We'll take an ad break here. You're listening live on KRC 150 before the end of this one. 168 people have voted. Appreciate that. That might be the most votes we've had in one of these polls this season. In the chat for who you think is going to win. And 42% of you still say Larson. You can change those votes. Truex at 21% and is currently leading. Larson in fourth, lost the track position with the caution in the middle of the stage, of course. Chris Buescher, 6% of the votes. And 30% of you say somebody other than Buescher, Larson, or Truex will win. So we'll see if that'll stay true as of right now. Martin Truex Jr. has not won a stage yet this season. So this would be his first stage win of the year if he's able to get it done. Came in as a points leader, so the stage points would be very crucial in that. And he was top 10 at the end of the first stage as well. So between him and Larson, looking like they're going to score the most stage points tonight based off of their running position. Josh Berry as well scoring a lot of stage points today, getting to 9th in stage 1 despite it only being 70 laps and starting 30th. He's done a great job running in second right now, right where he ended up basically leaving off last season in his spring Richmond effort. He did not run the summer race here, but he ran the spring one in replacement of Chase Elliott when he was out with his injury. Elliott, in his return to Richmond for a spring date, is currently 13th. He started second tonight, led some laps in the early going. That pit strategy put him back outside the top 10 a little bit, and he's been mired in traffic ever since. Curious to know if Alex Bowman's going to end up going a lap down before the end of the stage or not. It's going to be interesting to watch.
Stage 2. Now, some of the drivers who stayed out on that last caution are now falling a lap down, like Ricky Stenhouse, Ty Dillon, Todd Gilliland, and Daniel Suarez. Alex Bowman, who also stayed out, is the last of those, and he's right now the last car on the lead lap as we come toward the end of stage 2. Martin Truex putting Suarez one down, Bowman ahead.
Well, you see Suarez putting up as much of a fight as he can right here to try to keep Martin Truex from lapping another car. So he wants to keep him pinned right there as long as he can. Didn't take long, though.
The car ahead is Justin Haley, and that would put him 2 down. And Josh Berry continues to impress.
He was having trouble getting around Gilliland, and I can't see the other one, Ty Dillon right there, enabled Logano and Larson to really close the gap on him in the last few laps.
Well, that's the ebb and flow of this particular racetrack. You know, you catch a guy that's running your groove and you have a ton of trouble passing him, and all the guys that are right behind you catch up, and then you finally clear him, and you're like, oh, thank God.
You got to think after his performance here last year that Josh Berry had this race circled on his calendar.
Well, Josh Berry and Rodney Childers are, you know, they needed to get it going, but I think everybody thought that they could, and I think the biggest thing for them is just making it happen. And tonight has been a solid run from the start to where they are right now.
It's called confidence, and there's only one way to get it. Runs like here tonight.
Jamie?
Yeah, and another driver that really needed a solid run tonight is Joey Logano, still looking for his first top 5 of the year. And I talked to his crew chief, Paul Wolf, earlier, and he said, we had a chance to be part of that tire test in North Wilkesboro about 3 weeks ago. And you guys know, we rarely test in this sport. It's basically just for tires. He said, we actually learned a few things that we applied to our setup for here at Richmond. He said, that combined with the fact this is Joey's style of track, they were really optimistic, and it's showing so far.
Running third, 2.5 off the lead, 2.5 seconds that is.
Well, when Jamie talks about not being able to test, that's literally the rule. You cannot test unless it's a NASCAR sanctioned test, and most of the time it's a Goodyear test where they're testing a newly paved surface like they have at North Wilkesboro, and it gives these teams that are able to go to those tests an opportunity to try things outside of just testing the tires. So you can only do so much on simulation and CFD and all the things that we use for tools outside of just going to the racetrack. And when you get those opportunities, you have to capitalize on them. And tonight we're seeing a much better 22 car in Joey Logano.
You see that 4 car getting bigger. The one that I thought would be able to do a little bit better, and I'm sure he is thinking the same thing, is our early race leader, Kyle Larson, hasn't been able to make much progress at all so far.
Restarted 5th, currently running 4th.
Yeah, and that's we talk about it all the time, Clint. You want to be in control of these races and do everything you can while you have the lead. But he has that number 1 pit stall, and we'll be able to, to utilize that as we get to pit road. So
good point. But a quiet night for Denny Hamlin, the hometown hero from nearby Chesterfield. Running 4.7 seconds off the lead, restarted 7th, so picked up a couple spots.
Yeah, another thing, as we look on board with Denny Hamlin, and look at that racetrack, Clint, all the way down the front straightaway, it's wet, or it's damp, it's a different color. Same thing, middle to the top of the racetrack. We were talking during the break, we would have been here for hours trying to dry every inch of this racetrack, and I can't tell you how proud I am of everybody in the sport for going out tonight and racing in that damp racetrack. It was much damper than what we had at North Wilkesboro, and we're proving to ourselves that we can do that on an oval.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at it. We're just past halfway. That race is official. And back in the day, maybe even last year, we wouldn't even have started yet. Well, Hamlin with the Toyota tribute to Goodyear, to the mechanics on all these teams, and of course to the drivers. Well, the whole thing, we heard all those crew chiefs warning their drivers. Now these slicks won't have near as much grip as those rain tires. I'd have never thought that.
It's a crazy world we live in, Clint, but that is definitely the fact. The rain tires, especially when the track dried, they have more grip than the slick tires, and that is a much different feel than what you have on the slick tires. You have that move around with the grooves in the tread. The tire moves around a lot. The car moves around a lot to try to gain that lateral grip. And when you put those slicks on, it feels like you're back on bricks. And the tires have grip, and that's just not what you started the race with and being used to.
Well, here's Alex Bowman, who was on the one-stop strategy for the 160-lap stage 2, like Kyle Larson, but was a little further back on the field, stayed out under the caution, did not stop to get back on the lead lap. Here he falls a lap down to Martin Truex.
That's a bummer for him and his team. I mean, literally a top 5 car, one untimely caution when Kyle Busch slid up and got into the wall.
Well, only 3 to go right here, Clint. So same thing that we just talked about with the previous lap car. Alex Bowman wants to hold Martin Truex up as much as he can and not lap the guy in front of him.
And if he can stay on the lead lap right here, that is such an impactful moment.
I think he'll be fine. He'll get the free pass at the end of the stage.
Keep going. You know that.
Well, what he's saying is he won't have to start at the tail end of the longest hit like normal and not have to start at the back.
And he just might be able to do it right here.
It's going to be close into turns 3 and 4. Truex to the inside of the 48 once again. Bowman slides up the racetrack. He's going to get a better run off the exit of the corner on the high side. And as they come to the line, I think Truex got him. I believe Truex got him, and that means that Bowman's going to get the free pass. We'll wait for timing and scoring. It's still, the timing and scoring is showing Bowman ahead of Truex. It was very close, though. NASCAR's definitely going to go back to review it. But congrats to Martin Truex Jr. for getting his first stage win of the season. Truex wins stage 2, Josh Berry second. Third place for Joey Logano, Kyle Larson 4th, and Denny Hamlin 5th. Christopher Bell 6th, Chris Buescher 7th, Bubba Wallace 8th, William Byron 9th, and Tyler Reddick 10th. That is your top 10 to the end of stage 2. All those drivers receive those 172. Say that Kyle Larson, 174 it looks like. A couple of people voting there right at the end. 174 votes it looks like were casted. Just ended the poll now that we're at the end of stage 2. Carrito MVP 11, thanks for tuning in. Asking what happens if Chase Elliott misses the playoffs again. Something going to have to give. I don't think he's going to miss the playoffs again. I mean, he's running really consistent this year. It'd take a lot for him to miss the playoffs if he runs every race of the season. I mean, you look at last season, he only missed out by, 30-something points, and he missed 7 races. So, yeah, I think he'll be all right. Unless we have more than 16 winners, and he's not one of them, but I would imagine he would be one, even if we did get that many. But, yeah, 175 votes is what we ended up getting to. Kyle Larson wins the poll, 42%. So we'll see if you guys are going to be right. And if Larson goes to victory lane tonight, my pick, Chris Buescher, only had 6% of the votes. 21% said Martin Truex Jr. and 30% said other. So that was the second most voted option of the 4. But appreciate everybody and did vote there. Appreciate everybody that's hit the like button so far as well. Be sure to do that if you haven't. 119 likes on the stream. Our goal is 150. We're only 31 likes away from our goal of 150. So again, be sure to hit that like button as we're down into the final stage of this race. We're at the end of stage 2, so we got the stage 2 diecast showing right now. At the end of stage 2, show off a collection of my diecast every week. Well, this guy got his last career win at Richmond in 2022. He's broadcasting on Fox right now, and I know I had a Harvick diecast last week when I did this, but I got another one here this week. It is not the same one. And this is, actually, no, I didn't last week. It was 2 weeks ago at Bristol. But anyway, yeah, Kevin Harvick Subway. This is from 2021, last year, the Gen 6, round of 16 playoff car. This is actually the same diecast from the Bristol night race in 2021 when he famously got in Chase Elliott's face. And they had a confrontation there at the end. I was there for that race. I really liked this scheme. I thought Subway's had some pretty good schemes over the years, and Harvick never really missed with paint schemes. I wouldn't say never, because there was that classic millennial scheme that he ended up. That wasn't liked by a large majority of fans, but a lot of the paint schemes for Harvick over the years were really good. And I like this Subway scheme. Bought it. I was at this race, and that was another reason why I got it. Infamous moment of my lifetime going to a NASCAR race, seeing the Elliott and Harvick feud in person. And from that point on, the internet hated Harvick for the rest of that season. And then they started warming up to him when they realized that he had gone a long time without winning a race up to that point. But time and scoring does have Truex ahead of Alex Bowman at the start-finish line, so Bowman will get the free pass. That's what I thought at the time of it actually happening. Live time, it looked like Truex beat him. So, yeah, Martin Truex Jr. did lap Bowman. Bowman gets the free pass to get back on the lead lap, which means Suarez in 20th on back will still be a lap down to the end of this stage. Pit road is open.
And Joey Logano on the radio said, not too bad on the long haul, just fires off too tight and stays too tight for about 30 laps. They want to bring it up just a bit. The 19 said he's still happy. Little tight firing off, so an air pressure adjustment for Martin Truex Jr. just picked up his first stage win of the season, Reagan.
Josh Berry in the 4 car felt like he might have hurt his right rear tire just a little bit too much early in that run. Needs some right rear grip, but does not want to affect the center turn of his car. And for Kyle Larson, the only issue right now is the fact that he doesn't have the clean air. Said there was a slight balance shift because of that.
Truex is going to beat Larson.
Gaggle of cars off pit road. Josh Berry loses 4 positions in the pits. Biggest loser there. Chris Buescher also loses 3 positions in the top 10. Up a couple spots for Brad Keselowski. Kyle Larson moves up 2 with that number 1 pit box, and Denny Hamlin also up 2. So top 3 in the upcoming restart going to be Truex, Larson, Hamlin. A couple of the veterans there going to be battling for this race win come the final stage. 164 laps to go from where we're at right now. The final stage in total, 170 laps. Obviously running some under the yellow. This is our 4th caution of the day and our 2nd non-incidental caution so far in this race. Larson still led the most laps, 145 laps led, but Truex vastly catching him right now. 83 laps led for Truex to this point. Wait to see if anybody takes the wave around, which could happen for the end of the stage. We'll see on our leaderboard screen if that ends up updating. But yeah, final stage about to begin. And we'll see if we get any cautions if we run green to the end. Going to be back to that 2 pit stop strategy versus the 1 pit stop strategy. We'll have to wait and see if which one's going to be the one that's going to work for the end. I would imagine the 2 pit stop strategy will be the one to work, but we'll see guys try to go with 1. Maybe they stay out long enough, get a caution. Middle green flag pit stops, which could happen. I don't think we've seen a caution this year for tire coming off, like we had seen many times over the last couple of years, so credit to these teams. I might have just jinxed it. We might end up seeing that now if we get the green flag pit stops. I don't believe in jinxing, though, so maybe it won't end up happening. I did not get to my fantasy lineup in time. I just realized that. Hopefully you guys did. Oh, no, I meant to, and I didn't. Maybe it's not locked for some reason. That's not good. I can't remember who I had in my garage. I think I had Denny Hamlin in my garage, if I remember correctly, which is not good because he's in 3rd right now. I would not have wanted him there. Oh, no. Yeah, I did. I knew I had him there. I should have had Bowman there with him going a lap down at the end of the stage. Hamlin over Byron, Truex over Gibbs, and Bowman over Elliott. Right now, 3 of the 4 looking like they're going to hit. The rest of my fantasy team, I got Kyle Larson, Alex Bowman, Martin Truex Jr., Chris Buescher, Chase Elliott. I think Elliott the only one not in the top 10. Obviously, Hamlin is in the top 10, but would have had him in there for Bowman. It's unfortunate. Highly unfortunate. League standings coming into this week. Monster Jam X10 with 1,166 points, currently the leader. 1,156 for Troy the Great in second. Hercules Harrigan with 11 of 26 races for a regular season at 1,088 points. I have 1,064 points, ninth in the standings on my slow incline through the field. I'm only 102 points out of first, so very, very much in it. Still early in the year. Points are very tight. Got 43 members in the league right now. Can have up to 100 if you're not joined. Be sure to do so. You can join on the NASCAR mobile app or NASCAR.com website. Go to the quick links section at the top of the page or the top left-hand corner if you're on the app. Top of the page if you're on NASCAR.com's website. Sign up with your email, free to join. Chance to win points at the end of the regular season, so we'll have 2 separate champions. Or you can have a chance to double down and win both championships. So if you're not in the league yet, you got a chance still to join. Capital L on league. Just put it up in the chat. Get the leaderboard back up for you guys as the green flag is in the air. We're underway in the final stage at Richmond. Martin Truex Jr. on the inside of row 1 has his teammate Denny Hamlin right behind him. Larson on the outside of row 1. Not going to be able to stay with Truex. Tough to tell who exactly it might have been that had the contact made. Like maybe Byron and Reddick got together off turn 2. Not too violently, though. Byron lost a position or 2 out of it, and that was about it. Larson wins the battle for second as Hamlin and Logano battle side by side for third off turn 2. And we'll see if Larson can run down Truex. Larson's had better short run speed this weekend than the 19. The 19 may be slightly better in the long run. It's as close as Larson's been to Truex since getting trapped back right around 4th and 5th place as he was on that last restart due to the caution. Couple rivals here going side by side. Longtime rivals, Hamlin and Logano. Hamlin on the inside, Joey Logano on the outside. Hamlin slips the tires a little bit on the bottom. Didn't get a great drive off. Logano not quite clear yet. We'll see if he can clear him up off of turn 2 and win this battle. Hamlin hard in the center of the corner. Logano gets a better drive off the exit. Hamlin trying to side draft and stay underneath the 22. Just enough room there. Christopher Bell in 5th. Quickly approaching these two. And Josh Berry, who lost 4 spots on pit road, now back to 7th place on the restart as he's behind Wallace in the 23. Logano for the second straight lap getting into turn 1 so close to clearing. Hamlin drives it in so deep. Gives up so much on the exit of the corner. Joey is just not quite clear, though. It's going to be very close to clearing out turn 4. Hamlin definitely struggling to get off turn 4 compared to turn 2. But again, he's still hanging on that left rear corner panel. These two are losing a lot of time to Larson and Truex running side by side like this. And Bell's within a couple tenths just behind him. A little gap between Bell and Wallace in 5th and 6th in the running order. Great battle for third, and Logano finally clear of Denny Hamlin. Defensive line into turn 1 for Logano. Doesn't want the 22 getting back underneath him again. Hamlin gets tight in the dirty air bubble, and he's going to have to find another way around Logano. So he tries to now fend off Christopher Bell as well. Ooh, contact. A little bit outside the top 10 between Chase Elliott and I believe Todd Gilliland. No, that was Noah Gragson, actually, on the outside of the 9 of Elliott. Elliott takes over the 12th place position from Gragson. Top 10 off the restart. Martin Truex Jr. leads by half a second over Kyle Larson in 2nd. Joey Logano 3rd. Denny Hamlin 4th. Christopher Bell 5th. Bubba Wallace in 6th. Josh Berry 7th. William Byron 8th. Brad Keselowski 9th. And Tyler Reddick is 10th. 152 laps to go at Richmond. A lot of racing still to go here as we're just getting this final stage underway. Anywhere between 1 to 2 more pit stops still remaining. More than likely 2. And cautions we get, obviously, between now and the finish. We'll see Quite a few of these teams hit pit road, and I believe these teams still have 4 sets of tires left. They would only have 3 for the final stage, but remember, they started on rain tires, so they actually have an extra set of slicks left yet. So 4 sets should be plenty to make it to the end from here on out. Martin Truex Jr. still leading the way, about a 10th quicker than Larson that last lap as he stretches the lead out just a bit. Hamlin a few car lengths behind Logano. Couldn't make that pass for position, and he's actually struggling to stay with the 22. It doesn't seem like Hamlin's rolling the bottom quite like he wants to. Definitely slipping the exit of turn 4 on a consistent basis. Car moving around a ton. Mentioned that the Toyotas have been dominating on the short tracks this season, although Larson's led the most laps so far today. Look at the Toyotas on that speed, on the leaderboard, I should say, 4 of them in the top 6. And again, that is just telling how strong they are on the 1 mile and less in length short tracks on the schedule. Phoenix, they dominated. The 4 JGR cars led almost 300 of the 312 laps en route to a JGR Toyota going to victory lane of Christopher Bell. Then at Bristol, a lot of them traded the lead away. Ty Gibbs led a bunch of laps, over 100 laps led for him. Denny Hamlin led almost 200 laps in the race, went on to win. And Truex led some laps along the way as well. Denny Hamlin obviously, again, went on to win the race. Gibbs won the first 2 stages. Much like with Phoenix, where Joe Gibbs Racing swept the stages and then Bell ended up getting the race win. And here tonight, Martin Truex Jr. wins stage 2, although Larson again dominated stage 1. He's in second. And although he has something for the Toyotas, I don't know. He's going to have to get in front on a late race pit stop, which could happen. And I had mentioned in the pre-race that he had better short run speed than the 19. If he can get out in front on a late race restart, we have a 20-lap dash. I think he can win it. That's exactly how he ended up winning the spring Richmond race last year when he didn't have short run speed, but he had, he didn't have long run speed, but he had short run speed, had a quick pit stop. They had 3 cautions in the final 70 laps of the race, so he had pit stop, got back through traffic, and here we are. Almost a similar situation. Truex trying to win his 4th career race at Richmond here tonight. We'll see if he is going to be able to do it. Last 4 night races at Richmond for Martin Truex Jr. 3 wins and a 2nd place run. Back under the lights here, and the race in the summertime also going to be under the lights later this season. Slightly earlier start time, I believe, than this one, and obviously in the summer months, the sun will not set until a little bit later as well. I'd say a good race so far. We'll see how the last 142 laps progress forward. Top 5, Martin Truex Jr. again leading. Kyle Larson 2nd, Joey Logano 3rd, Denny Hamlin 4th, and Christopher Bell is 5th. Again, that is your top 5, and you can see the rest of the leaderboard. 20 cars on the lead lap right now. Suarez first car lap down at this point. Now McDowell has just gone a lap down. I believe McDowell took the wave around trying to get his lap back under the last caution, and now he's lost that lap again, so running well slower than the rest of the field here. Tried to do something in case he caught a quick caution. Could have gotten that track position back. He's been running right around 30th for most of the night. So Martin Truex Jr. still hovering about 0.6 of a second ahead of Larson. And it's been consistently 5 to 0.6 of a second ahead. Larson was actually quicker that last lap by a little over a tenth ahead of Truex. So they're just kind of trading lap times back and forth. 1 lap back in stage 2 when Larson was leading well before the pit stops took place. He had a little over a 2-second lead over Truex. Truex cut that lead down to 0.8 of a second in the midst of lap traffic. Then the green flag pit stops hit. That's where Truex and a lot of other cars hit pit road. Right about just after 40 laps into stage 2. Larson stayed on the track, was going to try a one-stop strategy. Caution came out in the middle of the green flag run, which lasted about 100 laps. But it was a little bit before everybody who was on the 2-stop strategy were able to take their second pit stop. And because Larson pitted well after the fact, that's what trapped him at 6th. Got a spot back on pit road, another on the restart, finished 4th at the end of the stage. Gets 2 more on pit road, and that's why he is in 2nd right now. Martin Truex Jr., who leads this race, on that one-stop strategy. Has definitely been the fastest of those that was on that original strategy, and we'll see how the strategy may flip. You know, maybe Larson goes 2 this time, Truex goes 1. We saw about 9 drivers try to go one stop earlier, and it trapped a lot of them a lap down. Larson and Wallace, I think, were the only 2 that actually were still on the lead lap when the caution had come out because they had unlapped themselves before the yellow. And a lot of other drivers ended up going a lap down. Bowman, who was top 5 for most of the day, was actually 3rd when the green flag pit stop started. He was on the one-stop strategy with his teammate Larson. He was a lap down when the caution came out, so he had to take the wave around. And then obviously with doing that, he ended up going a lap down again at the end of the last stage, being on older tires. Got the free pass, though, so he's back on the lead lap again, but he had to restart the tail end of the longest line, and that's why he's still in 19th. So tough break for Bowman, despite having top 5 speed. He'd probably be up there with Larson, but did not have the strategy pan out his way. Wallace, who he was right there with in the running order, battling for most of the day, nose to tail in the positioning side of things, is in 6th. So I'd probably say Bowman would be anywhere between probably 3rd to 7th in this one. We'll see if he can get that track position back. You know, maybe he tries to pit earlier, gain some positions that way. You know, maybe he tries a one-stop strategy, gets a caution in a good way this time. I don't know. But they're definitely going to have to do something because being at the tail end of the lead lap, this thing goes green to the end. I don't see him staying on the lead lap to the finish with where he's running right now. We're going to see a lot more cars go lap down before the end of this thing if we do stay green to the finish, no matter whether the drivers are on a 1 or a 2-stop strategy. I don't think we're going to stay at 19. Get a caution, obviously that changes. We get drivers getting free passes, get the wave around, get their laps back that way. But yeah, if it stays green to the end, we're definitely going to see more cars go a lap down. It's going to narrow that strategy up more and more and more. All right. 1 second lead now between Truex and Larson. Towards the front of the field. Truex 0.2 quicker that last lap. Already seen about a 1.4 to 1.6 second of fall off since the restart. Right around 30 laps ago from where we're at right now. So I would imagine we'll see pit stops anywhere in the next 10 to 15 laps. Because that would be similar to where we started to see green flag stops back at stage 2. Just after 40. This stage is 10 laps longer, so maybe they'll go closer to 50 laps. But definitely within the next 10 to 20 laps, 20 at the very most, we'll start to see cars hitting pit road. I would imagine we'll start seeing cars make their first green flag stops at stage 3 before that. 1.2 seconds now for Truex over Larson. This is kind of what I saw in practice. Larson fading on the long run. You get above 30 laps into a run, and he doesn't quite have that pace. And unfortunately, he wasn't able to get in front of Truex on the restart. Truex had the clean air advantage, and now Larson's starting to fade. And got to wonder if you're Larson, when are you going to hit pit road to try to mitigate the amount of time lost? Because if you pit just 1 lap earlier, he could leapfrog Martin Truex Jr. in the running order based off that alone. Based off the lap time drop-off, he'd have to be within about 1.4 to 1.5 seconds of him, and he's already fallen about 1.3 seconds behind him. He's losing a tenth or 2 a lap the last probably 3 or 4 laps. Lost another tenth that last lap, so gonna have to make it up quick. Maybe Truex gets the lap traffic soon, and then Larson can maybe eat into that a little bit, but it's not looking great for Larson. Joey Logano is actually faster than Larson the last lap, but not as fast as Truex. So the gap between 2nd and 3rd starting to close just a bit. And again, we should see green flag pit stops on the other side of the commercial break on Fox, and you'll get to listen into that. But again, a 1.5 second lead. We'll update the spotlight drivers based off the pre-race predictions, where they're running. This juncture of the races, we still have about a quarter of the way to go. A little over 25% of the race remaining. Martin Truex Jr., Kyle Larson, 2 of the must-have picks are running 1-2 here today, with Truex leading, Larson 2nd. The other must-have pick was Chris Buescher. He's in 11th, just outside the top 10. He was actually my pick to win. Definitely not looking nearly as strong as he was in the summer race last year. Still looking for a good finish. I can't believe I took a Ford with how much they were struggling this year. I should have known better. Should have stuck with the Toyota bandwagon. But we don't even know that Truex is going to win this. I mean, Larson could still go on to win as well. Yeah, it could be back-to-back wins for Hendrick Motorsports. But anyway, that's how the predictions going so far. As long as he gets a top 10 at least, he'll go 3 for 3 in the must-haves. Sleeper picks, Josh Berry, 7th. Ran as high as 2nd on speed in this one. Lost 4 positions on pit road. Hasn't been able to gain that back under green flag conditions at this point. Looked fast. That was after qualifying 30th. He had top 10 speed in practice, and he finished 2nd here last season. We saw how good he ran at Bristol on a track with, wore out tires, and although it's not as extreme here tonight with these tires that we have on the car at Richmond, which are similar to that of what we had at Phoenix, but it's a more abrasive racetrack, so you are seeing tire fall up, but no. And so far that is the case. So he's doing good. The other sleeper pick, Brad K, in 9th, looking to sneak in there with the top 10. And Alex Bowman, who had top 5 speed, still does. He's 19th, tail end of the lead lap after having to get the free pass. He just got off pit strategy, unfortunately for him, with an ill-timing Kyle Busch caution. Oddly enough, Kyle Busch is 1 position ahead of Bowman in the running order, and oddly enough, he was one of the don't-haves here tonight. Busch has not really ran top 14. I think he was as high as 14th at one point, but that was because he trapped so many cars lapped down with his caution. He was still in the lead lap. That was the only reason he was even in 14th to begin with on his strategy, but otherwise on actual, race pace, he hasn't really been top 20 for very much here today. So he was one of the don't-haves, so he's outside the top 10. Tyler Reddick was another one of the don't-haves, and he's actually in the top 10 for the first time tonight. In the top 10. Last, I don't know what I was going to say there. I was probably going to go off on another tangent, but needless to say, they are back for the commercial break, so I'll let you listen in.
I'm staying on my horse, boys. Coming the one that brought, I'm telling you, Kyle Larson, he lost it on the strategy. We still have strategy coming. I think that number 1 pit stall may play a role in this before it's all said and done. I know which one you're going after.
Well, you've got the number 1 pit stall. I've got the up until this point, so we'll have to see how all this plays out.
Well, you guys have the Quinella, but I've got an eye on Joey Logano. This is the most laps that Logano has run in the top 5 positions since he last won a race, which was Atlanta a year ago. Those are your credit one back ones to watch.
You do realize we took the top 3 cars. I mean,
well,
get any more obvious?
It's the blind obvious.
That's
It's
pretty brutal.
Do you want to be a winner or do you want to be a loser?
Well, I can tell you, the 4 car has been one to watch. Bubba Wallace is back. William Byron, haven't heard anything of him. He's back in the top 10. There's some guys that could be a role in this before it's all said and done. That car right there, Christopher Bell.
All right, we had some radio chatter from Kyle Larson. They're going with the Paul Revere option for pit stops. 1 up by land, 2 up by sea. What? That's Longfellow. The ballad. Listen, my children, and you shall hear the ballad of Paul. Never mind. The code word was Boston.
What year was that?
Boston for Kyle Larson.
Okay. He did go to a bunch of museums yesterday. I think he was trying to. He had a flashback of his museum visit. Cool, a lot of museum history here in Richmond.
There is.
Uh-oh.
Split them.
Yeah, the lap car is going to decide, get in the way of this battle. It's not going to decide it because Christopher Bell fought back 3 wide.
Bell trying to take 3rd away from Logano as Brad Keselowski pits.
Bell with you.
Giving up the top 16 spot, and now there's about 5 more coming in quick succession.
Well, 1 car has to start that cycle, and as soon as it starts, you have to come with them, like I said earlier, just in order to keep up. So we see a bunch of them coming now.
Byron, Busher, Elliott, Gregson, Jamie.
Martin Truex Jr. making his way down. They've been happy with that race car all night long. 4 tires for him. As you see it right there, they pitched that tire. 22, Joey Logano just came to a stop in his box. Air pressure adjusted 4 tires bringing.
Denny Hamlin in the 11 car just feels like he has to slow down the center too much. Can't roll speed through the middle of the corner, so he wants some help with that. And the 5 car, Kyle Larson, relatively quiet on the radio. They've just been updating him on when he moves around and changes things on the track. What's going on?
All right, now Bubba Wallace gives up 2nd place to pit. Regan.
Wallace struggle with brake shake has been the biggest complaint, but he continues to climb back through the pack after getting caught with strategy earlier. They weren't going to let that happen again this time. The plan is to pit twice in this sequence.
That leaves Christopher Bell out on the racetrack along with Suarez, Blaney, and Cindric. The 3 of those cars a lap down. Chastain finishing up, so Bell is the leader. Here's some audio from the 20.
Really good work. We need just a few bars. Our best chance to win.
So that's what you want to hear. Whether it's right or wrong, we don't know yet, but that's what you want to hear on the radio. Well, here he comes.
Yes. But I think it was those cars came a couple laps earlier. No, he's going to stay on the racetrack.
Yeah, Alex Bowman was on the outside, and this is what we were talking about earlier. He was moving out of the way to let the faster cars go by on the outside so that he didn't lose as much time as possible. So he's in the game of having to get out of the way of all the faster cars that are going around him. So now it's just about minimizing the lap time loss on the racetrack when those cars catch him.
Oh!
Martin Truex into the back of Chase Briscoe.
Larry, the question's going to be, are they going to stay out? Did he mean this is the strategy that's going to be the win? Is Christopher Bell's team going to stay out and try to do a one-stop strategy or just stretch this a little bit longer? What do you think?
Well, if they're going to do the one-stop strategy, Clint, they've got to probably go about another 20 laps. But if they want to split it perfectly into thirds, then the next lap or two,
With what that crew chief was telling him.
And they told him, just give me a couple more. So that is apparently the strategy.
There he is.
Austin Cindric on pit road. Harrison Burton in.
And obviously,
Regan.
Christopher Bell heading pit road right now. They had a lengthy conversation under the previous yellow about when to make this stop. Crew Chief Adam Stevens said he did not want to do it too soon because he paid the price on the backside of the run. As for the car right now, just a little bit too loose for Christopher Bell.
But we see the battle for the lead heating up on the backside of the run, and that's what he did last week.
Yeah.
Gained a whole bunch on the backside of the run at COTA, but see if that works out. But the race for the lead has heated up because Martin Truex is stuck behind Chase Briscoe, and that's allowed Kyle Larson to creep right in on the backside bumper of Martin Truex Jr.
And Bell comes back out in 9th place.
And Denny Hamlin has caught both of them.
new sheriff in town. I'm here, boys.
A lot of traffic ahead.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of lap traffic.
Oh, Christopher Bell, too fast exiting pit road.
Well, we talked earlier, Clint. Minimize the mistakes. This is a very difficult pit road. It's very easy to get too much, be too low in the corners, or whatever that may be, but it has bit Christopher Bell.
In a big way. This is a bad place to have a mistake this late in the race. Hard to overcome. Without a caution, some sort of help.
Well, he's 10 seconds behind the leader now, and after he makes that penalty drive at 45 miles an hour down pit road, he'll lose a lap. 10th place. Kyle Reddick, Chase Elliott. Elliott started on the outside pole. Has been in the top 10 most of the night. So Gregson continues to have a good night in 12th place. Behind him, Josh Berry, who had a 15-second stop and lost 6 positions on his pit stop.
Keeps marching his way in the wrong direction. Go back to 13th. He was all the way up to 2nd at one time.
Well, it doesn't appear like there's a lot that can happen on a green flag pit stop, but there is a ton of things that can change because when you fire off on a caution and the track's clean and everything's cooled down a little bit, it's much different than when you fire off with the front end like you wanted to. It changes the balance of the whole run. So that's what you don't know is going to happen.
Here's Bell to serve his penalty.
That's a killer.
Yes.
Did you have him? It's one of your favorites?
It's not talk, Clint. Just pay attention to the race.
All right, you see, here comes Truex, you see in the upper part of your screen, and he's going to put Christopher Bell a lap down.
He's clear right there. Clear right there.
So instead of a contender, Bell is now one of 12 cars, 1 lap down.
And as a driver, there's just not a worse feeling when you have a car that you feel like can win the race, and they come on the radio and they say, "We got a pit, you got a penalty," and you feel terrible. You try to do all you can do, and
and there's just not a worse feeling.
Well, now, and it's not like he has any better tires because of his pit. Now he's got to go out and pass those 3 cars to even get back on the lead lap. Those 3 cars being the leaders.
Well, the biggest thing he needs to do is just maintain with the leader to try to keep up with the cars that they're lapping to try to stay in the lucky dog position.
You saw Ty Gibbs pass Noah Gregson. That is a change of 12th place. $18 cars on the lead lap now with Christopher Bell in the free pass position. And Martin Truex Jr. in the last 8 races where he's led more than 100 laps, and he has led 144 tonight. He's won 2 of them. On the other hand, Kyle Larson has never lost here after leading more than 50 laps.
Well, guys, we talked about Christopher Bell pitting later, and that's going to pay off for him right now to get this lap back. He's going to get his lap back by himself because of those fresher tires. And that's what they were talking about on the radio was, hey, we need to wait long enough to gain an advantage. And that's how you pass here, is to have some sort of advantage. And you see that, unfortunately, it's not for the lead.
Yeah, but he was hoping to close that gap up on the leaders, not just to get his lap back like you're saying.
Larry, the way this is playing out, what do you think of that call by the 20?
Well, I think he told him, he said, this is the only way we could possibly win this race, because I don't think they got a good car. I just don't know if they had as good a car as the 19 or the 5, so you do something a little bit different.
Yeah, and it's right now it's a 6, 7, 10th a lap strategy lap time difference. So, there's just certain parts of the run that you can gain time, and some runs you can gain more time. So the way that they're calculating their strategy, they thought that was the best way to do it, because I promise you there was a calculation that went into whatever that strategy was from a lap time standpoint.
But there was only one calculation that didn't go into that equation. Don't beat yourself. Do not get caught speeding on pit road.
Yeah, and that calculation was correct. Most likely it was obviously the driver doing something wrong.
Front 4 evenly spaced, about 3 car lengths between each of the front 4 positions. Truex, Larson, Hamlin, and you're riding with Logano in 4th. Bubba Wallace in 5th. He's 3 seconds back. Ninth and 10th, Elliott and Berry. And Josh Berry having to overcome a speeding penalty as well. Larry Mack.
On the flip side of what Christopher Bell and Adam Stevens did, Brad Keselowski, Matt McCall, you're riding with him in the 6 car. He's at 7th. He was really one of the first leaders to hit pit road. Now, if you've got a good long run car, you can make this pay off. But sometimes you'll pay the price deep into the run by coming too early.
Both the RFK Fords in the top 10. Keselowski 7th, Chris Buescher 8th.
One thing to go back on there, Mike. Josh Berry had a bad pit stop, did not have a penalty. He's still running 10th there, but just a small, just something there, just step back and correct there. But these guys have been, Keselowski and Buescher have been somebody that we had on our list to have a good night tonight. They've notoriously been very good here on the long run, so that goes right with what Larry's saying on the long run.
Start in the history of NASCAR. He drove the number 11. He won 2 championships. He's in the Hall of Fame. He's from Conover, North Carolina, and his son's in the Hall of Fame with him. Ned Jarrett did it. And Rusty Wallace, Casey Kane, they all won their 300th start. As did these drivers. Busch, Hamlin, Logano, Keselowski.
Wow.
Just something about 300.
See the fire suit difference between Ned Jarrett and those guys?
Well, see, I wasn't thinking about the fire suit right there. I was thinking to myself, I wonder where Cliff finished in his 300 start.
Did they even make their 300? I can promise you I don't remember.
We'll put our best man on it. Daniel Suarez is on pit road, and so is Austin Dillon. They were all among the 1 lap down cars.
Well, we see the Hunt Brothers Pizza onboard camera here with Joey Logano. This is exactly what they needed. They needed a night where they ran in the top 5. We've covered it the whole race, and they've definitely answered some questions about where they were from a performance side of things. And they talk about that North Wilkesboro test and the things that they've learned. So definitely paying off on the racetrack.
How about the diamond that he did down in 1 and 2? Look at him diamond, moving around a little bit, trying to find that low and straight up off the corner. It worked in 1 and 2, not so much in 3 and 4.
Yeah, and what that does is just let you drive it in straight and use the center of the corner up the racetrack and try to get that drive straight up off the corner to keep the wheels from spinning in the back.
Carson Hocevar completes a pit stop. We have 83 laps to go in Richmond. Martin Truex leading Kyle Larson by half a second. We'll take you Fox side by side.
We'll go through the full field running order with 81 laps to go at Richmond tonight. A 6/10 of a second lead for Martin Truex Jr. Kyle Larson is second. Denny Hamlin third. Joey Logano fourth. Bubba Wallace in fifth. William Byron sixth. Brad Keselowski seventh. Chris Buescher eighth. Chase Elliott ninth. Josh Berry is 10th. Tyler Reddick in 11th. Ty Gibbs 12th. Noah Gragson 13th. Eric Jones 14th. Went down in 19th. Ty Gilliland 20th. Ryan Blaney 21st, Michael McDowell 22nd, Austin Cindric 23rd, John Hunter Nemechek 24th, Ryan Preece 25th, Daniel Hemrick 26th, Kaz Gralla 27th, Daniel Suarez 28th, Austin Dillon 29th, Ty Dillon is 30th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 31st, Carson Hocevar 32nd, Harrison Burke 33rd, Justin Haley 34th, Zane Smith 35th, and Corey LaJoie 36th. That rounds out the 36-car field. Average race speed 92.030 miles per hour. This point in the race. Be sure to hit the like button on the stream if you guys have not done so yet. Our goal is to get to 150 likes on tonight's stream. We are at 129. We're only 21 likes away from our goal. So be sure to smash that like button so we can get to our goal for the end of this one, as we're down to just 78 laps to go. Also, hit the subscribe button if you guys have not done so yet. Coming into the stream, we were only 64 subscribers away from 5,000 on the channel. So let's try to get there sooner rather than later. Get to the goal of 5,000 that we've been striving since the end of last season. So appreciate it, everybody, and enjoy the remaining 78 laps of this live commentary stream. Let you listen to more of the broadcast and then come back from the commercial break. Top 3 within a second, top 4 within about a second and a half of each other, and even Wallace back at 5th, only 3 seconds off the lead. So anything could happen here with one more set of green flag pit stops left, but it's going to be tough to pass the 19 on the same strategy, I think, unless they're able to leapfrog them in the running order. I don't think anybody's going to pass the 19 if they all pit on the same lap again, like they pretty much did under the most recent green flag pit stops that we had about 30 or so laps ago.
Victory at Richmond for Clint Boyer and Kevin Harvick.
I sure hope one of those is my 300. Maybe it wasn't.
Well,
so I know it wasn't.
I hate to tell you, but your 300 start was at Kansas Speedway.
Oh, enough said. I can tell you this. It was definitely not a win.
No, you finished 23rd. Jeff Gordon beat Kevin Harvick for the win.
I have never been a bigger fan of Jeff Gordon than right there, right then. You know what's funny about Jeff Gordon winning at Kansas Speedway? The very first race there I was at, when they built Kansas Speedway, Jeff Gordon.
I don't think there's anything funny about that.
Oh, it was fantastic. I remember it vividly now. Passed you on the
sure?
outside, rolled around you like he was tied to a tree.
So did you have like a hometown fog on race day?
I just saw it from behind. I never got around that place. You know, we're sitting here looking at Denny Hamlin running well at his home track. I was always so jealous of him coming home to Richmond and being able to be so good here, leading laps, winning races, obviously. This was a good track for me, but boy, my home race was definitely not the case.
Yeah, and same for me. I struggled I didn't struggle at California Speedway, but I never could put that whole race together, and we finally did it one time, beating Jimmy Johnson there in a cool finish, but never as much as I would have liked to.
I still think I won a race at Kansas, though. I never, ever said that I had one stolen from me, but when Greg Biffle run out of gas and turned off into the grass, that's an asterisk beside his win. That's all I'm going to say.
Holding very steady at half to 0.6 of a second. Hamlin third, Logano fourth. And Larry, with one more pit stop in the offing, when do we expect it?
Yeah, Mike, I think the magic number is anywhere from lap 335 to 340, which is only about 6 to 10 laps from now. But will somebody jump in there a little early, try to get advantage of those fresh tires, like we spoke about Brad Keselowski on that last round of green flag stops?
Well, you've got 17 cars on the lead lap, back to Alex Bowman.
Or push it later, like we saw with Christopher Bell. I think that strategy would have worked because he passed those cars because of the laps. You covered that, Kevin, but he made a mistake.
Yeah.
I think you're going to see both sides of that. It's somebody hitting it on a number, somebody being early, and somebody being late.
Well,
one of those is going to work.
Here's a car with William Byron we saw struggle, and now he's running 6. So that's typical for that 24 to figure it out.
Brad Keselowski in 7th was the first of the cars on the lead lap to pit in the last green flag cycle.
Yeah, and his lap times are still good. So no alarms going off for Brad.
So here's Reddick and Briscoe on pit road, and it begins.
Larson's starting to run your leader down. He's trying as hard as he can, and I think the big reason is the obvious, but as soon as they pit right here, the closer you are to him, capitalizing on that number 1 stall, that it's going to be your saving grace, possibly. Here comes William Byron.
Well, the first stall is definitely not going to be as big of a gain under green, but it's definitely been good for him on pit road.
Byron, Keselowski are both on pit road. Chase Elliott is in. Regan.
William Byron continues to battle back after overshooting the pit stall a little bit earlier on. Right now, he just needs some more overall grip. They've been working on that car all night long. He keeps getting a little bit better each stop.
4 minutes right there, Kevin.
Yeah, the 4 car, Josh Berry, just blew pit road, smoking the left front tire.
Keeps getting worse for them. Making mistakes.
And that's what we've been talking about. Here comes Martin.
Larson right on his tail.
And Logano.
And
Wallace.
This is what makes or break the race.
Martin happy at the exit all race long. Joey Logano firing off a little too tight. Another air pressure adjustment. Regan.
Wallace looking for his first career top 10 at Richmond. Right now, there's no more comments on the brake shake. He's been very focused, and the 5 of Kyle Larson has not said a word since the caution way back at the end of the last stage. He's zoned in right now.
So Denny Hamlin leads for the first time today. Just 63 laps to go.
Look at this, boys. Kyle Larson got him in the pits. That's exactly what we were talking about there. I don't know how it happened. We're going to have to go back and dissect it, but he darn sure got him beat in the pits.
Well, we saw them huge. We saw them come on the pit road together, and that gap had to happen in the pit stall.
Look at them boys.
With those guys changing those tires and putting that fuel in the car. So
now, for the moment, those 2 are the first cars 1 lap down, with Denny Hamlin the leader and Christopher Bell being the only cars on the lead lap till we cycle through.
Denny hold him off, looking to the inside in the wet.
Martin Truex knows
there.
He has to pounce while he can.
Larson's trying to hold him. He's got him. Holding tight on the outside. Larson's car just hasn't been able to take off early in the runs. He's trying to clean the tires back up, isn't he?
Well, and it looked like it got on the ground right there, but Martin Truex knew that he had to go while he had the advantage on Kyle Larson, because that evens out as the run goes on.
That's a flex. Drove right back by him.
Larson's pit stop 0.8 of a second faster, but Truex takes it back. Here's the race off pit road. Down around the corner from where we are on the front straightaway.
Oh, pushed him out. Truex had to lift. I don't necessarily think he had him beat. He crowded him.
Well, you got to do what you got to do to put yourself in position to win. And Kyle Larson knew that he had an opportunity to put Martin Truex in a bad spot right there, and he did. Just couldn't get taken off like he needed to on the fire off out of the pits.
So here's Truex getting back on the lead lap from Hamlin, and Larson following through.
So this is seems very similar to what Christopher Bell did last time, waiting to pit.
Wouldn't be the last time, or the first time, excuse me, Larry, that we've seen Chris saw the exact same thing in the July race, came up just a little short in winning.
We saw this whole strategy being worked out by Christopher Bell the last run, and he made the mistake on pit road with these last several laps that he has to run to maximize the time lost. Not lost, sorry.
So, Larry, to have that advantage of those tires late in a run, how long can you wait before you make this final stop? Right now. How about now? Asked and answered right there. Regan.
Denny Hamlin and Chris Gabehart never afraid to try different strategies and different things. No different tonight. Right now, the drive on the race car started off very good on that last run, but started to fade off too much for him in the end, meaning he was spinning the rear tires.
Harrison Burton, Justin Haley, and Corey LaJoie also on pit road. So Christopher Bell cycles through to the lead. 46 laps on his tires.
I think he's just talking about Bell. Well, never mind. He's going to pit right here. I was thinking maybe he stays long and give Luck a chance to operate, but not the case.
Well, you got to remember, Clinton, he's still several laps further than Truex and Larson. Denny Hamlin ran a little extra long. I mean, I know it's only a handful of laps, but it seemed to make a pretty big difference the last time when he got his lap back.
It's just digging himself out of that hole, though, that very hole that you're talking about.
So he'll have 11 lap fresher tires with 53 laps to run. So 18, make that 17 cars on the lead lap as we cycle through this final group of pit stops. Let's find out what's new on Kevin Harvick's podcast.
I remember one day we had a Looney Tunes promotion, and it was myself, Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, and I don't remember who else it was, but we were racing golf carts on pit road. And we probably have the footage of this somewhere here at Fox, but we were racing golf carts, and I'll never forget it because racing, whoop, Jeff Gordon out the other side of the golf cart. Dude fell out the right side of the golf cart.
Yeah, and we have that footage. Were you there that day?
We used it against him. My first year in the booth with Jeff Gordon. Do you remember that, Mike?
Oh, yes.
He literally threw himself off of his own golf cart. Watch this. Bugs come off a two by himself.
Bugs has got no driver.
By the way, speaking of your podcast, which fresh episodes Tuesdays and Thursdays, there's Mamba Smith doing driver introductions in the bunny suit because he lost a bet with you.
Yeah, and I bought that off of Amazon. Apparently, I bought the saddest looking bunny you could possibly buy.
You did.
That was a terrible bunny suit, but he wore it.
The bet was if the tweet, or whatever they call it on X these days, if it got 600 retweets, Mamba would have to wear the bunny suit.
Yeah,
you set the bar pretty low.
Yeah, well, he set the bar low.
Okay. I ordered the bunny suit before I walked out of the studio. I'm like, oh, that was a really dumb bet.
Jamie.
Well, once Martin Truex Jr. made that last stop, he got out on the track and said, all right, guys, how hard do I need to go? Let me know. They said, be nice and smooth. And a couple seconds later, he came back on the radio, frustrated with the guys around him, said that they're intentionally holding him up. His sights are set on getting this win tonight, Mike. He's now crossed over 1,500 laps led at Richmond Raceway.
We talked at the beginning of the night that this was a Martin Truex style of race.
Ryan Blaney made a pit stop while we were talking about the podcast and got back out. So remember this earlier with Alex Bowman.
Well, that was a bunch of, hey, I'm here. I need to get by. And we saw the race back at the end of the stage trying to keep him a lap down, and that was what you're supposed to do. Yep. You got to try to keep him a lap down because that's one less guy you got to deal with.
That's not going as fast as him. What's it like to race him?
I always raced well with Martin. He was always a very fair racer. If you raced him hard, he was going to race you hard, and
very much so.
I think when I listen to him on the radio now, I look at him, I'm like, is that really the same guy that I know? But most of us lose our minds in a race car, and we've become this totally different person.
I would be on that list.
Yeah. There's two of them right there.
It's a thing. I always call it a pop-off valve. That little push-to-talk button on there.
Boy, Ricky Stenhouse about lost it up in turn 2. Thought we were going to have a caution right there, but he gathered it back in. He was way up in the marbles. Got it straightened out. Bubba Wallace goes by.
Well, there are definitely some marbles, out of that 2.5 lanes up the racetrack, and a lot of times you'll start looking around and you'll get up there and realize really quickly that it's pretty dirty.
So here's Denny Hamlin, now in 5th place, 7.3 seconds back.
I like it, bud. Long way to go. A lot of discipline. Let's go. Come, Pete.
Yes, sir. This is a strategy. He's a lot faster than them, but there's a lot of track to gain here.
He has 9 lap fresher tires than the cars in front of him, and was 3.5 tenths quicker than Truex that last lap.
One thing that becomes harder and harder for the leaders to do is get through lap traffic, and that will be one advantage that Denny Hamlin has over a lot of these lap cars is he'll be able to maneuver a little bit quickly, and I think that's definitely what they're banking on.
Watching the battle here with Logano really heating up with Larson. Larson's car is just not as good this run. He's having trouble with the grip in his car. Logano's a little bit faster than him, actually, holding him up.
Yeah, that's what we talked about earlier, Clint. You just never know what you're going to get when you put another set of tires on and where the racetrack is and you fire back off. And
it looks tight.
Yeah, that's usually what happens. It gets tighter as you go through these green flag runs. Yeah, see Austin Cindric come up.
See how much he has to slow the car down, and they catch him getting in.
Well, and he's behind the lap car in front of him, and that's what I was just touching on with the 11. Was he'll be able to maneuver better than some of these guys through traffic.
How about Kyle Larson, 2.5 seconds back? We listened in.
The 22 is in 4th gear on the 2. He's accelerating better off the corner. Still clear by half, not by 1. Please just stop telling me 4th gear. It's not working for me.
Yeah, and that's the era that we live in. The crew chief and the engineers are going to tell you what the other guys are doing, and when you're frustrated inside the car and your car's not handling as well as it did the run before, or something's not going the same way, it frustrates you because you go try what they're telling you to do and it doesn't help you, and then you get mad like, hey, that didn't work either, so just leave me alone.
Yeah, stop harping on me here. Let me do my job.
And I tell this to Keelan all the time. In today's form of racing, you better have thick skin because you're going to get harped on a lot to be able to get better. And those guys have so much data. They tell you what you're doing wrong.
All right, 35 laps to go. We had to bring one of the real experts to the booth. Keelan Harvick.
See, this is what we should do to Clint. We should not give him a microphone. See, right now we can say anything that we want to.
Lord knows you have to listen to him enough.
Yeah, we had. Where's your bunny suit? We had you in a bunny suit earlier in the TV compound. He quickly realized that Michael Waltrip was going to set him up on pit road. We had this great plan that he was going to go on the grid walk with Michael in the bunny suit.
You chose right. You chose right, Keelan. Look at this.
Second place. Here comes Logano on the outside. Yep.
Well, we see Joey Logano. He's definitely using that second lane with those hash marks and trying to drive straight up off the corner like you had mentioned with that diamond earlier, Clint, taking advantage of that Kyle Larson car that seems to be getting tighter.
Well, what a great shot in the arm for Logano and for Ford here at Richmond. 33 to go now, in case you missed it. We started this race on NASCAR's wet weather tires and ran the first 30 laps that way without incident to a competition yellow. The track dried. They dried pit road. We had competitive pit stops and raced our way toward the end of stage 1. Different pit strategies. Some were on a 2-stop strategy for stage 2. Kyle Larson and Alex Bowman were on a 1-stop strategy, but when the caution came out for Kyle Busch, that negated the strategy call. Recently, Larson on a green flag stop beat the 19 out of the pits, but Truex took the lead back and has stayed right there. Now with Joey Logano in second, 3.5 back. Larson 4.5 back in third. Hamlin and Wallace the top 5.
I like the strategy call by Chris Gabehart and Hamlin. I think he's the only one that has a chance. I don't think it's a long ways to get to Truex, but Larson and Logano are in trouble. 11's coming. There's Larson right there.
The leaders with 29 laps to go.
Yeah, he's already chopped a few seconds, so at least 2 seconds off of the lead. 29 laps to go. It's still a long ways to go, and a lot of that depends on just doing exactly what he's doing right here, being able to clear all these cars as quick as possible to lose the least amount of time as possible.
Let me go back for a second to Coda and the ending of that race, which was decided on a pit stop. William Byron's pit stop was nearly 3 seconds faster than Christopher Bell's. But Bell did not have a bad pit stop. There were no mistakes. The team had to wait on the gas to flow and fill the tank before they could release it. And that's why the stop was 3 seconds slower. Bell did a great job trying to catch Byron. Now, we'll sync up these stops so they stop at the same moment, and you'll see the difference.
Well, they pitted earlier, so they had to take more fuel. That was the difference. How longer he's still taking to fuel that race car.
Yeah, and that was purely just because of the time spent on the racetrack and the tank not having as much fuel in it. But in the end, that was the difference between winning and losing. Christopher Bell ran him all the way back down, and the way that their strategy was had better tires, just much like Denny Hamlin does tonight.
Exactly.
Ross Chastain trying to stay on the lead lap here. He is 60.
Yeah, so this is what Martin Truex does not want to have to deal with. You see him loose up off the corner and trying to get by Ross. Ross wants to stay on the lead lap, but it's costing Martin time. Everything you do at Richmond is all of being able to maneuver through traffic better. Now he's got clear track, and Martin is trying to get by Ross Chastain and losing time every lap. That lap, it was over half a second that lap that Hamlin gained on Martin.
Look at all this lap traffic in front of Truex. 7, maybe 8 cars right here where Logano and Hamlin, a lot of green track in front of them. All these lappers he has to overcome. Look at all these cars right here.
But you see Martin struggle in the middle of the corner right there with the car pushing up the racetrack, and that's from the traffic.
Now push back and see Logano and Denny Hamlin, all that open race.
Cars stuck. If you want to win the race, we have to get positive right now. Stop around. I can't, dude. I got no air.
Stalled out behind them, talking about Chastain.
Well, this is what we were talking about with Denny Hamlin. He's going to have less trouble getting through this lap traffic, and now it gets even worse for Martin because he's got cars side by side, 3 in front of him. He's got Ross Chastain who wants to stay on the lead lap, and
well, they're going to have to go through the same lap traffic, but they're going to run him down. They're all going to do it together, and the race is going to be on.
Well, this is the most important pass right now, and it's one at a time. We got to get by Joey Logano, who is also a very, very tough pass and wants to get everything he can out of the night, but he's not easy to pass.
We're talking about a 24-17 you leader Truex to a 23-88 and a 92 on Hamlin.
Well,
caught him a lot right there.
Hamlin ran like a 23-50 something a couple laps ago when he was in clean air.
20 to go, Larry Mack.
Mike, I'm about to retire from the trend business. They just didn't work it out.
Okay.
In fact, we've not even had an overtime finish this year. But going back and looking at the 2 Richmond races last year, the average of the last caution was lap 386, 14 laps to go, which is about 5 laps away.
All right, thanks.
Who's the hardest car in the business to pass, Kevin? We just talked about this and had all the drivers tell us last week. It's that one car, Ross Chastain.
Well,
all of them said the same thing. Even Ross Chastain.
Yeah. Ross might be hard to pass, but so is that 22. So there, Martin got past his nemesis, and Denny Hamlin had a big mistake off of turn 2, lost that gap, and has to start over with that battle with Joey Logano when trying to make that pass on him.
Yeah, Denny tried him on the hot. Let's listen to the radio. Hang on. He tried him on the outside and wanted to lost a ton of time to Logano. Getting settled back in here. You can see the drive up off he has over here. Denny Hamlin radio right here.
Cool back off, bud. You got plenty of time. You got time to cool up if you need to.
It's good intel. Plenty of time. 17 to go, and that leader's mired in traffic.
I don't know. I think time is slipping away. Hamlin is only a 10th faster than Truex, and look at all the cars he's going to have to pass to get to the leader.
Well, you can't tell that driver that, though.
He's only
got to keep him calm.
He's only a 10th faster than Truex in this scenario. It doesn't look like he's going to get much clean air, but if he gets clean air, he's a lot faster than Martin was in traffic.
I think he's hurting his tires bad. Just like Truex mired behind Logano.
Yeah, it's like they get to a certain point and you just kind of stall out.
Losing your edge over them.
Yes. And it doesn't help that these cars in front of Joey are side by side. The more cars that are up there, the dirtier the air gets and the harder it is to make your car work optimal.
And then they've still got to get past Chastain to have a shot at Truex. Keselowski, Elliott, 7th place. Remember, Keselowski was the first of the leaders to pit. Actually, he and Elliott pitted on the same lap. 3:34.
See that 4 car of Josh Berry, who's been so good all night, making it back up through the pack after the pit road mistake and the slow stop there earlier in the race.
I think we've lost our edge with the goodie in the tires, Denny Hamlin.
I would agree.
I also think Joey Logano hasn't. He's catching your leader, Denny Hamlin, still catching him.
Well, we heard Joey talk earlier about how good his car was on the really long runs, and that's where we are right now. And Martin is still.
This race is not over.
No, he's still stuck behind the 3 car, and now the 1 car looking to the outside of Martin Truex. Martin's having a tough time in traffic.
38 to a 19. You can see it on your pylon. It's definitely catching him in a big way.
And Christopher Bell coming back up through. He just passed Josh Berry and Brad Keselowski in the same lap.
That was a huge pass for Truex getting around Austin Dillon there. It's going to give him some breathing room on Joey Logano. Now these guys are side by side. Not what Joey Logano wanted to see. Get out of the way. Come on, guys.
Yeah, and that's what you hope for at the end of these races is that, the lap cars move over and let the leaders go at it with 9 laps to go.
Well, the last thing you want is a lap car being a factor. They're going to be, though. There always are. Especially at this racetrack.
More of them ahead. Gralla and Stenhouse side by side. That's who Truex is going to catch next. Nope, that all gets resolved. Gilliland moves ahead of Stenhouse.
Good move by Ross Chastain right there to just get out of the way of Joey Logano and let them settle this battle with 8 laps to go for the win. I can promise you there's a hungry driver on board this Hunt Brothers Pizza camera right here because
it's been a minute.
It's been a minute. It's been over a year since Joey Logano won. They hadn't run like they wanted to this year, and they've got things sorted out tonight to have a shot.
0.6 of a second. That is the gap and traffic ahead.
Well, that is the key word that Martin doesn't want to hear is traffic ahead.
Well, without the traffic, their lap times match. 24:11, 15:17. They're all right there, the top three. You get them in traffic, there's a massive difference between them.
Logano knocked it down to less than 0.4 of a second entering turn one. It cost him a little bit on exit, though.
Well, Joey wants him to catch right up to these cars in front of him.
See Joey moving around, searching, trying everything.
Logano within 3 car lengths now, 5 laps to go. Can he get to Martin Truex Jr.'s back bumper? Couple more lap cars, not that much further ahead of Truex. Logano through 1 and 2 has been diamonding the corners off quite consistently throughout the course of this final stage. 3 and 4 going up a full groove to try to get as much clean air in the nose as possible, and he lost a little time to Truex that last lap overall. Truex just over a half a second ahead of the 22. 3.5 laps to go now as they work their way off turn 2. Hamlin, who we thought might have had a shot to get to the 19 to Truex, burnt his tires up, running behind Logano, not being able to make the pass on him moments ago. Truex about another 10th quicker that last lap than Logano. 2 lap cars still in the bottom groove, though, right in front of the 19. A 7 to 8 of a second lead for the 19 over the 22. 1 lap car gets up out of the way. I believe that is Todd Gilliland in the 38. 2 laps to go this time by. Down into turns 1 and 2. Hey, oh, we got a spin. Larson's around off turn 4. The caution's out. Caution flag is out for the 5th time tonight. Oh boy. I wonder if he had contact from Wallace.
More than half a lap away from taking the white flag, after which the next flag would end the race. We have a caution, and we will reset for overtime.
Kyle got loose.
Yeah, Kyle got loose, checked up, and Bubba was just anticipating him having that same pace to get in behind him there, and just misjudged it as Kyle lifted and turned him around.
Some history there, quite a bit of history between those two.
Just when you thought it was safe to engrave the trophy.
Not at all what James Small wanted to see. Not probably what any of these teams wanted to see. That Logano wanted it.
Yeah, and you're going to have to pit. I mean, you got no choice there.
100%.
With the way that the tires drop up, you've got to pit. So, guess what, guys?
Well, now we say that, but with 15 cars on the lead lap,
we're pitting.
I'm pitting. I was the first car here several years ago, pitted, came out 7th, and by the time we got to turn 1, I had the lead. Okay. I mean, it's that big a difference. So, we'll see if, I mean, they're going to pit, but that is definitely not what Martin wanted to see. This is going to get wild.
So 15 lead lap cars.
Pit road, guys. Right here on pit road, this thing could get 1.
Plus Chastain, the free pass. So there'll be 16 drivers with a chance to win this. Here they come to pit road.
Well, those are... Jamie?
What a turn of events here. Martin Truex Jr. on the radio right away. You got to be kidding me. They said, come on, bring it to us. Same with Joey Logano. Put 4 tires on here. Pit crews must step up and perform and make it happen. You see the 11 in as well as the 23.
Slow stop on the 19. You see the 22 up beside him. Keep an eye on Denny Hamlin. It's going to be close here, guys.
Hamlin
He's going to get it. 11 to the point. How about this?
Denny Hamlin had led twice for 10 laps tonight, and he comes out of pit road with the lead.
Unbelievable. Denny Hamlin wins the race on pit road, goes from third to first, and he will be the control car on the ensuing restart. Bubba Wallace and Kyle Larson got together on turn 4. Larson went for a spin on the front stretch with 2 laps to go. Truex, who had an 0.8 of a second lead with 2 to go in turns 1 and 2 at the time, over Joey Logano, and neither one of those two are going to be the leader here on the restart. Logano was third off pit road, Truex was second, so more than likely it's going to be the 19 and the 11 on the front row. But we'll see what's going to happen here. There's going to be a lot of angst, I think, on this upcoming restart. Logano has not won in over a year, as they were mentioning on the broadcast, as you heard, so we'll see if he can end that long winless streak. Martin Truex Jr. obviously trying to get his first win of the season, comes in as the points leader to win the first 2 here this season. Be sure to hit the like button if you guys have not done so on the stream. We're at 134 likes. Our goal is 150. We had well more than that many people that ended up voting in our poll earlier. I think we had like 175 votes, so we definitely have the ability to get to 150 likes is what I'm saying, so be sure to hit that like button. Subscribe for more NASCAR content, live commentary streams every NASCAR race weekend for NASCAR Cup, Xfinity, and Truck Series races, as well as Cup practice and qualifying. We'll have coverage all next weekend long, triple header from Martinsville, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, with Truck, Xfinity, and Cup. More on that after this race is over. I'll give you the start times for the streams next week once we get through the conclusion of this race. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting to see how this goes. This is our first overtime finish for the Cup Series. Took 7 races to get there, but we are here. And again, a caution with a little less than 2 laps to go. Didn't get to the white flag though, and that's why we're in the situation we're in right now.
The 2 cars that got together to bring out the caution, Kyle Larson and Bubba Wallace. Well, let's unpack this, Clint.
Watch this. Kyle Larson gets spun out, right? Obviously, got loose and gets spun. Saves the car, mind you. Gets the thing straightened back up. Only loses to a couple spots. Comes back 6th. Now watch this pit area. See, he gets it gathered up, keeps it straight, only loses a couple spots because they were that far ahead. Pit road opens. He gains 2 spots, goes right back to the very position. The guy that spins him out has trouble on pit road. He is now 16th, Bubba Wallace. Holy cow.
Trouble on the left side on Wallace's pit stop. They had to hold him up to tighten the lug.
What a change of events.
Classic 2311 pit crew.
Hamlin
never fails.
Ahead of
the season, Hamlin, Truex on the front row. Hamlin on the inside of row 1 and Truex to the outside. Row 2, Larson on the outside and Logano on the inside. And William Byron, Chase Elliott back in row 3. Here we go. Overtime at Richmond, under the lights, Easter Sunday night. Hopefully you've enjoyed the coverage so far and will enjoy a good finish. The 11 and the 19 side by side headed into turns 1 and 2. The 19 barely hanging on that right rear corner panel down the front stretch. Hamlin is going to force the 19 wide. A little contact. Hamlin got a bit sideways, and that's going to get Joey Logano in the mix now as the 19 and the 11 are still door to door. Logano overdrives the corner behind him, loses a bit of ground. Larson on his back bumper. 1 lap to go, sponsored by Credit One Bank for Hamlin. Final lap of the race. Logano to the inside of the 19 car will take over second. Truex losing more positions now as the 5 of Larson's going to get underneath him for third. Does Logano have a shot to get to the back bumper? Oh man, more contact now between the 5 and the 19 on the back straightaway. Hamlin gets away from Logano. Denny Hamlin steals a win as Larson and Truex bang fenders for third across the line. Hamlin is going to get his second win with everybody. He's upset with Larson, upset with Hamlin. Probably upset with Wallace. Truex is mad at everyone. I mean, he just completely body slammed Kyle Larson for really no reason. Maybe it was for the caution coming out. I don't know. And then Larson pinched him back into the wall after the fact, saying, hey, what was that all about? And then after the checker, Truex slammed him again. And then he goes up to Denny Hamlin and slams him. I didn't even think Hamlin did anything wrong to him. Hamlin raced him clean for the win. And he beat him. So I don't know. I think Truex is definitely. Truex, who was leading when the caution flag came out, ends up finishing 4th. Chase Elliott rounds out the top 5 with a good run in 5th. We'll go through the full field finishing order once we get through the post-race interviews here, and we got a lot of stuff to cover, obviously, in our post-race show. We'll go through the finishing order, how the Fantasy League ended up, how the predictions ended up from the start of the stream, so don't go anywhere. You'll get to listen to all the hotheads at the end of the night here with tempers flaring here at the end under the lights at Richmond on Easter Sunday. Be sure to hit the like button if you guys haven't done so yet, so we can get to our goal of 150 likes before the end of the stream. We're at 139 right now, so again, be sure to hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already, and just beginning our post-race coverage of the Toyota Owners 400 at Richmond. Here is your race winner, Denny Hamlin. Actually, here's some cheers. Hamlin at his home track.
It's been a while since we've seen Truex that mad. He was hot.
Truex ends up 4th.
Oh, well, I heard some cheers. I think the boos are starting to mix in now, but a little bit. Mostly cheers.
I know why he's frustrated, but I just want to know why he's so mad.
Regan?
Well, for the 5th time in his career at his home track in Richmond, Denny Hamlin, you find a way to get the win. Your pit crew on the final pit stop gets you out front. You did.
To each one of these pit crew members' house, they just did an amazing job. They've been killing it all year. Thanks to Mavis Tires and Brakes for coming on. Man, we got some good runs with these guys. So thank Toyota, Jordan Brand, Coca-Cola, Shady Rays, just everyone that makes this happen. It's just such a great feeling when you know you can come in and have a pit crew like that.
Denny Hamlin wins in Richmond on Easter Sunday.
228 laps led by Martin Truex Jr., and everything changes at the end of this race. Martin, take us through the emotional roller coaster that it was.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, you know. Fortunately, this has happened here a few times over the years. So, yeah, we're, in a great spot, and had a great Auto Owners Camry all night long, and the guys did a really good job. Just got beat out of the pits, and then, got, I don't know, he jumped the start and then just used me up in turn 1. So, definitely sucks, but, good solid day and another car capable of winning. So, we'll just have to come back next week, try to get him again.
Thanks, Mark.
Yep. Well, I mean, he was right at the line.
I said he left early in the, in his zone, but I don't know that he jumped it.
All right, one more look here. You have to get to the white line before you fire off for it to be a legal restart.
Well, you see that's the start of the restart zone right there.
Definitely rolled before the line.
Well, I tell you what he did. He won.
Yeah.
NASCAR is saying the restart was not under review. So let's get back to Jamie.
Kyle Larson ends up 3rd after all of that. Just take us back to the moment where it looks like you got loose and you spun out and you were able to save it and then salvage this great finish.
I only lost whatever, a spot to Bubba and then to Byron there. I was able to keep it going, and then my pit crew did a really good job to get us off pit road, gain us those spots, restart 4th, and gain one more. So, I will take a 3rd after what could have been a lot worse there on the front stretch. So proud of the HendrickCars.com team, proud of Chevy, everybody, Hendrick Motorsports. So it was a good weekend for us, getting the pole and winning a stage and getting back to 3rd there at the end. So happy about that.
A lot of rubbing, a lot of marks on yours and the 19 car. What happened between you two?
I think he was just mad, he was mad that the 11 used him up on the restart. That's probably where it really started from. And then the other 22 got to his inside 1-2. I got in behind the 22, and he just turned left across my nose and had me up on the apron off of 2. And then I don't know if he thought that I just piled it in there, but then he door slammed me down the middle of the backstretch. So I just figured in 3 and 4 I was going to use him up a little bit. So I think he just is more mad at Denny, but I was the closest one to take his anger out on. So I'm sure I haven't seen a replay either, but I'm guessing the replay looks the way I kind of saw it 1 and 2, and then he'll realize that and probably be all right. You know, Martin's one of the probably the most respected guy in the garage area. So I was surprised when he turned left on me down the backstretch, and then again after the checkered. But it's all good. I hope he doesn't have any hard feelings to me, because I definitely don't towards him. Like I said, I got a lot of respect for him.
Thanks, Kyle.
Thanks,
Mike.
Thanks, Jamie. Let's have one more look at this restart. Hamlin on the inside, Truex on the outside, and we'll carry them through turns 1 and 2.
He definitely rolled right before he got there.
Full speed. It doesn't really.
Was it close? Yes, but those cars are still door to door. He got off that. Getting in position right there, him moving him up a little bit is where his frustration was. That's where the race was lost, because not only did it lose in the battle, it opened the door up for the 22 to get under him too.
Yeah, but I mean, gosh, we raced him for the win. It wasn't like he turned him sideways or anything like that. He went up the racetrack a little bit and they rubbed doors. But you know, I think Martin's just frustrated with the way that the end of that race turned out, and you know, wound up not winning, and then it all really unraveled for him right there.
Got beat in the pits. Not on the restart.
Denny Hamlin celebrates as winner of the Toyota Owners 400 at Richmond.
Well, Denny Hamlin, margin of victory, 0.2 of a second, his second win of the year. As I mentioned, second last 3 races. We went 7 laps past the scheduled distance tonight for our first overtime finish of 2024. 407 laps total distance out of the original scheduled 400. 3 hours, 14 minutes, 41 seconds. Total elapsed time on the race today. 93.88 miles per hour was the average race speed. So Hamlin with the race win. Joey Logano finishes a season-high second place. Kyle Larson third. Martin Truex Jr. fourth. After leading the most laps today, caution came out with him leading with 2 to go, set up the overtime restart, lost a spot on pit road, lost 2 more on the restart. Chase Elliott rounds out the top 5 and 5th. Quiet but solid run for him. Christopher Bell ends up 6th, William Byron 7th, Brad Keselowski 8th, Chris Buescher 9th, and Tyler Reddick rounds out the top 10. Josh Berry in 11th, ran top 10 all night, as high as 2nd at one point earlier in the race. Noah Gragson 2nd, Bubba Wallace 13th, Eric Jones 14th, Ross Chastain 15th, Ty Gibbs 16th, Alex Bowman 17th, 18th for Chase Briscoe, Ryan Blaney 19th, car 1 lap down in 23rd, 24th for Austin Dillon, John Hunter Nemechek 25th, Michael McDowell 26th, 27th for Carson Hocevar, Ryan Preece 28th, Ty Dillon 29th, and Daniel Hemrick 30th. Kaz Grala 31st, 32nd for Justin Haley, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 33rd, Harrison Burton 34th, Zane Smith 35th, and Corey LaJoie rounds out the 36 car field. Nobody DNF tonight. LaJoie in last finished 3 laps down. 228 laps led for Truex, led 5 different times, won a stage in there, he won stage 2. Kyle Larson, who won stage 1, led 145 laps. Denny Hamlin, your race winner, only led 17 laps, most of those, of course, at the very finish, and then during the green flag pit stops there in the final stage, he led a handful as well. Chase Elliott led for 5 laps at the very beginning of the race on the rain tires. Josh Berry led for a couple. I think that was during green flag pit stop cycling. Bell led 9 laps during green flag pit stop cycling, and Bubba Wallace on a restart led 2 laps as well earlier today when he battled Larson in the early going. So overall, we had 7 different drivers lead at least 1 lap in the race. And amongst those 7 different leaders, we ended up having 21 lead changes. So 21 lead changes, 7 different leaders, and we ended up having 5 cautions tonight. 4 for incident, 3 for incident rather, and 2 not for incident with the stage 2 break. The comp yellow with the rain tires early in the going at lap 30. And the stage 1 caution ended up being actually an incident between Suarez and Berry, where Suarez got turned off the front bumper of Berry's race car on lap 63. Kyle Busch had an incident which brought out a caution in the middle of stage 2, and then that final stage, the only caution for incident was with 2 laps to go in the regulation portion of the race at lap 398, where Larson had gotten turned off the front bumper of Wallace's race car after he had gotten loose. Wallace got into the back of him, didn't check up in time, turned Larson, Walsh ended up losing many spots on pit road, ended up finishing 13th as a result of that. Larson, who had the spin, saved it, only lost a couple positions due to the field being so spread apart at that point in time after having a nearly 150 lap green flag run, over 150 lap green flag run to that point. And then gained a couple spots on pit road, gained another spot on the restart, finished third. So solid run there for Larson. Going through the finishing order, obviously we already did that. Now time to go through the predictions and how those ended up summing up. Must-haves, Kyle Larson, Mark Truex Jr. finishes third and fourth, so top five's there. And Chris Buescher, my other must-have, who was actually my pick to win tonight, never really had race winning speed, but ran top 10 throughout, finishes ninth. 3 for 3 there as far as the sleeper picks. Bowman ended up falling behind quite a bit. Ends up finishing in 17th place, unfortunately. Wrong side of pit strategy with a caution in the middle of stage 2, and really never got back in the top 15 after the fact. Had to take the wave round, then he got the free pass at the end of stage 2, and obviously with not getting a caution until that late going, he ended up losing another lap, took another wave round, and that's how he ended up 17th. Brad Keselowski did have good enough speed to get a top 10. He finishes in 8th, ran back half of the top 10 most of the night. And Josh Berry, who ran top 10 the whole race for the most part, lost either more time on pit road or just lost a couple spots on the restart. Finishes 11th, ties his season best with Bristol a couple weeks ago. So 1 for 3, I should say, on the sleeper picks, 2 for 3 in the must-haves. And the don't-have picks, I ended up going 2 for 3 on drivers not getting top 10s. I had Kyle Busch on the don't-have list, finished 20th. Got in an incident at one point as well. Also ended up having Chase Briscoe on that list. He finished 18th. That's pretty much about as good as he ran all night. And Tyler Reddick snuck in with the top 10 and actually was running top 10 after the final set of green flag pit stops. Was pretty much right in 10th that whole last run. So he did have just enough speed there at the end. That's the first career top 10 for Reddick in his 8th Richmond start. I paused this interview with Joey Logano, so if you're watching it live, it's going to be very delayed, but I wanted to get through all the predictions there first. So here is Joey Logano, who finished in second tonight with Regan Smith.
Not exactly the start of the year that you wanted, but man, this is going to feel good.
Yeah, it feels good, and it doesn't at the same time. It feels good to be in contention to win the race. It hurts to be that close and not to capitalize on it. So Paul gave me a great car. Everyone did a great job preparing to show Penzo Mustang, and gave me something that I could win with if we could get to the lead. We had a good long run car that we were trying to run down to 19 before the caution, and just we didn't execute pit road. Our guys been great all year long, and just had an off day there, and everything's got to click at the same time to win these things, and we just didn't quite get it. Thanks, Joey.
Well, Chase Elliott started this race with the best start of the season on the front row. You bring it home with your best finish of the year, a top 5 for you. How good did this night feel for you guys start to finish?
Yeah, I thought, overall a solid weekend altogether. Just really proud of the fight. We kind of fell behind there mid portion of the race, and those last 2 or 3 runs I had a little momentum forward, was able to pass some guys under green. That's a hard thing to do nowadays, at least for me. So passed a few guys there and got ourselves back part of the top 10, and when the caution came out, gave ourselves the opportunity to come down pit road and have a good pit stop and get in the mix. So we were a row or 2 back from having a shot at it, but nonetheless, nice to get a solid top 5 and
Oh, well, my phone just died. I can't get... Race ran long, and the battery didn't quite make it to the end. I was just checking the Fantasy League standings. That was pretty much the end of the interview, so you didn't miss anything there. Yeah, I have no way of checking the fantasy stuff tonight now. That's pretty much all I've got, other than the fact that, unfortunately, Hamlin was in my garage at the end of stage 2. I just completely forgot to put him back in. I would have had him in for Bowman, and Hamlin, of course, goes on to win the race, and Bowman ended up finishing 17th. So that's definitely my bad for not paying attention there at the end of stage 2. But, I'm streaming. I'm trying to do the best I can with commentating and doing that on the side, and you tend to miss it from time to time. It's the first time I did that this year, and hopefully it'll be the last time I ever do it. As far as tonight's stream, 140 likes. Our goal is 150, so if you haven't hit that like button, be sure to do so. Hopefully you enjoyed tonight's live commentary coverage, Easter Sunday for the Toyota Owners 400 at Richmond. Not being able to get to the fantasy, it's going to take me minutes to get this, probably 5 to 10 minutes at least of dead air time to try to charge my phone. So sorry for that. But Be sure to join the Fantasy League if you haven't yet on the NASCAR.com website or the NASCAR mobile app. Search for KRC League. Sign up with your email, free to join. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing the following season if you win the regular season and or playoff championship. KRC League, again, KRC in all caps, space, capital L on League. I just put the league name down in the chat below. The only other thing we have to look at, I guess, before we end the stream is the schedule for next week. The NASCAR Truck Series will be back in action next week, so we will have 3 races to cover for you, as well as Cup Series practice qualifying. So we got 4 streams next weekend, Friday through Sunday. The last couple times the Truck Series have raced have been Saturday doubleheaders with the Xfinity Series. That will not be the case this weekend. Truck Series will be Friday night at Martinsville. So we will, again, go over the start times here in a second. Pull them up on screen. That's this week, I think. Yeah, that's this week. We gotta find Martinsville. I didn't realize I put weekend schedule and not full series schedule. Come on. Come on. We do have live commentary streams every NASCAR race weekend for NASCAR Cup, Xfinity, Truck Series races, as well as Cup practice and qualifying. So I do have to try to find out when. See, that's a problem. Try clicking on this. See if I don't know if NASCAR.com gives me the. I don't think it does. I just clicked on it. It didn't do anything. Travel packages, buy tickets. Don't want to do any of that. Is there something at the top of the screen? Yeah, Richmond lineup, Richmond schedule. Obviously, I'll put a community tab post out later in the week to update the start times for next weekend as we get closer to next weekend. I don't think I'm going to be able to find the practice qualifying times yet, unfortunately. A bad timing. Man, if my phone just would have lasted a couple more minutes, we would have been able to get through it. That's Richmond. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to find it on NASCAR.com. I'll know as soon as the stream ends and I can plug my phone in, but yeah, that's unfortunate. All right, so the rest of the schedule for next weekend, I will have commentary for practice and qualifying for the Cup Series. I would imagine that'll be on Saturday, and I would imagine it would probably be, well, I don't know what time the Xfinity race starts yet. Gotta look at this. Look at this in depth. Our Cup Series action next Sunday will begin at 2:30 Eastern Time. That I can guarantee. 2:30 Eastern Time next Sunday, we'll have live commentary of the Martinsville Cup race. Sunday afternoon, 2:30 Eastern. As far as the Xfinity Series race, that will be Saturday night at 7:30 Eastern Time. So a night race for the Xfinity Series next Saturday, which means Cup practice and qualifying will be in the afternoon on Saturday then. So doubleheader Saturday with Cup practice qualifying on the same stream, and then the Xfinity race Saturday night. Again, not sure the start time for Cup practice and qualifying. I would imagine it's probably going to be anywhere between 4 and 4:30. Then they usually are about like 3 to 4 hours or so before the start of whatever race is up next. So, yeah, I'd probably lean towards anywhere between like 3 to 4 o'clock, 3 to 4:30 that we'll see Cup practice at Martinsville next week. But sometime Saturday afternoon we'll have Cup practice qualifying. Again, I'll keep you updated later in the week. So there's that on Saturday, and then again the Xfinity race Saturday night, 7:30 Eastern Time. We will go live for that. The Truck Series race is scheduled for Friday night, and that will be taking place at 7:30 Eastern Time as well. So pretty easy there. Just to quickly recap, Friday night Truck Series live stream, 7:30 Eastern Time, 200 laps. Xfinity race Saturday night, 7:30 Eastern Time, and that will be 250 laps. I'll also do live commentary Cup practice qualifying earlier that afternoon. Not sure on the start time for that quite at this moment. And then Cup Series race next Sunday afternoon. We will go live at 2:30 Eastern with the race starting just after 3:15 Eastern time with the drop of the green flag. So that will be the 4 streams scheduled for next week on the channel. Be sure to hit the like button again if you guys haven't done so. Still shy of one. Hang on, somebody unliked the stream. We were at 141 and now we're back to 140. So we were at 141, now we're back to 140. somebody either hit dislike or they hit the like button twice and then it unliked it. Whoever that is, hit the like button again a third time, so that way it re-likes it. But anyway, if you haven't hit it, be sure to do so. I will see you guys next Friday night. Have a good next several days. Happy Easter again to everybody out there. Hopefully you enjoyed your Easter Sunday night NASCAR. And I'll see you back better than ever. Hopefully my lip is not swollen by next Friday. If it's still swollen next Friday, I might have to like go get that checked out or something. Can't wait till then. Martinsville, love that track. Back-to-back short tracks. We'll have action-packed action next weekend. All right, that's enough rambling. Happy Easter, everybody. Have a good night.